Hello and good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Wherever you're joining us from, welcome to the AI Agents Conference 2025. I'm super excited today. This is one of our first conferences focused around AI agents. Today, we got several exciting stuff coming up, several speakers coming from some of the companies working on AI agents. It's full day packed, full day packed. This is 8 a.m. right now. Here I am here in Philadelphia, USA. If you are joining us from different parts of the country, please share where you are joining us from. Post a comment, your name, where you're joining us from. Um, as I said, I'm here in Philadelphia. It's quite cold here. Cold winter just started. It's 40 degrees. So you can see I'm wearing hoodie. I'm wearing this amazing sharp economy hoodie. As you can see, this is something I will be talking about in coming time. Let me share my screen quickly. As you can see, this sharp economy presents AI agents conference 2025. So why are we doing AI agents conference? If you are familiar with C Sharp Corner, I'm a founder of C Sharp Corner. We always focus on new emerging technologies. I started this C Sharp Corner website in 2000, not even 2000. It's been a while. It's been 25 years. So our goal with C Sharp Corner community has always been talking about emerging tech, learning new tech, building software together. And now we are entering in this era of AI. Things are changing. Things are changing big time. Almost everything is changing. So that is where, we thought we're gonna put some more resources and some more content, conferences, webinars around AI. And in AI is a big field. If you think of AI is a big field, and we want to be this conference focused on just AI agents. So if you are new to AI agents, I'm sure you heard of AI, you heard of ChatGPT, you're probably using different, in tools. They use AI agents and even general AI, behind the scene. So what are AI agents? If you are new to this, AI agents are software workers. In other words, they are software applications and they're designed to perform some tasks. They are given some goals. They perform some tasks autonomously. So in other words, there's no human interaction with them. They use memory behind the scene. They also access APIs, they access databases, they connect with cloud, they can read, write data, they can execute workflows. In other words, an AI agent is a digital assistant. ChatGPT an AI agent, for example. But AI agents can be more advanced than just ChatGPT. They can perform some tasks, right? For example, let's say you want to send emails every night at 12 o'clock or every morning 9 a.m. One way is you can, you know, go to your tool, create an email, and then add all the contacts you want to send these emails to, and then send. That's one way to do it, right? That's how anybody would do. Other option is you create an AI agent and schedule it and design it that way. It will go to your database, get all the contacts, create the email you want to send based on your instructions. You can have a template, and then it automatically sends this. After sending the email, it can also send you a report or remind you saying, hey, email is successfully delivered for whatever. So this is an example, and it runs behind the scene. The difference between tools like ChatGPT and pure AI agents are that they can think and act. Like ChatGPT is all based on LLMs that comes under generative AI. And generative AI just generates content. It doesn't think, it doesn't do other things, right? As a human would do. But AI agents are more than generative AI and LLMs. They can use LLMs also, obviously, So, in other words, they can think, they can act, they can also learn from mistakes, fix them, and finish the tasks. They also work with other agents and other systems. For example, you know, company can design a agent for email, sending emails. Other company can design agent for reminders or notification. Other company can have an agent for text messaging. These all three agents can also work together, communicate with each other. So that is the future. So if you are in software, I think most of our users who are watching are software developers. They are in IT, they are in tech, or somehow they are in tech. So if you are in software, AI agents is the future of software. Building AI agents running the software. Like, I don't know if you heard the news. Yesterday, Microsoft announced, not this last this week, I think, is that they are building AI developers, right? They're big building AI agents. They will act like developers. So, in other words, in coming time, if you have to build a software, you don't have to hire 20 developers. You probably need one or two senior people, and 18 of them will be probably AI agents. These AI agents will work behind the scene for you. And this whole conference is all about this. Little my background, my name is Mahesh Chand. I'm a community builder. I built C Sharp Corner, as I said, in 2000. I'm also founder and CEO of Mindcracker. We also have other different initiatives, including Hack India, Web3 Universe, Sharp Economy. My background, I'm a former Microsoft regional director, 40 times Microsoft MVP. I have written a bunch of programming books. I also often speak at conferences and events. So recently, I've been more focusing on AI a lot, AI and tokenization. That's another big thing. If you are thinking that, oh, I want to learn new technology, where the future is going, what should I be learning? Or if I have to build a product, or I have an idea, where should I be thinking? What should I be thinking? So there are two major things stand out to me right now. By the way, I live in Philadelphia. So Philadelphia is not far from New York. And New York City is one of the biggest and most busiest place where innovations happens big time, right? So if you can look at all these companies, all they're talking about is two things: AI agents, and tokenization. And that's another. So right now, if you go to C Sharp Corner and look at all my content and my speaking and articles, I'm focusing on these two things. If you know C Sharp Corner, please share. If you are a C Sharp Corner member, please do share in text and then write a comment that if you are a C Sharp Corner member, appreciate you being a member for a long time. We C Sharp Corner is a big community, right? We have 3.1 million members. They're all mostly software developers, right? Um, our goal is also with C Sharp Corners. We are now revamping, redesigning, and almost like from scratch, we are gamifying whole C Sharp Corner platform. And when you say gamify, what does that really mean? That means when you learn something, we are gamifying the learning, we are gamifying participation, we are gamifying speak, for example. We have something called learn to earn, right? You start learning, we are gamifying. So you are learning with other members, and there's competition and there's challenges, and then you are going to win some prize. We also have something called contribute to earn. So if you are a participant on C Sharp Corner, say you are uploading your video, or you share your project, or you share your code, or you are speaking at one of these conferences, you can claim and get rewarded for that. And that is all done through tokenization. So hopefully I'm making sense here. The company that is building all this tokenization part for gamification is called Sharp Economy. And Sharp Economy, I'm one of the founders of Sharp Economy. We have a token called Sharp Token. It's a cryptocurrency like any other token. It's like Ethereum. It's a utility token similar to Ethereum. Our However, our token is used on platforms like C Sharp Corner. So if you have it, you want to learn more about tokenization in Sharp, check out sharpeconomy.org. Go to sharpeconomy.org, or you can just watch any of our social media channels through C Sharp Corner as well. So I'm super excited today. This is very exciting day that after a long time we are starting these virtual conferences, and AI agents conference is one of the things I wanted to do for a while now. We got a super um I mean, I would say we have very busy day, but we got a very exciting line of speakers. These speakers are coming from different backgrounds, but they're all working something around AI. They're building something around AI and AI agents. And our goal today is that you are going to learn from all of them. Again, we love to have you involved, interact with all these speakers, ask as many questions you have. Any questions you have, ask these speakers. They're amazing. They are love to reply. They love to communicate. So let me now invite our first speaker, Frank. Frank is he's a developer advocate at Reka AI. It's here in, I believe he lives in Canada. He will introduce himself. And Frank, welcome to the show. Welcome to the AI Agents Conference.
Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Or like it was a lot afternoon for many people. I guess it's early.
It is early. Some are evening, right? People are joining from India.
Oh yeah,
So
it's
India,
true.
it's late. It's a little late, right? It's almost
That's the thing with online conferences. Like time zone is different for everyone.
yeah.
So
And I
yes,
believe you are joining from Canada.
yes, from Montreal. So same time zone as you are, just a little bit colder. So it's -2 this morning or 28 in your
40.
unit.
Yeah.
So it is colder, but I'm inside, so I'm fine, and I'm
Yeah.
I'm ready
Awesome. And luckily we have
to have
sweatshirts,
fun.
which is like this. So appreciate you being here, Frank. Let's get started. Next 30 minutes are yours. Please take the stage. And
Wonderful.
thank you again.
Okay, so let's get started. So yes, I'm Frank Boucher. I'm a cloud advocate, a developer advocate at Reka, and today I'm here to talk about building a research assistant that will search online for us. It could also search in local file, but my demo today, I thought it was more fun to have it look online for us. Obviously, the demo will be a little bit more simplistic. It's intended to do like more complex research. But I thought, having a simpler example will be easier to understand. So today we'll be looking at an agent that will look for maybe your next conference. So let's get started. So just like a quick split of my 30 minutes. Well, I will right away start with the live demo showing like what it looks like and stuff like that. And I will explain a little bit like who's Reka, what it is. It's a bit different than like the OpenAI and the other AI company. And then we'll look at the code because we're here for that. And don't worry, I have all the URL and the reference. The code is all in GitHub and stuff like that. So you will be able to get your ends and, open the hood and change it and, even see other demo. So let's have a look. We'll change. It's already running right now. So the event finder, I did it with using Blazor. I didn't update. I must comply that I didn't update yet to .NET 10, but it was just released 2 days ago. I didn't want to take any chances, but I will update this to .NET 10. Right now it's .NET 9, if I'm not mistaken. So Event Finder, I already did a research, so I could show you a few things, and then we'll do another one to like show different scenarios. So we're looking for AI agent. I'm living in Notre-Dame de l'El and I did it on purpose. So it catch your location because I run it. We don't see the little pop-up, but usually there's a little pop-up asking you permission to take your geolocalization. So it's using the browser right now, longitude, latitude to find my localization. And Notre-Dame de l'El it's a little city close to a village. So like there's no conference around here. But I use it because I also pass the province or the state, depending on where you're living, in the country. And that's important because obviously when we're looking for a conference, like if we're just looking at the city, there will be no finding. And that's important because AI will be able to say, well, there's nothing there. Even if you're looking for a restaurant, you will be struggling. So it's only houses and schools. So then maybe the province, that would be better. Or like you could go wider and say just the country. And we'll show in the next example, what we could do is just remove like the town and the province, and we'll see it's working. And then we can also filter the domains. And why this is like right now, I didn't put anything, so I didn't filter, but that could be useful because you could say, you know what? I only want you to look in a specific folder. I did an MCP server, another project where I specified documentation. So like the MCP server is check in doc, and the AI will just look at the domain that you specify. So if you're just want interest to C#, for example, then maybe it will be learn. So say learn.microsoft.com, and that's it. So it won't look anywhere. You could say, you know what, I'm not interested. I don't know why, like it's Uber Eat. That's I don't want you to look on Facebook for a C# snippet. That would be fun, right? So you just put whatever you want, or Reddit or something like that, and it won't search there. Then at the bottom of my screen, you could see, let me make it, I will break my design, but it will look bigger for you so we'll be able to read. So we can see the results. So right now we see the name of the company. Let's move this. So, okay, found, and only found 3 because that's what I'm asking for. When it starts, when it ends, and now I zoom too much. We can see the city. So interesting. It found Montreal. So that makes sense. This is the biggest, closest city around me. Quebec City is a little bit further, but it's close. It's also a big city. And then Vancouver. Vancouver is like really far from here, but it's in Canada. So it respects what I was looking for. So okay, that's cool. But there's even more. So maybe when you're doing that, you say, well, why? I don't know. Like it didn't show me C# corner. Like the the conference, this conference, why didn't show up? Well, obviously I ask in my prompt to search in the future, so that's why. But also it could be because of other reason. And what's really nice is the API offers us reasoning. So with that, you could see what was all the step it did, then the reasoning behind it. So it's okay, I will search for this. So see December 14, because, I'm looking in the future, I put specific time. So now you could see, okay, it did a query like this. And then, okay, looking back, that was the research. So it did search different websites, different things based on the previous comment. So it's not looking in this memory like a model. It's not just doing one call and returning the value. It's doing multiple call, aggregating, trying to understand everything and make sense of it. Okay, I told you I will do something else. So let's go. No more town, no more city. Let's go for US. And let's go with allow domain sessionize. Hopefully I'm not. Let's try I don't want to. I'm the king of the typo. If you know me, I'm the king of the typo. I always do typos. Where is it? It's here. Let's do this. And I don't need the HTTP. Just like that. And AI, still AI, right? That's good. Okay. So now it's looking. And obviously, it takes a little bit of time because it's doing all those research, those query, aggregating, trying to make sense of what it found. Try to evaluate, does that match the request that was done, asked by the user? Maybe not, maybe yes. It's kind of building his case and doing more queries. There's parameter, I will show you that in a few, where you could say, you know what, I want very deep and I want to make sure you have the best answer possible. I want you to search all the web. Or you know what, just do the bare minimum because I want a quick response. So you have a filter there where you could say, you know what, I allow you to do just 3 more research, or 10 or 25. By default, if you don't specify it, I think it's 10. But I think right now I did put it, I'm not sure if it's 2 or 3, but it's the lowest number because, I want to make sure we had like a few information. And obviously, if you're asking, the more details you're asking, the more query you should let it go. Otherwise, it will come back with empty-ended. Another thing that is really important for like when you're calling and, oh, cool. Let's have a look. Okay, so it found different events. So M365, the SOCON, and the Visual Studio Live. Oh, that's cool. And we see all those events are there. We have even the URL because that's part of the thing I asked. And I was about to talk about that. And we see again all the reasoning that was happening. I really like the reasoning when, like, I'm not saying like you should always, like I do here, show that to your user, but I really like that because I think when you're debugging, when you're trying to make sense of what's happening, or maybe in your log, having this is really understand. Like if you're looking for a restaurant, for example, and like say, you're asking for the best restaurant and I don't know, it's avoiding McDonald's. And so like, why is not McDonald's not in the list? Maybe because, there's better restaurant. I'm not saying McDonald's, please don't, I'm not saying it's bad, but there's maybe you don't have seafood in McDonald's. Okay. Time is flying and I want to show you the code. So I will go into the details of all of that. I just want to show you the model quickly, how it works, and then we'll show you the code. So let's go back here, put slideshow. So who's Reka? Reka is a startup company in AI, and we are model trainer. And sometimes we do open source our models. We have multiple services and we work with APIs. That's a big difference. Instead of like having you downloading the model, having it to run it somewhere, we say, you know what? We have APIs, just send us our query and we'll return the value. So today I'm talking about research. That's the biggest one. We have other. I put vision there because I think it's really cool and I'm building some stuff there. In the link I will show later, there's a demo with visions. But today we're talking about research. So research is very interesting to do. It is compatible with OpenAI format. So you could just query it like OpenAI format. For us, C# developer, I'm assuming, right? Well, raise your hand in the chat if you're a C# developer. I'm assuming like, everybody here is a C# developer, but so we're used to use different SDK. We could use OpenAI, we could use the agent framework and stuff like that. It will work perfectly, but the research part is not supported yet. OpenAI, I don't think they want to support that, even if they have model that do that. And framework, last time I tried, though, this week probably released a lot of changes and I didn't try it yet again, but the web search was not available yet, but that's not a problem. We can just do HTTP call. That's what I'm doing in my code right now, and it work perfectly. So you could search online, or you could search in document. What's really nice about that, it's really lightweight, it's fast, it's compatible with Google Drive because, like if you don't want to speed up uploading the document and stuff like that, you could use Google Drive for that. And it's really grounded. So we try to eliminate hallucination by really looking into online documentation. So instead of, making up stuff, it's like, hey, what's the last version of .NET or C#? And then, like when the model was created, I don't know, C#8, C#12, not .NET, C#. And then if you look online and you say, oh, you know what? This week it's C#. Is it 14, 13? .NET 10. I think it was 14, right? Things go super fast. Anyway, and it's optimized. So how it works, like when you do that, so like usually with like a PAG model, it's just like it go fetch and return document, but you don't have all the information. So with research, it will do, like I said, multiple research until it get the information. in my demo earlier, I was asking for the URL, for the starting date, the end date. I was asking a lot of different information. Maybe with the first result of the first research, all the information was not available. So now, one of the feature I want to add to this demo is if there's a call for content. Since I'm a speaker, I thought that would be interesting. So it's definitely not on the first page. Usually you have to dig a little bit more. So having the possibility to do like more research to fill that information is useful. So you could do that this way. So, but for us, since it's an API, I'm just saying, hey, I'm asking a question, sending my question to the model, to the API, and then it will just return the result. For me, as I'm building an application, it's very simple. I don't have to make a loop and say, oh, like I don't have all the information, search again and stuff like that. It's just like I'm sending my question, the magic happen inside the box, I get that, and I can continue. So as a developer, I'm focusing on building my app, even if I'm adding brains into my app. So we're really good in terms of performance. So like Research-Eval is it's a model that we build that show different performance on different model, and simple QA is a model, like a benchmark, that exists, that is very popular to do that. So as you can see, Reka Research score very well on both of those two benchmarks. So it's definitely a thing to try. And good news, it's not expensive either. You could have a key. I will show you how you can have a key. Okay, enough blabbering and demoing. Let's have a look to the code. I didn't see it yet. Anybody's excited to look to the code? Okay, I want to show you slides before of the code because I kind of clean up all the ifs and stuff like that, so it's a bit easier to look at. But I will have VS Code open, so we'll be able to have a look to like the code that we use. So here, and I even let in my screenshot, I just realized that the save to file, since it's a demo and people are learning and stuff like that, I save on file the queries you send and the response, so you could analyze it and understand like what was the basic. I could have cleaned that up one line to remove. Note to myself. Last time I didn't see that. Anyway, so we're working with the API key. So it's a very, very simple API call, right? We can all do that. And right now I am doing like a simple call because I cannot use the framework. As I say, the web research is not supported yet in the SDKs, but I'm sure it will be coming soon. So, but just doing an HTTP call works perfectly. And then when you get the answer, like you have, it's a JSON document. I think I have some saved, so I will be able to show you if we have time, but like you could go and just pick the answer, or you could go and say, you know what, I want the reasoning steps. If you're interested for your logs or to display like me on screen, you could go there. But I think most of the time you will just go say, you know what, like give me the message, give me my answer back. And then depending on what you want, it will most of the time be a list of something, and then you could do that. Okay, what I'm sending in .NET, right? What looks like the parameter. So like I said, you're sending, it's compatible with OpenAI format. So just like, I think we're all familiar with this. So I'm specifying the model here. So the model right now is Reka Flash Research. And then the message is like user, and the query is something like, hey, you are event helper, try to find, I will show you in the code later, but help the user to find event close to that, to his region in the next 6 months or something like that. And reply by, just respecting the format. The format response, that's very useful because, no, go back. That's really useful and important when you're adding AI to your app, because as a human, I understand the block. Whatever the AI gives me as like a blob of text, I will understand. I will make sense of like a list, a JSON, maybe it's bullet point, maybe for the cost, instead of saying like it's $200, it will say $2 sign or €2 sign or whatever, right? It will make up something, but as a human, I will adapt and understand. But if you want to pipe that into another process or like display that in a table, you need a very specific format. So here we can specify the format. And the next slide is that where I show you how to specify the format we are interested to do. And then the important part, if I would say, is the research bar. So like right now I'm doing a web research. It could have been, like I said, a document research. And I can allow domain, just like it's a collection of an array of string. Could use Sessionize or Reddit or whatever. You do that. And also you can block some. They are exclusive. So you cannot say, if you're allowing domain, it will only search into those domains. So like you cannot use, let's say, Sessionize and then block Reddit. Like I think it returned an error because like doesn't make sense. Like you cannot, if you're allowing a domain, then it's useless to block another one. It will only look into the allow domain. Then max use, that's what I was saying earlier, is your way to say, hey, search super deep, take your time, or get back to me fast. And if you go like in my experience, going lower than 3 won't give you the best result, because then like it must be like a very simple research you're doing. Otherwise, like most of the time, like it's like you find your information in like the search page when you're doing it manually on Google, Duck, Bing, whatever you're using. And then the user location. So in my prompt, I don't have to put the information. I'm using user location. And here I'm just saying like, okay, city, region, country, and I can put one of those, or the 3 of them. So like it will try to go the closest, and if nothing, then, go wider. The format is just a JSON, but since it's C#, I'm building a class, and after that, I'm just converting it into a JSON schema. So we just say, hey, I want a list of event. It will be like, I want the name, I want the start date, I want the end date, I want the city, the country, and the URL. And I could have even say, you know what, I want the price, and I want you to express it by $1, like $1 sign, $2 sign, or $3 sign, or like stars or whatever, like the money is. Just like it's a makeup thing, right? I could have request that, and then the model will just like understand it and return this. So you could easily, after that, plug the answer back to your app. Okay, now let's pause that. I have like a few minutes left to really go into the code. So let's do that. Let's stop it. It was running. So that's the response that was returned. If I format the document, like, oh no, that's the request. I want to see the response. Am I nervous? A little bit, always a little bit nervous, right? Format document, error, come on. You did an error? Oh, yeah, this morning, the first one. I want to see this one, and I want to format. Okay, as you can see, it's a long document because it contains a lot of information. So in the choice, we have the message, you have the content, and this is like another JSON document with like all the list of the event I was looking for. And after that, you have all the reasoning step. You could also request that the reasoning step are cut if you're not interested to, just to save bandwidth and stuff like that. But it will happen anyway. And then, okay, I want to show you. So if you're looking into the demo, like I said, the GitHub repo will be shared in the 3 seconds, kind of 5 minutes less. You will, the part that interests you, the page start with Event Finder. That's the Blazor page that you saw. That's where you see all the calls. That it's leveraging some JavaScript to get the geolocalization, and then I'm using an open source available API for that transform. Sorry, it's the morning. GPS coordinates, and then to try to make it to the city. Then I use that to pass it. And if you go to the Reka research service, so in the project, if I close data, there's service. So you could go into Reka research service, you will see exactly that. So here you can see like I have my response, I have my stuff, and here I did have a little bit more condition and things like that. When I was building the payload, that's the model here, and the same thing I screenshot you. And here, it's a little bit more complex, and that's why I did the screenshot, because since I was like, well, if the user doesn't pass the city, don't add it and stuff like that. So it's not as clean as my screenshot, but it's more dynamic. So you could play with that after that. But I wanted to show you, that's why I had slides I could show you. And here we see the prompt. So you are a tech event recommender. The user is interested in the topic. That's the field. Find 3 upcoming tech relevant to blah, blah, blah. I say the date, exclude past event, and always response in a JSON, match the provided schema. So this way I'm sure. And I had this because sometime for some reason it was trying to making a different, it's Gen AI. So I was like, try to be as more specific as I can. So that's kind of a tip, be specific. And after that, so that's like the very fun part of this demo is here. Some of you may be interested also in like the localization. How did you find that? So that will be in the location service, and you will find that I'm just using here this open source API, and I'm passing the latitude, longitude to get a town, a region, a country. When you do that, it looks like this. So that's my geolocalization. After that, what else can I put? That's about it for the code. Now I want you to be able to get your key and stuff. So I will just show you quickly if I switch to my browser, voila. I will share the link, but you could have here, if you go to the app, have a test, and you have access to all the different APIs that we have. The one that I demo today is research. So that's cool because yes, it's, a box. It's preset, but then you could play with it a little bit more. So with that, you will be able to make some multi-step research. That's what we did today. You could be looking online, or you could be looking with like a specific folder. So we did put so you could do web search, or you could say, no, I want to look into files. So we add some document, a Google Drive. And I think the sample here, like you have resume, so like you could fake having AI search for like the best candidate to say, hey, you know what, I want a candidate with 20 years of experience in AI. You won't find anybody. But then, and the fun part is reading the reasoning sometime, because it was so, yeah, I have Patricia and like Julia were like, great, I have like all the feature you're asking, like, but like a good contestant will be Alex. It doesn't have the 20 years, but have like a solid blah, blah, blah. So like, it's really interesting to see all the reasoning steps. So you could play with that. And you could also play with the other. So like vision is there and all everything. The GitHub repo is there. I will share the link in 2 seconds. You have different samples. So I have like some C# 10 example that was using the preview. I need to update that. And I was showing like how to do it with OpenAI. I don't think I was doing it with Agent Framework, but I did try it and it worked. But then like when you do the web research, like I said, it's not supported. It wasn't supported yet. I don't know if the Agent Framework now does it. You have different framework, video analyzer. So that's the one using vision. And I'm saying I want to show you the link. So we'll do that. Those are the link. I'm guessing I could also put that. I will put that in. Let's bring that. I will put that in the chat after when I'm done talking, because I didn't share before the stream. So I will do that. I'm assuming I'm allowed. Otherwise, I will share. So someone with the permission can share links into the chat. So I don't want to go over time, so I will just share this. If you have question that I didn't answer, please find me. I'm F Boucher, so F Boucher OS on all social media. DMs are open, so don't be shy. Say, hey, I saw your presentation, and ask me your question. I'm always very happy to answer you and stuff like that. I won't do your homework. I won't do your job, but I'm happy to brainstorm and share my thoughts. If you want to see like other video and content and code that I do, you can see all my stuff. This is my hub where I have like all my content. I do also content in French. So if you go at fboucher.com, you'll find that. And obviously, if you want to learn more, you could go at Reka.ai and see all the goodness that we have and have your key. For all of you, if you go to the Reka.ai and like create an account, you will have a key and that will be a free membership. You will have access to the free tier. So it's $10 every month and it's real, like every month. I'm always having trouble saying that. So like have that. You have plenty of tokens to play and try Reka Research with that. And that's what I have today.
Awesome, Frank. That was great. And yeah, you're right. There's a lot of free tokens every month, guys. Everybody watching, just go check it out, Reka.com, Reka.ai, and get some free tokens. Follow Frank. I think we will also share these links.
Yes, I will share that in a few seconds in the chat.
Yep, in the chat. And there is a question, Frank. It says, "Is this whole app built in Blazor?"
Yes, it was Bill and Blazor.
Awesome. So yes, apps are being built in Blazor. So that there you go. There you go. Check it out. Yeah, it looks like you're doing amazing stuff. Appreciate you coming here early morning. Thank you so much. We have actually a lot of people watch it. We had more than 5,000 people join live one point. Just that was amazing to see that. We have never reached that number before. That's great.
I was
Awesome.
very thank you for the invitation. It was great being here this morning, and thank you all. And I will have a look. I will be in the chat for a few minutes. So if you have a question, I will have a reading of all the questions that happened when I was talking, and I will share those links. And if you're interested, we have samples in other language, even though C# is close to our heart. You know, we have stuff in different languages too.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that was great. Now let's talk about our next session. So if you are joining us first time just now, welcome to the AI Agents Conference 2025 presented by C# Corner and Sharp Economy. If you are new to Sharp Economy or C# Corner, visit sharpeconomy.org. We also have a rewards giveaway from Sharp Economy. Check out this. There's an app called Sharp Rewards. It's a SARP rewards app on Google and Apple. You go download the app. There's a quest running in that app where you can win some Sharp tokens. It's a real cryptocurrency being promoted within the app. It's a gamified app. So check it out. And we also may have some prizes, goodies also in the end of the show. We want you to get engaged more, post your questions, share this stream to anybody who is interested in learning AI agents. I think somebody already said, and we all agree that AI agents are the future. So with that said, let's bring our next speaker. Siddhant he's a DevRel from on Neo.js. Siddharth, welcome to the conference.
Thank you. Thanks, Mahesh. Excited to talk to everyone.
Sorry, yeah, I misspoke your name. Siddhant, where are you joining us from?
From India, from Bangalore.
Oh, welcome. Well, it's a little late there. 6 p.m. 6 p.m.
Not too late. It's still okay.
Yeah. And yeah, please go ahead, introduce yourself, and then the stage is yours for next 30 minutes.
Lovely. Thank you so much. All right. So I'm Sid. I lead developer relations for Asia Pacific at Neo4j. I started my journey with IBM as a Java technology engineer. I've never been in a C# world, but interesting story that I started. The first project which I did, my internship project, was in C#. So yeah, I mean, it's good to be back in the world of C#. Unfortunately, this talk is not gonna be about C# or anything which has a component of C# or .NET, but I'll definitely talk a bit on the agent side of things. So with this, let's get started. Yeah, I mean, I spent over a decade in DevRel and community building. That's what I've been doing. Ex Google in the past. Worked with a couple of startups. I'm also a Google developer expert in Gen AI. I also take care of GDG and GDG Cloud Bangalore groups. So moving from here, from the introductions to the topic on Agentic Graph RAG. So it's a new way of doing RAG. I'm sure you would be doing RAG as well, which is primarily a vector RAG. But what I'm going to focus is on Graph RAG and Agentic Graph RAG. But just to take a step back, there would be people in the audience over there who would not have heard of what Neo4j is, or what graph is, or what a graph database is. It's very simple. It's not new. First and foremost, it's not something which has been discovered in the last 1 or 2 years or 5 years. We have been in existence for close to 2 decades now, and graphs have been in existence. Graph theory in general have been in existence for over 300 years, if I'm not wrong. It starts with the basic concept of drawing connections between entities, where for example, you see over here, you have a Tom Hanks, like it's a movie example. You have an actor, which we are representing as a node, and then there's a movie, which we are representing as another node. So the connection between an actor and a movie, which is acted in, the relationship basically defines how one node is connected to another node. And these relationships are basically the real things in a graph. This is a key difference between your relational databases, where relationships are abstract, but in a graph databases, relationships are your first class citizens. So actor and movie and animated that you see, these are basically node labels. So an actor, Tom Hanks, acted in a movie Toy Story, and it's an animated movie. That's how we can filter out things. Sorry. So both for actors and both for nodes and for relationship types, you can enrich that information and like add additional information in the form of key value pairs as properties. Example, for acted in, I can say the role. I can add the role, which is like of a Woody character. And then for nodes, I can say there's a title, there's a release year. I can do the same thing for actor as well. Say there's a name, there's a birth date, birthplace, so on and so forth. And then there's a direction. It goes from actor to the movie. That's also critical. All in all, Neo4j is a graph data platform where we are referring to Neo4j as a native graph database. It helps in delivering the enterprise scale and performance, security, data integrity, and everything natively for your database, for your data. And then there's data science analytics on top of it. You can add graph data science algorithms. We have like 70 plus algorithms in a catalog that you can just add onto it. There's development tools and frameworks. It just like integrates across the hood with almost all the open source frameworks, open source development tools, even for your other integrations like your Kafka connectors, your Spark connectors, your BI tools, your JDBC tools. Everything it gets connected anywhere. It runs anywhere as well. If you have experienced Neo4j maybe like 5-6 years ago, you might feel that Neo4j is just an on-prem database, but we also have a database as a service, cloud database as a service, which we call it as AuraDB. There's an instance that you get for lifetime free, and then you can also have like self-hosted versions within the cloud of your choice, like AWS, GCP, or Azure from the marketplace. And of course, on-prem is still going to be there. I usually bring this slide, but it's up to you how you want to consume this. It basically shows how you map the elements of relational database to a graph database. Your rows maps to your nodes joins maps to your relationships, your table names maps to your labels, your columns maps to your properties. This helps in easy migration process or easy understanding of how you can think of and visualize your relation database into a graph world. Some popular use cases, again, not just limited to them, but these are some verticalized use cases in terms of real-time recommendations and companies that are using it, fraud detection, network and IT, risk and compliance, and plenty of them. Okay, with this, I'll jump to the main part, which is doing Gen AI with Neo4j or RAG with Neo4j. So we know that LLMs make things up. It's not a common phenomenon. There's still hallucinations out there. You might counter me and say that yes, LLMs are getting better, your chat GPTs and your Geminis are getting much better, and then there are lower hallucinations these days. Well, totally agreed. Not denying that fact, but what you also miss out that irrespective of how much you train, there's still going to be a cutoff date. At that point of time, anything that information that comes after this may not be something which LLMs are trained on. That's one. You might say that, okay, I can just use whatever is there in the web and then consume that information. Totally okay again. But imagine you want to make sense of your enterprise information, and that's very relevant for enterprises. How do you make sense of the enterprise data, which is bound by a lot of confidentiality, security, and compliances? So in those cases, came in RAG as a standard, retrieval augmented generation. Said, okay, you're not just reducing hallucination with verified data, but you're also able to provide domain specific relevant responses as well. You can also enable traceability back to its source. And this is very specific for GraphRag, which I'll cover in a while. So ultimately, what changed is that you're no longer just asking a question to LLM, and then LLM is checking its own database on the information on which it is trained and giving you an answer. That's not just the only part, but in RAG, what you're doing is that you ask a question, a retriever goes and checks the external data. Well, we say external data, it's basically your database of truth. It's your database where you have your enterprise information, your domain information. You have everything stored in that database. There's a retriever. there's a- you ask a question, the query goes and checks the database, retrieves the relevant info, gives to the LLM, and the answer is complete. And you usually do it with vector RAG. I'm sure I don't have to tell you about vector RAG. Sorry. So vector RAG is amazing. I'm not discouraging you to not use vector RAG. You have these amazing PDFs, you break them in chunks, then you represent them as vectors, you store them in a vector database, and then it gives you a vector similarity search results, which are great. But it also is a for fact that vector RAG alone might fail miserably. There are reasons when you want to do, let's say, multi-hop reasoning. You want to ask question like, okay, what about this and this and this, or the answer is lying probably in connections of multiple vectors and not just in like single vector. Maybe from chunk one, and then there's a connection between, let's say, chunk 20th or 30th, and then there's a connection between chunk 50. So it might be referenced somewhere in these couple of chunks, and then it has to give a collated response. But that's where vector RAG usually fails, because your chunks are essentially are like blobs of numbers, right? And these are isolated. So there's no way you can make sense out of these isolated chunks. Versus in graph RAG, that's where the things get changed. You add an additional component, which we call it as knowledge graph. Now, as I said earlier, I'm not discounting on vector RAG at any point of time. The vector search, the keyword search, whatever documents you have in an unstructured format, we're converting to vector. That's still going to be there. But I'm also doing a graph traversal. I'm also doing a graph search around it, and then I'm just combining the results together and passing it to the LLM with much more context. Now your LLMs are generating better results, or your ultimately your results are better, and we'll see in a while. So, for example, when I talk about knowledge graphs, what I'm referring to is something that you see on the left hand side. You you go to Google, you ask questions, and then now you see a like nice snippet of information. It's not coming from one source, by the way. It's coming from multiple sources, and it's just like connecting the dots and displaying it to you. What essentially is happening in the background is something, a knowledge graph is being built, where you have something like the one on the right kind of a structure. So you have an unstructured document, or a document basically, like an unstructured piece of text. So you form a separate document or a lexical graph out of it, which is like your chunking method. So you have chunks, but your chunks are also connected with each other. Chunks are also connected to the main document, and then the chunks are not isolated anymore. That's one. The second, which is very, very critical and important these days, is domain or entity graph, where we something called as named entity resolution. So from these chunks, we are also extracting entities. We are also forming a separate graph, so that we don't have to just rely on the chunks results, but we can also see maybe the chunk one may not have a better connection anywhere, or it may not be connected with the domain or entity graph well, versus the chunk three or chunk two would be connected well with my domain or entity graph. So in these scenarios, we feel that knowledge graphs outperform your vector RAG, or graph RAG outperforms your vector RAGs. Let's see how it goes. Okay. Imagine there's this kind of a document structure where you have an AWS RFP, like a proposal document, You have an intersection. There's an about the company, some content, financial results, some content, objectives, some content, and then proposals and everything. So if I have to represent this document in kind of a graph format, this is what the structure would somewhat look like. I form this kind of a structure, this kind of a graph format. I have these chunks. Now in a vector rag, and these content chunks are basically text. So in a vector rag, I'll just convert these to vector embeddings and then store them back as properties in my graph. So by the way, just to give you another insight, you can achieve your vector similarity, you can vector storage, everything within Neo4j itself. So Neo4j supports vectors as well. You don't have to go to a separate vector database for that. Okay, so once we have this kind of a structure and I build an Genie application, ask the question like, who is the main respondent of AWS RFP? Um, let's look at the flow that takes uh, uh, takes a shape in this kind of a scenario in the background. So Genie application converts this question into an embedding. There's an embedding model out there. The embedding is then checked against the existing embeddings. Uh, a simple vector search. So you have like a vector index now, a vector search score now, similarity search score now, using Neo4j vector index. So once you've got the search, you feel that okay, this is the right result, and then pass it back. Like the topmost score, I'll just pass it back to the LLM. But let's look at the actual content that's there as part of this graph structure. So the chunk one, maybe let's say it says that response from a BC company signed by John Smith, and he's a general manager. A question was, who is the main respondent? We're likely asking over here a person's name, not the company name. But if I look from the chunk, like the first chunk, the vector similarity score may be on a higher side for this particular result for the first chunk, which is response from ABC company. Versus what I'm asking is actually not from ABC company, but I'm looking maybe combination of ABC company, John Smith, and general manager, right? So what happens is that in a graph rag, once you have got the vector similarity search score, it starts traversing the graph. It says that okay, I should also do some contextual knowledge retrieval within my Neo4j knowledge graph, and sees that okay, there are two chunks that are also connected with the main chunk, and probably there are higher chances of some results over there as well. Okay, now just to pause over here. So while this is what happens, that you have your knowledge retrieval, it goes to the main node, and then from there to the LLM. But then you also see there are financial results out there. You might want to make sure that nobody accesses these results. So that's where graphs in general, like in principle, have this amazing thing called node-based access control policy or role-based access control policy. So these are like fine-grained access control that prevent your unwarranted knowledge retrieval. So you just like say that okay, please keep out of this information, do not access this information. Another amazing thing that okay, I don't want to use this, just retrieve the first three chunks, give it to the LLM back, and now the result that you get is a combination of your vector similarity search score and also your contextual result. And you get the main respondent of AWS RFP is John Smith. He's the general manager of XYZ Group representing ABC company, and it also gives you the source. So the black box nature of vector RAG alone will fail to give you the result from the source from where the result is obtained. So it will not tell you, okay, this is a source, this is where it is referred to, but in a graph RAG, you can say find out okay what entities were used, what relationships were used, what are the chunks that were referred to, everything. So that's another amazing thing. Now, if you have a feeling that it's just like a standalone database, well, no, it integrates well across the entire GenAI stack. So you're in all the open source generative AI models or your embedding models, it works well with them. Your orchestration frameworks like your LangChain, Llama, and XA stack, Spring AI, it works seamlessly with them as well. And then you can build your end user applications in Streamlit, Vercel, your own language you want to have, Python, JavaScript, or Java, any language. It works well over there too. And then there is this GenAI reference architecture. I mean, if you see, the basically two kinds of arrows. one going from left to right and then right to left. And it's basically the ingestion process and then also the retrieval process. So you have these data sources. I didn't specifically cover in this particular session, but there's a nice tool called LLM Graph Builder tool. Maybe towards the end, if I have some time, I can just maybe show a quick demo on LLM Graph Builder tool. It's basically like a no-code tool which helps you generate your knowledge graphs in the first place. And then you have this graph RAG Python package. It also does the same thing, but in a Python world. And ultimately, you form knowledge graph. And once you have decided on your end user application use case, it just kind of just build your chat application with the graph RAG and then start retrieving information from a knowledge graph. All right, so that's on the graph RAG side. But since we are talking about AI agents and agentic conference, how can we skip agentic graph RAG? How can we automate this entire process? How can we don't have to invest a lot of time over there in building knowledge graphs. That's something which we definitely want to do. So let's look into the agentic side of things, like how you can combine your knowledge graph retrieval, the graphs in which they're known for like being amazing at the retrieval process, and then the agents. How do you combine and automate the entire process over there? So just a big background for those who are super new to an agentic world. Agents, I mean, agents are applications that use generative AI models to think and act towards your goal. I mean, these are basic things like these agents not just reason, but they also reason and act. So they have an observation, there's a thought, and then there's an action that they perform. So it's a combination. So they just don't stop. Usually LLMs just stop at probably reasoning, they don't act. But now when you combine an agent, they start acting as well. Okay, so four components essentially in AI agents. You have your models to reason over your goals, to determine the plan, generate a response. There are tools which helps you fetch this data, perform any actions or transactions by calling other APIs or services. There's an orchestration that happens between your models, your tools, your memory, your state, everything. And then there's a runtime, which is like execute the system when invoked. That's it. Now, in the initial plan, when agents were launched, everyone started launching their own agents, and there were a bunch of challenges with this entire structure. There was lack of standards and monolithic architecture. So the complex many-to-many vendor integration. Everyone's like, okay, I am having my own agentic framework. You have your own agentic framework. I don't care about you. You don't care about me. So why do we really care? So you as an end user, as a developer, you'll be confused that how do I combine like two technologies together for my usage. Or there were like poor tool reusability and inability to scale your tool offerings. A lot of agentic tools just started, but then they were shut down, right? And also, since majority of the companies and startups started focusing on kind of verticalized agents, like okay, I'll have a healthcare agent, I'll have a customer service agent, started leading to lower quality agents. I'm not saying a package agent is not good, but at the same time, it also leads to lower quality agents. It's difficult to connect agents to the right tools quickly. You'll be stuck with that, like a vendor lock-in process of sorts. So the solution was, of course, MCP. It's an open protocol, model context protocol. It's an open protocol that standardizes how applications provide context to LLMs. Think of MCP like a USB-C port for AI applications. So just a USB-C provides, like now, I'm not talking about back earlier. Now you would see that there's everywhere USB-C, which provides a standardized way to connect your devices to various peripherals and accessories. The same way MCP provides a standardized way to connect AI models to different data sources and tools. Okay, I'm not going to go and talk more on MCP. I'm sure you would already know. There's a broader adoption. Everyone's talking about MCP, and MCPs are getting upgraded to a greater extent. It solves a lot of agent challenges as well. There's a universal compatibility. It standardizes protocol, ensuring a seamless communication between all components, regardless of your origin or implementation language. Think of like building like Lego. If you've ever worked with Legos, like there's like pieces. You just like snap one, like you just piece one. This you don't like this one, snap it out, put another one. Simple, very easy, composable, modular kind of a design. Very flexible workflows, plug and play services, as is when you need. Rapid experimentation. There's a big ecosystem growth and stuff like that. Okay, so broadly, you have this MCP kind of an architecture. There's a client, there's a server, there's a bidirectional connection between the two, client and server. It uses tools, resources, and prompts on both the sides. There are MCP hosts, which are developer tools, basically like your VS Code, Cursor, and stuff. So you use all of these tools, and then you start building your own agents. Then where do you find MCP servers? You have these registries and marketplaces. There's this MCP registry, which is like super popular, where you have list of all the MCPs, like again, a kind of like a standardized place to find all the MCP servers. All right, so coming back to agents from on a graph rack world. So we started building these MCP servers sometime back, and then they're not three anymore. We added a couple of more MCP servers, but essentially what I'm going to cover are the two MCP servers, which is MCP Neo4j Cipher and MCP Neo4j Memory. I'll skip the Cloud Aura API and the other one as well for now, and probably I'll share some resources where you can refer to the other MCP tools as well. I want to show you a live demo as well, but then just got logged out of that system, and there's some security issues at the backend, because of which SSO login. I'm not doing the SSO. I'm not able to do the SSO login. So there's some screenshots that might be able to give you a better clarity. Okay. So when I talk about data in memory services with MCP, what essentially happens is once you configure your MCP server, as I said, there are two servers where one of the servers is MCP Neo4j Cipher, and the next one is MCP Neo4j Memory. So there's Cipher server, there's Memory server. So once you configure your servers, let's say your Cipher server, there's a it's a simple architecture over here where you have an MCP host, which is like your Cloud ID or your Copilots or anything, and then there is a client, which is your Neo4j Cipher MCP server. It connects with a Neo4j database at the backend, so you just pass in your credentials, and then imagine if I have like a movies database. We started with the movies database as an example, and I just say that, okay, can you generate the heat map for the distribution of user ratings by genre? So I have data movie in a movie data set. I have, let's say, movies. I have actors. I have producers, directors. I have users who have rated a particular movie, and I want to just generate a heat map. I don't want to write too many lines of Python code or any other language code, and just use the information that I already have in the database and just generate a simple heat map for me. And with just like simple words, natural language, it starts converting this natural language to Cipher, start finding the information, and then once you have got the right information, it starts generating this amazing heat map that you see over there on the right. So that's what this MCP Neo4j Cipher server, MCP server helps in achieving, converting a natural language to Cipher. Very good for lot of interesting use cases like these, like heat maps and other stuff, where the result fetching is not that complex and difficult, and your natural language can be easily converted to a Cipher statement. Cipher, for those who don't know, it's basically the query language for Neo4j. Just like you have C for relational databases, you have Cipher for Neo4j. Okay, so that's on the Cipher server, but then I also talked about the second server, which is a memory server, and this is a very interesting server. I like this one a lot because it helps me capture learnings and retain knowledge across all the conversations that I'm doing. So imagine if I'm talking to a friend of mine, I'm having and both are in separate domains, separate instances, and then we're having some conversations with the same database. It should ideally store all the conversation facts across the conversation that I am doing in a separate instance. I mean, imagine you would be feeling that it might store it in a separate instance, but ideally it should store it in the same knowledge graph, but in different, let's say, node node level. I can say that, okay, for me, this is my conversation, this, and for my colleague, let's say Michael, there's a separate set of conversation that's happening. But eventually, if it can make sense across both the conversations, um, again, explainable representation, which is like representing your knowledge as a graph. And then this information can be shared, or these learnings can be shared across the team. Similar architecture, it still connects to the Aura database. So Aura DB, if you recall, which I mentioned at the start, it's basically my uh, cloud database as a service. So it my MCP clients with my connects with my Aura database. And then if I ask these kind of questions, like, okay, I wanted to think deeply about solving climate change while taking the hard challenges of countering capitalism and blah 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 and stuff. Or maybe I just give, okay, this is a web page. I wanted to uh, piece out the important information and just store it in as memories in my knowledge graph. So it starts storing this information, your conversations also as knowledge graph. So and then maybe in a separate instance, my colleague says that, okay, this is another conference that happened. Start storing this information in the knowledge graph, and if you want to, and it starts connecting the dots automatically. So if there are like common instances, common nodes, it starts connecting those nodes also together. And then together we can say that, okay, now I want to generate a newsletter for this set of audience, to generate a newsletter from the memory, and it starts generating it from there. So that's how this MCP memory server works. um, Amazing one. You should definitely try this one out. Not that difficult to experiment and play around with. And then there are, of course, agent SDKs, like your ADKs, your LangGraph, Grow AI. So it just connects under the hood with all these ADKs as well, agent SDKs as well. For example, ADK with MCP tools to access a Neo4j server will look something like this. And then I can ask basic questions like, which tools you have access to, and then start asking and digging into, okay, you know how to fetch schema, you know how to write a cipher, okay, start doing these things. Give me core technology industries across my knowledge graph that's there and stuff like that. So that's how the agent SDKs work. There are a lot of tools and resources that we have in open source that you should definitely check out. I think I'm almost at time, just sharing some few resources for you to take back. Feel free to take screenshots or photos or snaps, or I believe the sessions are being recorded as well, so you can just get these as well. Now to get started with MCP, this is just like summary of it, the fundamentals to learn, and then these are some resources. You have this getting started blog, there's MCP toolbox with ADK, there's MCP developer guide, there's data loading and GenAI courses also that you should take back. And then this is in particular on MCP. But then on resources, the next step, these are some more additional slides. And I'll paste these links later in the chat also. There's Graph Academy portal, which has tons of courses on Graph RAG, agents, and knowledge graph and everything. And last but not the least is the Nodes AI conference. It's the largest conference that we're bringing for Graph and AI world. This is the first edition for Nodes AI, but we just wrapped up our seventh edition for Nodes conference. It was an amazing conference. You should check out this conference as well. And then this is a shameless plug. If you want to get a copy of Neo4j powered applications, LLMs, this is the last, I think this till the end of this month, you get a 40% discount on print and 50% on ebook. Okay, I think I'm almost on time. With this, I'll just wrap up. Thank you so much, everyone.
That was great, Sid. Awesome. I'm sure you learn something. That was great, Sid, and thank you for sharing all the resources. They're amazing, and I think that conference looked amazing. And it looks like the other conference is in April. You said.
Yeah, Nodes AI is happening in April. We did the Nodes conference start of this month.
Okay. Wow. Very nice. Thank you so much, and I think it was great, and we would love to have you back. This looks like there's a lot more you can share with us.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Cheers.
Bye. All right, the great session we just had, amazing from Neo.js. That was great. Check out their website, and I think there's a lot of resources. All these sessions are being recorded, so you will come back. I think it will be all on our YouTube channel. Make sure you follow the YouTube channel. Looks like more people have joined us. Welcome to this AI Agents Conference 2025. All day today, all day we are talking about AI agents. So if you are building something, you are learning something, this is where you will see how different companies are building AI agents. Um, and related technologies, right? Doesn't have to be just agents all the time. But yeah, what I see future is that in future there's going to be a bunch of AI agents. Even almost most businesses will have their AI agents running. So, for example, if there is a cleaning service, right? You want to hire a cleaning service for your home. You're just going to call somebody, and AI agents will going to respond to you, and they will book everything for you rather than a person, right? If you, I believe that most of us will have in next 5 years, we'll have our own AI doctor who will, in other words, at home we can just quickly you talk to a device, and if I have something wrong, and AI doctor will come and tell us what needs to be done unless there's emergency and things like that. So this is very exciting time. So if you are in tech and you're trying to get into a new field, what you should be learning with the AI agents has potential, a big potential to grow in coming time. With that said, I think we have our next speaker ready, Sarah. Sarah is going to talk about the AI powered program manager. I'm sure many of us know what program manager is. So let's kick it off. Oh, before that, don't forget to check out Sharp Rewards app. It's on both Apple and Google stores. There is a contest running in that. There's a, if you go to these if you go to the app and open the app, you are going to see something called quests, and you go to the quest. The last quest is AI agents quest. Check it out, and we will love to get your feedback. Please do post your comments, what you like, what you don't like this about this conference, and we will continue to improve. Do share with everybody. So let's get our next speaker, Sarah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the AI Agents Conference 2025. I'm very thrilled to be one of the speakers today. We have amazing subject matter experts joining this conference, and I'm sure a great pool of attendees that is here to listen, that is very eager to learn. And I'm very happy to be here with you today to share a little bit of my experience with you very humbly and introduce myself to cover the AI-powered program manager topic. Today, I'm thrilled to be talking about a fundamental shift happening right now. A word maybe we are too bored of hearing of, and that's AI, but never too bored of using it and learning more about how it can make our lives better and more efficient to get back time for our well-being. We're going to explore in this session how AI are not very big fans of acronyms. The modern PGM lives in a profound paradox. On one hand, we're delivering programs that are more complex. They're more geographically distributed. There's over time and time, less of us, and we need to cover more regions, more areas, more products. And our launches are becoming more technologically sophisticated than before. And if you're not in the tech industry and you're not launching tech products, you're still exposed to this revolution in technology this stage, and it definitely impacts your industry no matter where you are. We operate in global teams across shifting dependencies, managing exponentially growing data volumes that can change by the hour. Imagine you're working in FMCG on a program or in retail. Data volumes are immense, and our human capacity, our time, our attention span, our ability to manually process information really remains finite. The tools we use, the spreadsheets, the ticketing systems, the email where necessary, of course, they really generate an ever-increasing amount of admin drag. So we've really become chief data wranglers and status report synthesizers, often at the expense of our true strategic function. We should be there to build strategy rather than doing the admin, and that's how we're going to use AI to help us really with this challenge and to take our role to the next level. This paradox is really not sustainable. As complexity rises, if our capacity doesn't really grow to meet this complexity, we will fail our programs, we will fail our roles, and we will be replaced. So let's not get replaced. Let's get ahead on with it and learn how to increase our capacity and get back time for our well-being. As we're really getting the ceiling of what a human can administer now. If I were to draw a pie chart, I took a very simplistic approach to my slides. I hope you appreciate that. If not, please let me know in the feedback after, or reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll be very happy to hear that. If we were to draw a pie chart of how most program managers actually spend their time today, it looks something like this. It's 80%, which is the vast majority, is spent on what I call process overhead. Think about the number. It's crazy. That's tracking down updates, scheduling meetings, consolidating reports from disparate sources, getting pings left, right, and center. If you support a sales org like I do, sellers ask questions all the time, stakeholders, leaders, product managers. So you need to really be on top of things, which really absorbs your time in admin. It leaves a very, very small, frustratingly small, 20% for the high-value work. That is a true strategy work or vision alignment work. To think about deep risk mitigation of your launch, proactive resource planning, to think about delegating, people leadership, very difficult. It only takes up 20% of our time. And the only viable, really, and scalable way out of this paradox is through augmentation. And that's why we're relying more and more on AI, and brings us to the core of the presentation, which is, again, a popular keyword, the AI agent shift. I mean, I had to say it, it's there, that's what I'm here to cover. We must really break this cycle of admin firefighting, and which brings us to AI agents. I know this word has been overused, but let's break it down. What exactly is an AI agent in this context? It's crucial to understand. It's not a standalone bot. It's not replacement for you. It's really a contextual AI partner, as I like to call it. It's integrated daily into your workflows. Daily, momentarily, all the time at your fingertips. The AI partner often takes the form of integrated tools. Again, I'm going to be mentioning my favorites, but you are welcome to explore the tool of choice. But for me, it's Gemini, for example, and NotebookLM, one of my favorite tools as a program manager. This integration is critical because program management really lives inside documents, spreadsheets, 1 million communication threads. And these tools operate across your entire suite: Docs, Sheets, Gmail, Outlook, Teams, NotebookLM. And it turns your specific project artifacts into private knowledge expert, using your program data as its operating context. It really sees the full picture. AI agents is like the intelligence that automatically jumps from a resource conflict identified in a spreadsheet to drafting for you a negotiation emails. You can create your own workflows over time as technology advances, and the multiple vendors create new technologies that helps you become more productive, all without you lifting a finger in some instances even. But again, your fingers and your presence talk about human importance in all of this. We are not yet going to be replaced. Moving on. Apologies, 1 second. Yes, sorry, I had a little error. Okay, moving forward, the shift. How can we move from being reactive to being predictive? That's the single greatest value agents have delivered to us or will deliver to us. In the old model, the PGM is essentially a historian. We wait for a delay to happen, we wait for a status report to come in late, and then we react with damage control. We're constantly asking what happened, and then summarizing the resulting delay. The AI agent is a forecaster. It's a predictive partner because it processes all incoming real-time data, meeting transcripts, sentiment in the long email thread, and data trends in your tracker. It really can spot the signals and of risk delays, and even weeks before they even become a hard problem. It shifts your focus to asking what is about to happen, how do we prevent it? It's a difference between seeing smoke and really jumping to see the wildfire on the horizon. We can distill the utility of this AI augmentation for our role as PGMs into really 4 core superpowers that directly address this 80% administrative overhead that we spoke about in the beginning of the presentation. Data synthesis, cognitive superpower, the ability to read, ingest, synthesize vast amounts of structured and also unstructured data, structured being spreadsheets, for example, and unstructured being like notes, chat, email. That is definitely unstructured. And instantly turn it into concise, actionable summary tailored for a specific audience. And that is one of my favorite use cases. And I'll talk about that in a few moments. Task automation is like the mechanical superpower, handling the repetitive, low value work like drafting status reports, summarizing meetings, generating doc templates, managing basic communication flows. It's really that superpower that takes away from this 80% administrative overhead. Predictive modeling, which is a strategic superpower, using patterns, pattern recognition, and data trends within spreadsheets and funnels that you have to flag anomalies, forecast contention, and model any slippage before it happens. So it's really helpful for you as a program manager to mitigate risk. Knowledge management, this is the organizational superpower, and it turns raw program artifacts like meeting notes or PRDs or FAQ documents into a searchable expert, eliminating context switching, of course, and search time. And I have a brilliant use case for this I'm going to discuss with you today. Maybe I'm not reinventing the wheel, but is a game changer. I had to say it. Now, the human imperative. If AI will handle all of this, as I was mentioning before, what's the value and what's left for the human program manager? And this is the 80% that matters the most. The agent handles the what and the when. The human program manager is uniquely responsible for the why and the who. The tools that I use day to day can never on their own, never, asked with an asterisk, I cannot predict the future, but cannot now, nor in the near future, do without my direction. They're agents, and they're not a replacement of me. This includes vision, the high-level strategic alignment, the human connections, the market foresight, the intuition that no algorithm can yet grasp. Judgment is what I'm talking about. Making complex, cultural, nuanced understanding, trade-off decisions that happen under uncertainty, and stakeholder politics. I definitely don't see it replacing me and my political skills. So the art of building consensus is something that AI cannot do today. Now, I promised use cases, and I'm going to dive straight into that now. Let's dive into the first practical application as a program manager. Now, let's talk practicality, starting with early risk detection. Imagine your program is running on a large tracker, a massive interconnected tracker with a set of spreadsheets with thousands of rows detailing resource allocations, milestone dates, dependencies, working with 4 different teams. A human PGM can simply visually track subtle trends across that massive volume of data, leading to a surprise failure at the end of the quarter, perhaps. So here's what I think, in my opinion, what a tool like Gemini and Sheets becomes your early warning system. Again, this is the tool of my choice. You're welcome to leverage other tools on AI, of course. You can ask it in plain language, analyze the workload distribution and cross-program dependency list, and highlight any resource, for example, that is over-allocated by more than 20% in the next 6 weeks. And focus specifically on resources that are tagged as single points of failure. Try it for one of your projects. It is magic. It instantly analyzes the data, spots the pattern, alerts you to a hidden bottleneck, and it really provides also quantitative justification for it, as well as qualitative summary of the situation. It's not just flagging a missed deadline, it's identifying the risk before even the deadline has passed. Another use case that I love, this one, automating a one-page executive status reports. How many times as a program manager we do reporting? This is where time is often most wasted. Excuse me. Let's say you're sending a weekly executive report that used to take hours. You have to chase updates in a chat, sift through meeting notes, read every program email, and manually extract metrics. Now you can just open a new document, prompt AI, draft me a one-page status update for the executive team, summarize project X progress on the last over the last week, and then pull me key accomplishments. The AI will instantly draw context from all the sources you have access to. It synthesizes information, it translates the technical progress into business impact. Of course, the draft is never 100% complete, and that's when the human PGM steps in. You prompt it, so that's your initial role. You provide it with the inputs, and then you work on adding your strategic commentary, anticipating exact questions and applying your judgment, not just compiling data. Excuse me. Should have kept a glass of water near me. Moving on. Yes, Notebook LM. My project knowledge expert. We spoke about knowledge management previously, and that's one of my favorite tools, absolutely one of my favorite tools. PGM is the keeper of context, but the context is often scattered. For an example of how I use it is, say I have a launch, I have a major launch or a program I manage. Assume it's a launch, product SQ, a new SKU we're launching in EMEA. I create an instance, a new notebook, I feed it my core documents, my core artifacts, the PRD. All the weekly sync meeting notes. Of course, we are taking notes with AI every week. I upload them onto Notebook LM. I upload the FAQ document if there's a frequently asked questions document for this product that we're compiling as a program team. The internal comms plan and the high level architectural decisions or any meetings, any documents related to this launch, especially meeting notes. They contain very, very valuable information that you can leverage. This instantly turns the tool into like a launch expert on demand, ready for you. I'm managing multiple launches. I'm managing multiple projects. This is not the only one. Sometimes I don't have all the answers myself. My brain can only take in too much. That's why I rely on Nobu Kalem. I ask it questions. Tell me why we are not able to leverage this partner for this launch. And then in one of the meetings, perhaps that I even missed, but I uploaded the notes of, I will find the answer. Highly recommended that you take a look at it. The next use case is, apologies. Imagine when two teams need the same critical resource or dependency fails. You need to quickly model the trade-offs before walking into a negotiation. Hours building a complex nested if statements in your favorite spreadsheet program of choice. You use AI. I use Gemini in Sheets, particularly for scenario modeling, as shown on the slide. You can ask that based on the delivery schedule in columns A and C, fully baked system, you are the architect. Start experimenting today and start exploring what use cases you really need in your day-to-day, in your different program manager role. We're all program managers, and the essence is the same. The day-to-day is extremely different. Is the same. The day-to-day is extremely different. Start by asking in your own docs or sheets or in your email system, summarize your thread and categorize your data and draft your meeting notes. Meeting notes. Take your meeting notes with AI, 100%. Top tip. If you take one thing from this session, it's that. Understand its potential now, because the PGM of the future is really defined by how effectively they command their AI partner. And this transition is already happening. We're there, and it's up to us to lead it. And remember, don't be replaced. We need to arm ourselves with AI in order to remain relevant in today's market. And I hope you enjoyed today's talk for the AI-powered program manager. I don't know how I worked before AI. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please reach out to me and connect on LinkedIn. This is a QR code that I will leave for you on the slide, handy for you to reach out and connect with me. And I'm more than happy to hear your feedback as well about this session. And I hope we meet somewhere in real life. I hope this gives you a very clear vision of how agents are not just changing the way they're managing projects, but who we are as program managers. The role is fundamentally changing. I hope you enjoyed this, and I would love to hear from you. Thank you very much.
I am mute. I am back. Wow, that was great session. Everybody is their own program manager. And that's the future. Future is that we all will be, owning or using or renting bunch of these AI agents. AI agents powered by LLMs, the other models with the workflows and doing different things for us. So we need to start thinking ourselves that as a program manager. And if you're watching the industry, if you're watching the startups, the investment, you're watching top AI innovators, they're saying that in future, even you building your own company, it will be a one person company. It's going to be one or two people company, which will be probably a unicorn run by a bunch of agents. So rather than hiring, a CMO, hiring a CFO, hiring a marketing team, hiring developers, all those people, they will all be agents. They will all be agents working for you. That is the future, and it's coming. I can see that. A lot of things we are already doing. I don't need real people for that. So, what role will it play for us as a human? As like, what will happen to my job? What will happen to your job? That is what we will talk during the keynote. Keynote of this conference is at 11:15, and I will be keynoting this with Alan. He's a great friend former Microsoft, he's Microsoft regional director, also runs his own AI company. And this is exactly what we will be talking about in Keynote is what is the future for us? If AI agents are going to do all of the work, right? So we will discuss that. What happened to our jobs? What should be focusing more? That's coming in our AI agents. Before I bring our next speaker, is there any video to play, team? If there's a video to play, let's plug in that now. If we don't have any videos, then I want to talk about, I want to thank our, yeah,
where your actions create impact. Imagine a digital world that truly values your contributions. What if the digital world could finally value your actions, not just track them? But there's a challenge with today's digital landscape. Today's internet is full of engagement, yet often feels empty of meaning. People interact, create, and contribute, but rarely feel truly connected or valued for their efforts. Now, let's explore our Sharp vision for the future. Sharp Economy is redefining this connection, creating a more meaningful digital experience. We are building a new age digital ecosystem designed to recognize, reward, and empower every human action. This is achieved through gamified experiences, fostering innovation, and promoting active community participation. Our mission is clear, and we invite you to be a part of it. Our goal is simple: to build a smarter, connected world where your presence truly matters. Sharp Economy, the movement turning actions into impact. Join us today.
Well, thank you, Sharp Economy. Sharp Economy is our sponsor. They are the one we are doing conference. Sharp Economy is, check it out, sharpeconomy.org. I also do believe that the future is tokenization. Future is AI agents. And when I think about tokenization, in other words, there's a decentralized world where if you're participating in an economy, think of future. If you are joining a GitHub and you are uploading your source code, open source code there, and people are downloading that project, in today's world you don't get anything. But the world is changing now. The future will be you will be rewarded something, and not just about the code, sharing your code, but yeah, however you are contributing to a digital economy, you want to be owning that, you will be owning that. Otherwise, young generation is going to say that I am not participating in that. So that is what I believe the future will be, that communities will be building these economies and they will be owning the piece of that entire economy. That's the future, and that is what Sharp Economy is all about. Sharp Economy is building that kind of future. So check it out, sharpeconomy.org. We will also be giving away some prizes. So if I see a lot of people are watching, please do share, comment, and promote this. More you do, more chances you'll have chance to win these prizes. With that said, let's bring our next speaker. Our next speaker is Maria, and Maria works for Intel, I believe. Maria, welcome to the AI Agents Conference 2025.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be with you. Thank you.
And
Thank you for
where are you
having me.
joining us from, Maria?
I'm joining from Tel Aviv, actually, from a meeting room at my office because it's a weekend for us and I have a crying baby at home, so I'm here.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So you're just taking a break. You're taking a little break.
Yes, I'm taking a break. Exactly. Yeah.
All right. So Maria, I will let you start. You have 30 minutes. This is our session. Again, thank you so much for short notice joining us and sharing your expertise with us.
Okay. Thank you.
And
Thank you. I'm
actually,
going to share the screen.
your topic is amazing. Hallucinations are one of the biggest problems with these LLMs. They make things up,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
They never say I'm
Yes.
wrong. So I'm excited
That's
to hear what
exactly
you
that.
have to share.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm
Thank
going
you.
to share my screen. Any chance you can see my screen? I think not.
If you have a PowerPoint you want to upload, you can also do that.
Yes, I do have it. I'm gonna upload it. Just 1 second, very quickly.
Yeah, take your time. No rush.
Yeah, 1 second. Yes, it's uploading. Just 1 second. Sorry for this. Okay. So now we can start. I hope everyone can see my screen and see my presentation. So hello everyone, sorry for this minor inconvenience. I'm Maria Piterberg, and today I welcome you to join me in the Museum of AI Hallucinations. And we will be speaking about AI hallucinations because hallucinations are relevant to every aspect of AI and of course to agents as well. A few words about me. Basically, I've been in the tech industry for over a decade, and in the past 5 years, I had the privilege of working in artificial intelligence and specifically deep learning in the lower layers of the training process, such as communication layer for large-scale data centers training, and so on. And these days, I actually lead the runtime team at the Habana Labs Intel. For those who are not familiar with runtime in that sense, it basically means that my team is responsible for the core software that handles the graph during training. It means we handle everything that happens during runtime, such as memory management and hardware engines communication and performance. So basically, it's very, very interesting and very low level. So that was a few words about me, and I think we're ready to start. And AI hallucinations, are they a curse or a blessing, actually? Today we will explore this. And also a bit of art as well, because that's a little passion of mine, and I've been painting for most of my life. So whenever we hear the word hallucination, we think of something going wrong, like a glitch in perception. But in AI, actually hallucinations are both a problem, but sometimes an opportunity. So today we will explore both sides, the curse and the blessing as well. According to Oxford Dictionary, hallucination is defined as seeming to see or hear something or somebody that is not really there, especially because of illness or drugs. So, as you can understand, this is something that's associated with something very bad, something to be feared or fixed. In the world of AI, this meaning is not very different. Basically, when a large language model such as GPT or generative AI model such as DALL-E said to hallucinate, it means that they have produced false or misleading information. And let's imagine this. You're planning a trip to a city you've never visited before. So to make the most of it, you ask ChatGPT for recommendations. So you get a list of great restaurants, highly reviewed. And then you carefully select what seems like the perfect spot. And you get excited, you dress up, you head out, and you anticipate a memorable evening in a charming, highly rated French bistro. But then you arrive, you're all dressed up, but the place is empty. The restaurant doesn't exist. You start second-guessing everything. Did the taxi driver misunderstand? Did I write down the wrong address? But after checking and rechecking, the truth just sinks in. The restaurant just does not exist in any location. And moreover, it never did. So yes, it's annoying, it's frustrating, but relatively, this is harmless. I think the real problem begins when hallucinations stop being funny, like the previous example. And let me show you some other examples where things get a lot more worrisome. So 2 years ago, a verified Twitter account shared the following image. The image shows us an explosion next to a building shaped like the Pentagon. But here's the thing. The image was fake. It was AI generated. But it spread like wildfire, and it went viral even before anyone could verify it. So the Dow Jones dropped 85 points in just under 4 minutes. And although it was fake, the panic, the market reaction, and the confusion, they were all real. And more recently, I'm pretty sure some of you heard about that, Cursor's AI support bot confidently just informed users that the tool could not longer be used on more than one machine. Only it wasn't true. It was completely invented, not part of the company's policy, never approved by any human, but the bot said it with such authority and confidence as if it had just stepped out of a meeting with legal and product. So users believed it. And they were mad, they were outraged, they sent emails, and some users even were so frustrated they canceled their subscriptions, all because of a single hallucinated sentence from a chatbot. So the CEO of the company obviously had to clarify. He said, "We have no such policy. Of course, you're free to use Cursor on multiple machines, but can you just imagine your own product spreading to users rumors you never created?" Now, let's take this a step further into a space where hallucinations move from like an oops to a big oh no. These are scenarios that really matter. For example, let's discuss medical misinformation. It can lead to incorrectly diagnosed people, and it could lead to wrong treatment. When an AI confidently invents symptoms, treatments, or scientific studies, someone somewhere might act on it. Historical inaccuracies as well can turn into rewriting history. We already seen models produce fabricated quotes and invented events that never happened. What if it says an event that did happen never did? Like World War II, for instance. It's very scary. Over time, this erodes trust and distorts collective memory. In engineering, of course, even a tiny code hallucination, a made-up function, a wrong API call, a missing safety check can cause system crashes in production that could cause a lot of losses to any company. And when hallucinations enter the physical world, such as in autonomous driver systems, flawed predictions can turn into dangerous, very dangerous driving malfunctions. So what I come to say is that AI hallucinations aren't just some fictional side effects. They have real-world implication already today. And this is why understanding them and detecting them and designing around them is so very important. So these examples reinforce just one conclusion. AI cannot be trusted blindly. Every output must be verified, no matter how persuasive it sounds. But let's lighten up a bit. I'm going to tell you a bit of a personal story. These days, I'm working on a children's book, actually, that introduces young readers to the fascinating world of AI. So my first instinct was, why not create illustrations with AI itself? I felt like it is like a perfect win-win situation, because not only could I showcase the real power of generative AI, I could also save myself a lot of time drawing, manually. So let's just say this, things did not turn out quite as simple as I imagined. I collaborated with DALL-E 3, and I'd like to share some of the gems it produced. It's hilarious, it's adorable, and sometimes it's just utterly weird. And those are real outputs. I did not tweak or edit them in any way, just for you to see what I got. So this would be a first example. As you can see, the magician has two hands, but additionally, he has a third hand floating from the cauldron. Very weird, but this is what he produced. Let's see the following example. We have the magician holding a bell in a very strange way, not native to us humans. And this blue creature, it has a third hand. Not only that, the hand he has actually is a little different from the other hands. So it's also very peculiar. This one is very funny because it has a lot of issues. As you can see, there's a floating hand holding a picture of a cat. There's something floating like a color palette. And the weirdest one is that I think this girl is actually coming out of the table. If you can see the legs, it's very strange. So yes, as I said, all these are actual examples of DALL-E 3 hallucinations. And they could really be funny, but during the process of working with the book, it was really frustrating. And hallucinations like this are fairly common, especially when generating a large number of results. While there are other challenges that can cause frustration with working with generative AI models, such as context bleeding, I'm not going to touch these because usually hallucinations would be the #1 enemy. In the end, this behavior forced me to one viable solution. To still generate the AI work for the book with DALL-E 3, I had to manually redraw huge portions of each image on my iPad. So, of course, it's not impossible, but certainly it's a complication. And it just led me to realize that the model can handle most of the heavy lifting, but consistently it falls short on that critical 10% that where perception, polish, human judgment, they truly matter. So let's start digging in and trying to understand, why is AI lying to us? Before we understand why is he lying, we need to understand how he thinks. So large models are pattern matching systems, not fact retrieval systems. These models generate plausible sound information, which could be true or false in the real world. Multiple factors can contribute to falsely generated information. It could be training bias. Training bias is when a model was trained on a data that does not represent the real world correctly. For instance, let's imagine a model that was trained to understand what a dog is. But the training occurred on a data set that only included pictures of brown dogs. So maybe presenting that model, that trained one, with a picture of a white dog, it could lead to huge confusion, and it could be just stating wrong that instead of a dog, it could be something else. Another good example would be overfitting. Overfitting happens when a model cannot generalize and fits too closely to the trained data set. So this could lead to unable predictions on new data. Also model complexity. As models grow these days, it comes from billions to trillions of parameters, and they capture more statistical correlations in data, but it does not mean that it's more factual grounding. And let's try to think about the train of thought of a model. Generative AI models like DALL-E and GPT are fundamentally trained on vast data sets, as I mentioned before. They get images with captions, text sequences, and much more. What they actually learn are statistical correlations between features. They do not understand the meaning of causality the way humans do. Instead, they just sample. They sample from probability distributions shaped by their training data. This is why they can freely mix elements, even those that sometimes violate real-world logic or coherence, as long as the training data suggests that such combination could be possible. Human minds, on the other hand, are wired for coherence. When we think of a castle, we imagine a princess. When we think of a dog, probably chasing a ball or maybe holding a bone. When we think of a toddler, it could be hugging a teddy bear or sleeping in a crib. This automatic pattern recognition is a powerful ally. It allows us to navigate the world quickly, efficiently, and effortlessly. But there's a catch. It also constructs invisible boxes in our minds, boxes that make us default to the familiar, and in doing so, quietly limit our creative potential. To an LLM, teddy bear and toddler appear together often, so they feel connected. To humans, on the other hand, they're connected because of stories, culture, and life experience. So the human brain is really, really addicted to storytelling. It will try to create meaning even when none exists. And to prove it, let's run a quick experiment. If you can just take a moment, look at these words, I'll wait for a minute, and you will try to divide them into 3 categories, whatever feels right to you. I really hope you're done because it wasn't very hard of a task. So if I really had to guess, I'd say that most of you came up with something similar to this. And why is that? Because of context. Our minds only find it trivial to group things we've seen together before. That's why almost all of you instinctively grouped the fox with the tree and the mushroom. We've all encountered that scene before. We imagine a fox walking through a forest, trees around it, and mushrooms on the ground. Some of you might add your own twist. Maybe a fox is sniffing a mushroom. Maybe, if you're really imaginative, your fox would be sitting by a campfire and roasting the mushroom on a stick. But even at our most creative, we still follow the script. Our imagination stays grounded to the patterns and the stories that we already know. Context sometimes locks us into a framework. And when everyone is working from the same framework, uniqueness dies a little. So let's just try to break the context and see what happens. What would happen if we would use the following grouping instead? I just threw 3 things at you that aren't really related. Can you imagine a moon, a fox, and a table together? I think your brain just stalled, didn't it? The moment you saw those 3 completely unrelated objects, a moon, fox, and table, your mind tried its absolute best to force a story out of them and failed. You probably stared for a second thinking, wait, what do those things even have to do with each other? And that's exactly my point. When there's no context, the human brain has nothing to grab onto. It hesitates, it freezes, it gets confused even. But guess who doesn't struggle? Generative AI. So let's take a look at this picture. DALL-E 3 generated this entire, beautifully detailed scene in just under 3 seconds. I honestly cannot imagine how long it would have taken me or any human illustrator to design something at this level of detail, composition, and whimsy. Especially because the whole concept is so unusual, so far outside what our brains naturally invent and think. But it didn't stop there. The model even added little touches of logic and storytelling. It has a cup of tea that I haven't asked for, chairs to sit on, as if the model tried to make this impossible scene just a bit more believable and a bit more complete. And then there's this. Now, if I had asked any of you earlier to group stars, a mushroom, and a cake, I really doubt anyone would have arrived at this scene. Yet the model did. Here we have a full birthday party in the night sky. Smiling stars, celebratory hat, floating balloons, constellations twinkling behind them. And right in the middle, we have the giant mushroom cake, glowing like a cosmic candle. It's really amazing. And lastly, a tree, drinking tea, while sitting comfortably inside the cloud. Now, no matter how imaginative we are, this isn't a scene most humans would naturally invent. It's surreal, it's oddly peaceful, and it looks like something out of a children's book, actually. And again, it wasn't painted by an artist who spent hours and hours thinking about composition and symbolism. It was generated in seconds by DALL-E 3, combining concepts in a way our minds simply just don't. So why is there such a difference between our minds and generative AI thinking? So humans, they tend to reason based on meaning, coherence, and lived experience. When asked to imagine a scene involving a moon, a fox, and a table, our brains instinctively try to make sense of the combination. We want a narrative. Our minds search for logic, context, or metaphor. And when we can't find one, we often just stall or give up. The human brain just doesn't notice patterns. It builds models of the world, structures of meaning, causality, narrative, categories, relations. Our thinking is constrained by coherence. We expect things to just make sense together. And when something violates that coherence, it just throws us off. We start to hesitate, we start to question. And we constantly weave contextual constraints, such as place, goal, time, experience, norms, cause and effect, emotional frames, memory of what has come before. Because of these constraints, certain combinations just feel wrong, even if they're statistically possible. So, as an artist, I know the weight of a creative block. The more you try to force originality, the more your ideas loop back into the same familiar patterns. Safe, predictable, and just plainly uninspired. You scroll for inspiration for hours and your mind just keeps circling back to these things that it's already seen before. So I was thinking, could a generative AI hallucination be used in such case as some sort of a remedy? And so I think yes. I think that now, after seeing all these examples, it becomes clear that the possibilities are just limitless. We're no longer confined to traditional workflow or traditional imagination in that sense. AI can now collaborate with us across almost every creative domain. In visual art and in design, it can help us explore new styles, new compositions, new worlds that could take hours or years to create by hand. In music and sound, just think about that. Models are already composing melodies, soundtracks, and even mastering audio with surprising emotional intelligence. In writing, from poetry to scripts to long-form storytelling, AI can spark ideas, extend narratives, or act as a creative co-author. In games and in interactive media, it can build characters, environments, and stories on the fly, transforming how worlds are created and how games are made today. And about architecture and product design, it can just generate shapes and forms and concepts that the humans often wouldn't even imagine, but engineers can later refine and build. I think we're just entering a phase where creativity is no longer limited by time, tools, or technical skill. It's only limited by how boldly we choose to explore. And I think that today, as you walk out of my Museum of Hallucinations, you should remember this. The line between error and inspiration is thinner than we think these days. Hallucinations remind us that AI is not a human replacement, but it's a powerful collaborator with a wildly different perspective. So thank you so much for joining this journey, and feel free to reach out to me anytime. I really hope you enjoyed it.
Well, that was great, Maria. I learned a lot. This was amazing. To be honest, I didn't expect this one. That was great and very insightful. And there's a lot of people commenting and they're learning a lot. It was a great session.
Thank you, thank you. I really enjoyed it. And sorry about the presentation being a little wobbly.
No, this is good. We are on time. We even you even did a couple of minutes in the, before the session. So this is great. And I think we would love to have. Let's take a couple of questions. If somebody has questions, but we love to have you back because this is hallucinations. One of the topics where people are not clear, and I'm sure, as you said, we can learn a lot from it, and I'm sure we
Yes,
do. We do because it can come up with ideas which we don't have because our brain can only think what it knows, right?
yes,
um,
of course.
yeah, and then this is great. So I have a question here from Sarthak. It says, how do you see AI agents changing the workflow for creators across like design, writing, and music in the next few years?
I think, as I said, that it's going to be a collaboration. People are no longer would be restrained by their just personal experience. Because let's discuss a block for like artistic block for a writer or for a painter or a musician. You're no longer constrained by that. You can tap into the hallucination, tap into Gen AI to spark your creativity again when you feel frustrated, when you feel like you need some help. You can plainly collaborate with Gen AI even before you reach the point of no return when you feel like you have some sort of creative block. But it would be so interesting to see that these tools we are going to just reinforce and reinvent our creativity in the future. And I think that personally they already do. They already have done that. As I said, in music, in art, we already see this. It's happening these days and it's amazing.
What do you think? Elon Musk just posted. I was watching, not posted. I was watching his video interview. It was 3 hour long interview. He said that in next few years, 5 years, all content will be generated by AI.
Well, that's a tough one. I really hope it's not gonna be the deal because that could have problematic implications because as we touched it, because hallucinations is not something that is going to go away at any point, and everyone understands that. So if all content is going to be generated by agents or by generative AI, it's going to be a problem because many of it would be problematic content. I think that I hope and think that it's not going to be the case because people are still people. We still think differently. We still want to share our ideas, and most people they want to use Gen AI to help them bring themselves out better rather than replace themselves.
Yeah.
So I hope it's not the case, and I hope it's not going to happen. It should be a collaboration, not a replacement.
Well, one last question. I think there's what I can see, to be honest, is there's a lot of, we can say collaboration, that's great, but there's replacement already happening. And I'll give you an example. I run this IT company, and let's say in the before AI, we would hire, there's one guy who's designing screens, one is creating UI, other one is coming with ideas, right? So there's a team working on that. But now a lot of this thing can be done by AI, right?
That's
So
true. That's true, but it cannot be done completely because just as I showed you with the book I'm just working on, it can do a lot of the heavy lifting, but it still lacks some human touch because it would be wonky, it would be weird, it wouldn't be complete. So you still need someone to oversee the results of the generative AI. And even though the models get better over time, they still get bigger. So they hallucinate more. And I think it just goes hand in hand. So still, maybe you will, as you mentioned, this high-tech company, it will have less engineers working on something like screen creation, but it still will have those engineers. So I
yeah,
think the
yeah.
place, just, yeah, it becomes just different.
But that's now. What about 5 years, 10 years down the road, right?
Yeah, that's I really don't know. That's interesting. I really
Because we
hope
are
it won't replace us all.
when I see of AI right now, I see that's a newborn baby. I see that's how I see it. Right? It's not there yet. So
Yes.
anyway, but thank you so much. We have our next session coming up. But this was amazing, Maria. We would love to have you just for one-on-one webinar to understand this more. And obviously, we are connected, linked, and all that. and we'll reach out to you. And thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye. Have a good day.
You too. Well, that was a fascinating session, and we are, let's get our next speaker. Next session we will take a break, but again, let me remind you that the exciting keynote is coming. This keynote is with me. I'm doing with Alan O'Neill. He's an AI expert for 15, 20 years, to be honest. He was working with AI before I knew AI. And all we are going to talk about this future of jobs is replacing AI, is what you should be learning, what have you. Just stay tuned for the keynote. Now let me bring our next speaker, Rohan. Rohan, welcome to the AI Agents Conference 2025.
Thank you, Mahesh. Good to be here.
Rohan, you are a product manager at PhonePe. It's a Walmart company. I believe you are joining us from India. You want to quickly tell us like about yourself and where you're joining us from?
Yeah, sure. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much, Mahesh, and the entire C Sharp team in the community to have me here, invite me. Really excited to talk about, what makes AI agents tick. A little bit about me, like you said, I'm a product manager at PhonePe, where over the last 3 years I've been building the Indus App Store, essentially an Indic app store. And before that, I was with Airtel, which is one of India's largest telecommunications companies, for about a couple of years. So, just diving into, can everyone see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see. Not yet, but I will let you go now. You start. Empathic is another another big topic with AI. So this is great, and I'll be watching. And looks like you're building AI agents for billion users. So that's very exciting topic. And
That's the hope.
next 30 minutes are yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mahesh. And again, hi everyone. Really nice to be here. I've been sort of listening to the esteemed speakers so far who've gone so brilliantly under the hood about and how what makes AI and AI in general and AI agents tick, how to incorporate it in your workflows, and how to come up with maybe new workflows altogether. And especially Maria's talk right now on hallucination, I think flows beautifully into what I want to sort of discuss today. um, I want to take a step back and look at what comes, and that is essentially going to be the focus of my talk here. Look at what comes before we write even a single prompt, or connecting a single load or node, or even write a single line of code. My talk today is about empathetic, resource-aware agents for the next billion users. And like I briefly said, I've spent most of the last 5 years building for these users, first at Airtel and most recently at PhonePe. Uh, but when you say next billion users, immediately what comes to mind is your emerging markets, your sort of developing countries like India, but many others. But I want to stress on that this is not a talk about just those sort of emerging markets. I mean, it's really a talk about all of us, right? It's a talk about what happens when users trust starts from zero, and that's really where a lot of these users are when it comes to engaging with AI, and even more in terms of engaging with AI agents. So the next billion users in my mind is a metaphor for the next billion skeptical users in each of our sort of own markets. Our friends, our parents, our clients, our colleagues, and anyone really who's encountering autonomous AI for the first time. And resource aware is not just about data; it is also about an agent's awareness of the real resources that matter. Our money, our privacy, our reputation, our safety. So this talk, I think, is what I think is a blueprint for an architecture that builds empathy and awareness for these resources directly into the agent's code. Because really, I mean, it's 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 at the end of the day, it's software, it's lines of code, right? So they don't really feel empathy. So you have to build it in a way that the AI agent and the underlying system sort of understand and operate from that place of empathy. So I want to focus on these concepts, and by design, I will sort of minimize the use of what I think is jargon, which sort of scares a lot of people who are encountering AI and working with AI, starting to work with AI agents. So I'll try and keep sort of this talk, very simple, easy to understand in English. Yeah. All right. So typically with AI agents, you have what I call the sort of the universal autonomy dilemma, right? These we spoke about these skeptical users, these next billion users. They have a deep sort of irrational fear, right? We've seen it in sort of movies, all the time. Is the fear of what I call the autonomy dilemma. What happens when you sort of, hand over the keys, hand over the reins, hand over control, or at least some semblance of control to AI and AI agents? It is a financial threat. The runaway shopper. You ask them to find shoes, it'll buy $200 shoes. It is the privacy threat, right? You ask the AI to sort of summarize your inbox, and it includes a confidential mail that was not supposed to be summarized at all. As a safety threat, right? I mean, you have a smart home that misinterprets I'm cold and it turns the heat up to a dangerous level. So it's really a talk about the core problem of trust that any sort of user who's encountering AI, working with AI, or hopefully interacting, engaging with AI, is the core problem of trust, right? That they sort of inherently are fearful of it. So how do we solve for this problem, right? How do we build for these skeptical users? My thesis is that empathy, like I said, like I briefly alluded to, it's an architecture, right? We have to sort of define what empathy means in the context of agentic AI, right? It's not a personality, it's not a feeling, it's not just a friendly tone of voice, right? Because all of those, while important, they're not sort of they're not the key to what we're talking about. It's empathy in this context is essentially a technical function. um, it is an architecture, right, of governance that hard codes awareness of those real resources that we spoke about: money, security, safety, privacy, directly into the sort of the agent's core, into the sort of system prompt, if you understand what that means. You cannot build friendly AI and just hope it behaves. You cannot just ask it to be friendly, and you can't just give a system prompt that, hey, be friendly, be empathetic. All right, it can, in that, if you just leave it at that, it can sort of emulate what empathy would look like, what friendliness would look like, what trustworthiness would look like. But really, it may or may not understand what that empathy really means, what that sort of alludes to. So you must architect it to be trustworthy. And I know it works because I had to build sort of a deterministic prototype, for this exact architecture. Yeah. So the prototype that we made is a sort of a real world governance engine, is what I'm going to call it for the purposes of this discussion. And of course, it's some of this data, some of this information, I'm sort of anonymizing it in terms of because some of it could be proprietary information. But yeah, nonetheless. So when I was helping scale now the Indus App Store to now over 100 million devices, we were not just sort of dealing with skeptical users. We were dealing with market, which the first question would be like, why should I trust you? There's a total, by you're sort of super new to the market, you're asking me to sort of trust you with the stuff that you have on your platform, and getting users to download and install apps, which is, if from the get-go, we're sort of operating from a total crisis of trust, if I will, right? For these sort of users, data is a direct proxy for money. An autonomous sort of app download or an app update, the most basic functions of our platform, it was not a feature, but it was potentially a direct financial threat. You don't want to be in a situation, or at least the users thought that, hey, I don't want to be sort of in a situation where the sort of AI, the app store ends up downloading and updating all my apps, but essentially ends up using all of my data, which would have a sort of direct financial impact. In other words, to simplify, to a certain extent, while users were obviously are sort of very excited to try new stuff, a large part of our user base, and again, this thing, you don't need to sort of think of hypotheticals, right? You can just think of your parents, your people who are slightly aged. There's an inherent fear that they have that, hey, what if this button, or what if this functionality, what if I pressing this button sort of causes me some harm, some financial losses. So there is an inherent fear. They're operating from a place of fear, and it's our sort of responsibility to help them overcome that fear. We To a certain extent, you cannot build any sort of new or innovative features because we had not solved this fundamental problem of trust. So before we could build an engine, we have to build the brakes. So we have to build a technical architecture whose sole purpose is to sort of assuage their fears, was to prove to the user that, hey, we would respect your sort of high stake resources. And what I call we built a real world governance engine. And this sort of engine operates on 4 layers. And go through all of them one by one. Yeah. So the first layer is essentially the policy layer, what I call the contract. The very first step was not to build a smarter algorithm, it was to surrender control, or rather give control back to the customer, to the user. We built what I call the policy layer. I mean, this is essentially the contract with the user. It's the promise that we make to the user. All right. It is the technical foundation of what I refer to as empathy. Because instead of guessing or predicting, or rather even more dangerously deciding what the user wants, it ingests the user's sort of explicit policies, turning abstract rules into, hey, don't spend all of my money or any of my money, ideally, into sort of machine readable constraints. It asks for the rules that the user wants the AI and the system to sort of respect first. In our prototype, this was simple. Right? We gave users a clear sort of ingestion layer of policies. Only use my data on Wi-Fi. Only run sort of data-intensive tasks during off-peak hours when I'm more likely to not be using my data at all. Right? Always ask me before a large download. Never ever spend any money before getting a double, triple confirmation, maybe. And in the broader AI world, obviously, this is the architecture for any resource. The user must be able to set the policy, never spend, let's say, more than X dollars or any money without asking. Never share data from this confidential folder, from this HR folder, or never share any proprietary information. And in the I think the smart home context, never unlock the door after 10 p.m. Without asking for the password. So this is the first and the most important layer in any case. Well, all of the layers are equally important, but yeah, the policy is the contract, it's the promise. So you don't want to be in a situation where you break that promise. Right. The next layer is what I call the orchestration layer, the awareness. All right. So, hey, you need someone. The contract, like I said, is sort of useless without an enforcer. You need, a system, a layer that sort of orchestrates the entire, the engine. So the second pillar of our architecture is the orchestration layer. This is essentially the brain of our governance engine, right? It decides. Its primary job is not to perform the tasks, but that's in fact, if you really think about it, that's relatively simple. Its main job is to decide, bases all of the inputs, bases all of the constraints, that when it is safe to act, when what is the right action to be performed. And this, again, like in the sort of prototype that I'm discussing, this, what we did is a deterministic sort of on-device policy enforcement engine. I mean, its job was not to be aware. Its job was to constantly sort of poll the device state, validate it against the user's ingested constraints that we spoke about in the first layer. First, it would sense the environment. Am I on Wi-Fi? What is the time? Is the device charging? What kind of network am I on? What is the quality of the network? Next, it would compare that context to the user's policy that we spoke about in the first layer. That what, again, given the user's constraints and given the current conditions, what is the right sort of path? What is the right decision that we want to follow? Then it would decide that, okay, wait, we have to wait right now. That's not the right time. We have to proceed. It's safe to perform the action, or we have to ask for permission, or we need more additional information. And only if the action was compliant, it would act. So this is sort of the technical function, of empathy and awareness, right? It is an agent that is architecturally bound to respect the user's defined resources. And I'm stressing on that again and again. It's essentially the org interceptor, if you will, of the entire governance OS. I mean, the contained AI agent, it forms an intent. For example, I plan to purchase $200 shoes. So from XYZ website, right? It validates the plan against the user's policy that, okay, is the cost under in the what the user's constraints are. Maybe let's say it's trying to buy $200 shoes, but the shoes with the user has very clearly said that, hey, $250 is it's way too much, right? So it's a clear violent policy violation. It might ask you for explicitly that, hey, are you sure you want, I'm going to take this action. It will circle back to the user, is that okay? So there's always, you have to have the a confirmation layer baked in, right? So the orchestrator might decide to wait, it might decide to proceed, or it might actually decide to, no, this is not the sort of right action, and it queues up a response for the user. So essentially, because you have to prove to the user that it's obeying the rules, right? All right. So next layer, again, very, 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 very important, is the feedback loop, or the proof. All right, we have our policy, which is essentially the contract layer. We have our orchestrator, which is essentially the brain, the enforcer layer, right? But it's not enough, right? A user is skeptical by sort of nature because it does not, trust a black box. You must provide sort of visible proof, a validation on, and in slightly technical terms, an audit log, right? The third pillar of our architecture is the feedback loop. So this is what I'm going to call the trust building engine, right? The job is fairly simple, that it's to visibly prove to the user that, hey, the agent is obeying the contract, it is obeying the rules of the game that you've outlined. In our prototype, again, this was a simple sort of proactive notification that, hey, following your off-peak policy, your update will run at 2 a.m. to save your data, just as you requested, right? A simple sort of validation, a simple proof, a simple sort of visible artifact that, hey, that we, there's nothing to fear about. I'm going to perform the action just as you wanted, requested, right? In sort of other terms, it's essentially the audit and compliance layer, right? Its job is to provide a transparent, human readable audit trail of the orchestrator's compliance. The simple notification isn't just it's not just a simple notification. It's almost an ally, right? It's almost the reassuring hand on the user's sort of shoulder, that it's the compliance log that proves that, hey, the contract is being honored, there's nothing to worry about. It's not just the AI static response, it's the government. So it's, again, reporting on its actions, that, hey, I've taken these actions autonomously, but basis the constraints, the rules of the game that you had sort of set. So it's not just I found shoes, it's following your policy, I found these shoes, right? It proves that the sort of the enforcer layer, the orchestration layer that we previously spoke about, it's working how it's supposed to be working. But there's obviously one final piece the architecture needs, all right? Because if you really think about it, the policy layer, which defines the contract, the orchestration layer, which decides that, hey, when and how should I take that action, and then there's the actual sort of the feedback loop, the audit layer, that, hey, this action was performed, this is how I performed the action. But what is the one final, I think, again, the most important final piece that the architecture needs? This, you essentially establish the system as your ally, as the user's ally. But what if the ally sort of, it does not act how it's supposed to, right? So the fourth and most important layer is the override layer, or the break, or it's the fail-safe layer. All right. It's probably, like I said, it's the final and most important pillar of this whole architecture, is the interruptibility and fail-safe layer. It's the brake pedal. It's the sort of non-negotiable component that guarantees interruptibility, which is a core tenet of safe AI governance. An agent that cannot be stopped is not an assistant, which you really want it to be. It's almost a liability, right? The user always must have a clear, immediate, and completely effective brake pedal to stop any autonomous action at any time. Right? And this is the ultimate failsafe. It is the component that makes a user feel that, really, sort of believe that makes it safe for a user to grant trust in the first place, knowing that they can essentially pull the plug when is what gives the confidence to let the agent run. It could be a simple sort of cancel download button, right? um, it it works by sort of tying the entire piece and giving the user back the sort of assurance that, hey, at the end of the day, the key is in your hand, the handbrake is in your hand, you can pull it at any time to sort of act as an interrupt handler. Let's say the user, sort of in the example of autonomous shopping agent, let's say the user approves the purchase. The agent begins a complex multi-step action that, okay, I'll find what I'll ingest the user's request. Or let's say again, I want to buy shoes. It'll search across the web, probably use some multiple search engines, multiple sort of e-commerce platform, log into uh, one of the platforms that it decides that, hey, it's the best one. It enters, it selects the product that the user wants to buy. It enters credit card information, enters the user's address details. But so in this context, the override layer is the persistent, would be sort of a persistent cancel transaction button that sits outside the agent's UI. When the user hits it, essentially the governance OS doesn't ask the agent to stop. It kills the agent's process and revokes. It's an absolute sort of non-negotiable. If anything, you can actually design it to go absolutely interrupt handler, that by you can revoke its AI tokens for that session. Essentially, it's an absolute sort of non-negotiable failsafe that, hey, like in the physical world, buttons are buttons, but pulling the plug just kills everything. So this is essentially the complete architecture, how I've defined, of empathy. Again, a policy to set the contract, an orchestrator to enforce it, a feedback loop to prove that it's worked how the user wanted to be, and an override layer to guarantee control in terms of if in case anything sort of goes awry. Yeah, I mean, so the result is, establishing, with this, my assertion is you'll be able to establish a foundation of trust. What was the result? It worked, right? We were able to neutralize the trust deficit, which is prerequisite for scale, right? The more you sort of scale it, you'll always have your early adopters who are excited in terms of trying the newest, shiniest technologies that come in. But really, as you scale, as you sort of reach out, once your product hits a certain scale, once your parents, your friends, colleagues, people who are not sort of early adopters, who if anything are sort of the skeptics, uh, it's a prerequisite for scale, right? It's not just it's a proof that the 4 pillar governance model is a viable sort of scalable solution for a mass market platform. But at the end of the day, it was just a prototype, right? It's not just a one-to-one analogy. I mean, now where we are in the whole AI space, like the entire industry is building what I think is the black box model, all right? So essentially, it takes inputs from users. There's essentially a black box, and it performs sort of actions, right? It's architecturally and fundamentally, if you really want to look through the hood, you have to be sort of very, very, you have to be aware of, you have to be informed, you have to be smart enough to really dig, open the hood and dig deeper. It's not open, it's as far away from open as possible. It's very difficult to sort of look at the trace, look at the audit log, and to figure out what's happening. It's architecturally and sort of fundamentally untrustworthy. You're at the mercy of these sort of closed loop models. So black box, like I mentioned, right? I think my assertion, my core belief is that this is a wrong approach. There needs to be sort of, you should always have an intermediary layer. I mean, the current, in my humble opinion, but the current layer is user inputs, governance OS, which is essentially our 4 pillars that we just sort of talked about. Contained AI agent, which results in a contained AI agent, and then sort of autonomously taking the action. It's the layer that sits between the user and the agent. It enforces the policy, runs the orchestrator, provides feedback, guarantees an override. But how can the simple, you might be thinking that, okay, this entire your prototype is deterministic, and how can the simple sort of system govern a complex non-deterministic AI? That is probably prone to hallucination. Again, call back to Maria's session just before this. I mean, this is the entire point, right? The governance OS doesn't care why the agent fails. It doesn't care that if the agent's intent is malicious, careless, or based on complete hallucination. It's trying to prevent. It's not trying to prevent the hallucination itself. That, I think, is an LLM research problem. It's designed to neuter the impact of the hallucination that can be solved to various extents using RAGs, memories, better system prompts, etc. Now, the entire idea is that putting a container around the agent and force it to pass through all of these high-stake intents, whether they are brilliant, flawed, or fully sort of confabulated through the deterministic checkpoints of the policy and orchestration layers. If the agent hallucinates, the orchestrator doesn't debate it. It just checks the sort of the user's policy, blocks the action. Right? The hallucination is rendered harmless. This is how you sort of, in my view, make an untrustworthy black box safe enough to use. What started as an architecture to govern data for data pure users, I like to believe that it's now the essential blueprint for governing any high stakes resources for any skeptical user. We must stop trying to build empathetic agents. In a way, there is no such thing as an empathetic agent, not in the traditional sense of the word. Well, not yet, at least. We don't know where it will be 5 years from now. But instead, we must build a governance system that, a governance OS almost, that enforces empathy and trust at an architectural level. And the agent then is just a component inside this trusted container. I know we are sort of short on time, but there's an analogy that I think I came up with this just today, right? I mean, it's not a radical. This entire governance OS stuff is not a radical idea. All right, I'm probably giving a slightly different name to it in the context of AI and AI agents. It's an architecture that we already trust with our lives every single day. In fact, think about your car. Most of us are rightfully terrified of a fully autonomous black box, but we all use partial autonomy without a second thought in our cars. I mean, because you trust, because it's a trust first architecture. It's not a black box, right? There's a speed limit. There is which is policy. There is, when you, let's say you're using cruise control, right? There's a speed limit, which is the policy layer. There is the orchestration layer, which is essentially the cruise control, the agent that senses the car in front, right? The feedback loop, which is the dashboard, the alerts, the beeps, the whole speedometer, all of that stuff. And of course, you have a literal brake pedal as the override layer. So we must stop sort of building AI agents like black boxes and start building them like cars with a clear, transparent, and interruptible sort of governance OS that puts the user literally in the context of cars and metaphorically in the context of AI in the driver's seat. I mean, last few words. I mean, the future of sort of empathetic and resource-aware AI is not in the personality itself of the agent. It's an architecture, and we must stop building black boxes and start building the governance OS that makes them trustworthy. This is, in my view, how we build empathetic AI for the next billion users. Thank you very much. That was me. Obviously, love to connect over LinkedIn if you have any questions. Feel free to drop me a connection request, drop me messages. Happy to take any questions about how we are solving some of these problems in the real world. That's really it from my end.
Wow, that was great insight, Rohan. Appreciate it, and looks like you're doing an amazing job with whole empathic AI, because that is what is needed. And I also love the fact that I think the containerized agents will be another layer. I mean, that's how we have to kind of control them, right? Otherwise, they'll go out of control. One agent will say, "Hey, I want to date you," other agent, and there's going to be out of the loop. So no, this is great. Appreciate it. We got,
Thank you
a
so
lot
much.
of people, almost 8,000 people watched it live. That was amazing. They were
Thanks, Mahesh.
engaged.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And everyone just connect with Rohan on LinkedIn and ask any questions. Looks like you're doing an amazing job. With that said, we'd love to get you back on other shows. We do a lot of these shows and webinars on all these new tech. And we'd love to get you back on the show sometime.
I'd be delighted to be back.
Yeah. Thank you, Rohan. Bye. Wow, that was good. Another big, good topic, good learning. It was amazing. Now let's talk about our next session, and before that, let's play a quick video.
Ever wished your everyday activities could actually reward you? Meet Sharp Rewards, Cured, the app that turns your daily actions into exciting rewards. Whether it's learning, playing, or staying active, we make it worth your time. With Spin the Wheel, quizzes, walk and earn, and daily streaks, earning rewards has never been this fun. Why wait? Thousands are already earning rewards daily, lad. Get the Sharp Rewards app and start making every action count.
Scan and download the app now.
All right. If you haven't downloaded the Sharp Rewards app, this is your chance to download the app. Go to Apple or Google Store, search Sharp Rewards, SHARP Rewards. It's an app that is a gamified app that rewards you for daily activities. If you're walking, you earn tokens, Sharp tokens. If you are learning, there are quizzes, context. You can move on leaderboard. It's fun app. That's where the future is going. The reward you for the doing things. So let's get our next session ready now. The next session focuses on retrieval-augmented AI agents. RAG is one of the key component of AI, and the speaker is Sergey. Sergey is principal engineer manager at Microsoft AI. So let's get our next session going on.
I'm Sergey Polyashov, and I'm excited to be here at the AI Agents conference. Today, I'll talk about how we use retrieval-augmented AI agents to solve one of the hardest problems in large-scale systems, entity matching. In simple terms, it's how we figure out which offers actually describe the same real-world products. It's a huge challenge because of billions of messy multilingual data points, and traditional systems, they just can't keep up. So we built a new multi-stage reasoning pipeline that combines retrieval, LLM reasoning, and validation to make sense of all that chaos. A few words about me before we dive in. I'm a principal software engineer manager at Microsoft, where I led teams working on large-scale retrieval and agentic systems. I've spent over 15 years working on search, recommendations, and machine learning, and now focusing on reasoning agents that combine retrieval and intelligence. The main challenge here is fragmented data. Across large commerce platforms, billions of merchant offers describe the same products, but with different titles, prices, and attributes. Some have missing IDs, others are duplicated or translated differently, and the same product can show up hundreds of times with small errors that break connections. The result is duplicates, outdated prices, mismatched info, and so on. Users lose trust, merchants lose sales, and platforms lose engagement. It's not just a data problem, it's more like a trust problem. And to solve this, we built a unified product graph, a clean single view of every real product created from billions of messy offers. And instead of treating each offer separately, we merge them into one shared product representation that powers search, ads, and Copilot. At scale, retrieval-augmented LLMs help generate, enrich, and match data. Retrieval finds the evidence, and reasoning interprets it. With continuous feedback, every correction or new offer makes the system smarter and more reliable over time. And this slide shows the outcome. Unified product view. All merchant offers referring to the same real product are merged into a single canonical node. Here it's iPhone 16 Pro Max. And attributes like storage, color, they are normalized, while each merchant keeps its own price, shipping, and availability. Behind this simple view, the system resolves duplicates, variant conflicts, inconsistent metadata across billions of listings. Different IDs, naming conventions, structures don't matter anymore. The unified product graph connects them all through retrieval, reasoning, and continuous feedback. And this is the foundation of our entire system. It's the product graph. What it does is organize billions of unstructured, messy merchant offers into unstructured, consistent representation that machines and people can both reason about. When you think about this, product data in the wild is completely unstructured. Each merchant describes their items differently, sometimes with extra marketing text, sometimes with missing details, sometimes even with translation artifacts or mismatched identifiers. You can't reason over that chaos directly. You need a structure that captures the essence of the product while preserving the variations that matter. That's exactly what the product graph does. We start at the top with a category, for example, smartphones. But it's important to note that categories aren't a rigid taxonomy. They behave more like a flexible tagging system. Product can belong to multiple categories, for example, electronics, mobile phones, and 5G devices. And that flexibility is crucial when you are operating at web scale across multiple countries, languages, and catalog. Move to the product level. This level defines the conceptual identity of an item as recognized by the manufacturer. For instance, iPhone 16 Pro Max has unique functionality and core value proposition. This is what users search for and what we want to unify across different data sources. Below that, we have SKUs. These represent specific variants of the product. Different storage sizes, colors, original editions are all unique SKU. Each SKU has its own identifiers, like UPC, GTINs, or manufacturer codes, and those are critical anchors for our matching process. SKUs are where structured reasoning becomes powerful. This is the level where we can normalize attributes like color or capacity, detect duplicates, or align attributes across different merchants. And finally, flexible categories that can overlap and evolve. This hierarchy gives us several key benefits. First, it enables normalization. The system can identify equivalent SKUs even if they were described differently by different merchants. Second, it enables deduplication. Uh, Redundant listings and inconsistent entries are merged automatically here. All of this improving accuracy and user trust. And third, it allows us to aggregate feedback like user ratings, reviews, and engagement signals can now be linked back to the right product or variant, not scattered across multiple fragmented copies. And behind the scenes, every step of this process is powered by retrieval-augmented reasoning. Agents retrieve relevant information like manufacturer specifications, merchant data, historical context, and then reason about which attributes truly define product identity. Continuous feedback loops close the cycle, learning from mismatches and improving over time. And the result is a system that can reason over structured, canonical data, not over noisy, disconnected text. And it's faster, more reliable, and far easier to scale because every decision is grounded in a unified representation of the real world. And before we get to AI agents, Let's see why old rule-based systems stopped working. They used hard-coded rules to match titles, brands, or attributes. That's fine at small scale, but once you add thousands of billions of offers, it all falls apart. And rules don't scale. What works in one region falls in another one. Manual QA doesn't scale either. Humans can't keep up. And the classic problem here is if you aim for perfect matches, you miss some. If you aim for full coverage, you get false ones. We needed something smarter. And system that can retrieve, reason, and adopt. And that's what retrieval-augmented reasoning agents do. They combine precise retrieval with flexible LLM reasoning, making large-scale matching both reliable and explainable. And at first, we tried one big pipeline to do everything. Clean data, build products, check quality, add match new offers in real time, and it didn't work. Each step needed on speed and focus. So we split it into two parts. First one is product synthesis, and it runs in batch. It builds clean canonical products, merging duplicates, normalizing attributes, and validating with LLMs. And the result is a stable product graph. Offer matching here runs in real time. It connects new offers to the right products in milliseconds, fast, precise, and scalable. And splitting the work was the breakthrough for us. Synthesis keeps catalog clean, and matching keeps it fresh, and together they make the system both scalable and trustworthy. And splitting the pipeline gave us control, but real progress came when we focused on metrics. Entity matching is too complex for one accuracy number. We are checking it. We're checking if two messy multilingual offers describe the same product, and that needs more detail. So we built layered metrics. Let's name them. It's attribute precision and recall, offer to product alignment, SKU consistency, duplication rates, and measuring each layer separately showed where issues came from. And it helped us to improve each part of the system independently. And once we realized that a single metric could never describe system quality, we built a multi-aspect measurement framework. What you see here is the first version of it. This framework came from one simple insight. Quality in entity matching is multidimensional. You cannot summarize it as 90% accuracy, for example. Instead, you have to look at the different layers of the pipeline, from how this product data to how we attach individual offers and measure the reliability of each layer independently. On the left, we have product synthesis metrics. These measure how clean, consistent, and canonical our product entities are. That includes things like duplicate or invalid attribute keys, incorrectly formatted values, inconsistent units, missing data, and even low quality or mismatched thumbnails. Every one of these signals tells us something specific about structural health of the catalog. For example, inconsistent units can indicate regional conversions error, while invalid attribute values often point to parsing failures from matching fits, for example. And this layer of metrics focuses purely on data cleanliness and canonical representation. It's about how solid the foundation before we even start matching. On the right side, we track item matching metrics. This is how and complete offers to the right variants and products. Here, we measure precision and coverage, both at the variant and product level. So, for example, How often does a new offer get attached to the correct SKU? How often do we fail to attach an offer when a valid match exists? How much duplication remains across different merchants or marketplaces? We all these things, we measure all of these things. This side of the framework reflects matching behavior and reasoning accuracy, not data cleanliness. It what tells us whether our retrieval-augmented agents are reasoning correctly in real time. And finally, at the bottom, we have cross-system metrics, which connect everything together. These include latency, churn rate, and coverage across categories and brands. Latency measures how fast the system reacts to the change, how long it takes for a new offer or correction to propagate through the graph. And churn rate tracks how much the catalog evolves, how many offers are being added, updated, or removed. And coverage ensures that we are maintaining balanced visibility across merchants, brands, and product categories. And together, these cross-system metrics give us a real sense of system dynamics, how stable, responsive, and balanced the entire ecosystem is. But the real evolution happened when we started applying retrieval-augmented generation to the metrics system itself. We now use our retrieval layer and large language models to automatically validate data against real-world evidence. Things like manufacturer specifications, public catalogs, or reference knowledge bases. The agent retrieves the relevant context, say a product spec sheet, and LLM reasons over it to identify inconsistencies or anomalies. This means our measurement layer is no longer passive. It's self-auditing. It detects when something drifts or breaks and automatically surfaces the root cause. And the combination of LLM and retrieval augmented reasoning made the system measurable, scalable, and self-improving. And now, the same reasoning framework that powers our pipelines also powers our quality evaluation. It's a closed loop. The system measures itself, learns from its own outputs, and continuously improves. So, while this was version 1, uh, it became the backbone of everything that followed next. This is foundation for trust, traceability, and continuous improvement at scale for our system. And here is our product synthesis pipeline, and its goal is very simple. We take billions of messy, noisy merchant offers and turn them into clean, reliable product data. Let's walk through how it works. Step 1 is data ingestion. We start by collecting everything like titles, prices, attributes, thumbnails, URLs from thousands of merchants and feeds. At this point, data is pure chaos. Titles are inconsistent, attributes are missing, and even colors are described in different ways. It can be gray, it can be midnight titanium, or just a hex code. And step 2 is offer clustering. Here, we group similar offers together, basically forming potential product families. We use a mix of retrieval and machine learning, including transformer models like DBERTA v3 that are fine-tuned for product similarity. The main challenge here is not just accuracy, it's scale. We process billions of offers every single day. Step 3 here is attribute normalization and deduplication. Once clusters are formed, we clean everything inside them, merging duplicates, fixing inconsistent formats, and mapping multilingual values to the same canonical form. For the trickier cases, we use large language models that can understand context, for example, realizing that deep purple is just a color, not a new product. And step 4 here is validation and synthesis. This is where reasoning really kicks in. Using retrieval augmented models, we compare each product with trusted sources, like manufacturer specs or verified catalog entries. And if something doesn't match, the model reasons through the evidence corrects the data or fills missing details automatically. Steps 5 here is product graph integration. Finally, we merge all of these clean validated products into the unified product graph. The structured foundation for everything that comes after matching, ranking, compile, and search. And in short, this pipeline turns data cows into protein. And now that our products are clean, the next challenge is how to connect every new offer and do it fast. We cannot just use one model for this because every offer is different. So we built a 4-layer system that works step by step, from quick recall to deep reasoning. First is recall layer. It casts a wide net using IDs, keywords, and embeddings, making sure we don't miss any possible matches. Then comes the L1 layer. It's a small, fast model that quickly filters out the obvious mismatches. It keeps the recall high, but removes a lot of noise. Next is L2 layer. Here we use a stronger language model that checks whether the offer really describes the same product, comparing titles, attributes, and context. And finally, the L3 layer. This one handles the tricky cases. It's a multimodal model that can look at both text and images to make the final decision with things that are uncertain. After some improvements, we got about 98.7% of precision and 70% recall and low latency, fast enough to keep up with millions of new offers every hour. And some offers look the same, but they are not the same product. And that's one of the hardest problems we deal with. Text and IDs don't always line up. Sellers use different names, formats, and languages, so even identical products can look unrelated in text. And then there are variant gaps. Missing color or size details can cause false merges or duplicates. And images often contradict with text. The same photo reused for multiple SKUs or the wrong one entirely. And on top of that, prices and brands drift across markets, making data unreliable. So there is no single signal that we can trust. No text, not image, not price. And that's why we use layered reasoning, combining text, structure, and visuals to understand the full picture. It's how we keep the system accurate, even in the hardest real-world cases. And here is a real-world example of visual ambiguity. Both of these listings are for Essex Gel Sonoma. Same title, same brand, same model name, and a text-based system would merge them instantly. But if you look closer, they are not the same. Different shape, color, and they belong to the same family, but they are different variants. That's why multimodal reasoning matters. In real product data, text alone often lies. And now we have seen real-world mismatches. Let's talk about what happens after we find them. We don't just fix these errors and move on. We treat them as hard negatives. And each one becomes a learning signal that helps improve the system. Here are a few examples. Color mismatch, like the Essex Gel Sonoma case. Same title, different shoes. And the Vision LLM caught this and taught the model how to reason about visual differences even when text looks identical. Also, we have transitivity issues. Sometimes A matches B and B matches C, but A and C shouldn't be linked. And we fix that with graph-based checks. that verify consistency before merging. Missing SKU variant awareness is another one. When attributes like color or size are lost, variants get merged incorrectly. And now we require attribute completeness before finalizing matches. Also, we have price accuracy. Variant level prices can drift. So we track price patterns inside cluster and flag any outliers for review. And each of these hard negatives makes the system smarter. And all the feedback we collect flows back into the system. We use multi-signal retrieval to catch both exact and fuzzy matches, and progressive filtering, small models for speed, larger LLMs and vision models for precision. Each match gets a confidence score. Um, we use adaptive thresholds by category. And pipeline runs in both batch and streaming modes, with version models and safe updates. In short, it's a self-correcting system that keeps learning from real-world feedback. And in the end, it's all about quality. And for product synthesis, we've achieved over 98% precision and 96% completeness. And for offer matching, precision is about 98% with around 74% recall. This is a solid balance between accuracy and coverage. And the system runs in batch and streaming modes at the same time, supports multiple languages and data types, and keeps one clear goal: quality first, because trust starts with clean, reliable data. In production, stability comes first. Before every run, we do pre-flight checks, catching issues like data churn or attribute errors early. And if something goes wrong, we classify it by severity. Also, we have dashboards and trigger alerts and rollbacks automatically. And these guardrails keep us fast, safe, and reliable at scale. So, what we did all of this actually change? Um, when we switched to a product-centric layout, we saw instant impact. We saw higher click-through rates, more product interactions, and fewer users dropping off. And A/B tests confirmed the main reason wasn't the design, it was data quality. When duplicates disappeared and product details were clean and complete, users trusted what they saw. And a lot of the uplift came from better filtering and deduplication, which made pages simpler and easier to browse. And now that the core system is stable, we added agents that learn and create. LLM agents curate data and fix missing or inconsistent attributes automatically. Vision language models handle tough visual matches, giving us about 5 points of recall. And generative models produce Copilot-ready outputs like top products or trends, which are built into the same pipelines. And next, we are making the system faster, smarter, and more autonomous. We are adding multimodal retrieval, combining vision and text. Agents will learn actively, finding and fixing their own weak spots. And distilled models will bring sub-10 millisecond reasoning to production. LLM-based schema generation will align data across sources automatically. And to sum up, retrieval-augmented reasoning scales where rules fail. Modular agents make progress measurable, precision keeps user trust, and continuous monitoring keeps it stable. And that's how we turn data pipelines into self-improving system. And that's it. And thank you for your time and attention. Um,
Great. Let's get Alan here. That was good. We learned a lot. How do you build this amazing next generation AI systems? Looks like AI agents will learn, adapt, and get better. So let's start the keynote here. Alan, you here? Hey, Alan.
Hey Mahesh, how are you?
Wow, great. You're looking amazing. What's up with those lights and makeup?
You know what? I'm just a handsome guy, and that's all. You just got to live with the fact that when you enter the room with me, you've got to take second seat, buddy.
Okay, and it
It is,
makes
to
sense.
use your words, it is inevitable.
It is. It is. It's definitely inevitable.
You know, I was watching the last session, and it was really fascinating. Like, kudos to the speaker. It was really tremendous insight and a really well put together presentation. What struck me was the fact that despite the fact that we have all of these amazing things around agents and AI, it still requires an expert person to go in there and to have the knowledge and have the background to be able to orchestrate it and make the magic happen.
No,
It's
100%.
not Harry Potter. It's not a magic wand.
100%. 100%. But my view is, I think the whole AI, agentic AI, and even in general, these LLMs and all, they're still infants. I think they're just still like they're just born. To be honest, it's been like what 1 year. So let's talk
Yeah,
about this. Like, how do you see this last 1 year or so? How it's been and the way AI is going? What's your thought on that?
sure. I mean, your comment is absolutely spot on. Um, when we look at LLMs and we look at other AI that's emerging, because it's not just about LLMs, it is very much about teaching children. It's like starting off with a baby. Like we've had anthropological studies where we take children, and if we don't put them in a nurturing environment where parents are there, our family are there, grandparents, siblings, whatever, to bring them along, to teach them, to correct them, error correct, to guide them in certain ways, to show what's good, to show what's bad, to give a reward, to give a punishment, all these different things. If we don't do this with humans, they just turn feral. They turn like a dog in the street, right?
Yeah.
And AI is exactly the same. We saw this in the early years, a short number of years ago with, Microsoft, Google, Twitter, X. They all released chatbots into the wild that just went crazy and started giving Nazi salutes virtually and everything else, right?
Yeah.
And this is possibly the fastest acceleration of any technology we have seen in human history, right? And the adoption cycles that we're seeing that took tens of years before, they're not even happening in months anymore. They're now happening in weeks and days, right?
Yeah.
Like these large models that 2 years ago cost $500 million to train, we're seeing them come out of labs in China, in India, in all across the world, for less than $1 million. Like Andrej Karpathy produced a mini one recently where he trained the basics for less than $500. This is absolutely crazy, right? So the acceleration of this now is really the cutting edge. It is very, very much in its infancy, whereas up to 6 months ago, if you wanted to train a reasonable model, a model that could do something reasonable, it doesn't matter whether that is to chat to somebody, whether it's to analyze a legal document, whether it's to analyze a medical x-ray and see if somebody has a problem or not, or whether it is to actually train a robocar to decide whether to turn left or turn right in the traffic. It's still AI. It's still something that's autonomous. It's still something trying to do something on its own. It's still a baby, right? And you
Yeah.
wouldn't let a baby loose to drive a car, okay? You would be put in jail straight away, right?
But
But
yeah,
it cost us all this huge amount of money and everything else, and like all these tens and thousands of servers to put together to do this up until a few months ago. Today, I just ordered 2 of these DGX Sparks things that are like the size of a Mac Mini for my desktop. That will give me the power of 5 or 6 A100s on my desktop. It's
oh,
absolutely unbelievable. So the next question is, like in 6 months' time, what will we have on our phone?
yeah,
So it's
exactly,
moving so fast.
exactly. So even let's think about for human, right? So when you think about kids, right? Some kids are good, some are bad, and a lot of that has to do with the parenting and with the environment they live in, right? So who are we to say that these bad guys are not training these new AI agents and models?
They are.
Yeah,
I mean, we
exactly.
know this because only yesterday, um, Claude Anthropic came out. I'm pretty sure it was Claude came out and said that they have just seen nation state hackers use their technology in the first massive wave of attacks against systems. So um, uh, any of these systems can be used for good or for bad. We
Yeah,
can use a gun to protect ourselves, or we can use it to commit armed robbery. We can use a car to safely drive from part A to part B in our city, or we can use it to crash into people, right? Or we can decide as a society, which is kind of part of what you're talking about, we can decide as a society, um, people should not be allowed to drive their cars under the influence of alcohol. Therefore, we will put rules in place to make sure that if you drive under the influence of alcohol, and if you're caught, well, then you will go to jail, or you will get some significant fine that will punish you, and you will think twice about doing this thing again. And this is an area that, for example, the European Union has been very heavy on, which is putting guidelines in place to be able to, try and put some protection around it. It's also very interesting if we look at the US approach. The US approach with US big tech companies has always been go fast and break things, apologize later. Okay.
yeah,
Because it's the only way to get traction really fast. And it is, right? That is a fact, right? If you are constrained by rules early, you will never grow at the exponential rate that you want. But we get to a stage of maturity that we then have to say, okay, this is enough. Now we need to put guidelines around this. Now we need to have rules. Now we need to have a policeman in place that say you can do this, you cannot do that, because it is for better for society, right? And I think we're now getting to that stage. And it's interesting, if you look at one of the founders of OpenAI, one of the founders of the fundamentals of AI, who worked with Jeffrey Hinton from the start, Ilya Sutskever, he broke away from OpenAI and he started his own company. And his own company, his own organization, is dedicated towards safe artificial intelligence. So
yeah,
it's interesting to see that even the people who are the biggest brains on the planet at these things, the people who are the founders of this technology, they are saying, hey, we cannot let this out of control. We need to actually lock this down now before the genie gets out of the bottle.
yeah, yeah. So I agree, and it looks like it's not getting control though, because there are more and more people are sure. Two people are trying to kind of contain it, right? Contain the. We had a speaker, Rohan. He talked about containerized agents, AI agents, right? Because they are building this. He works for a mobile app company, and they cannot have AI go goofing around calling everybody, right? So their agents are contained, right? They follow some rules. So while some are trying to do that, majority is a race, and you are competing with now with China and other countries. So sometimes anyway, so that's another big topic. But let me get back to this. What people are watching this con, they are more worried about, okay, what will happen to my jobs? What, like, think about this right now. If I have a software project, you know last year I used to hire a mock-up designer, I used to hire a screen UI UX guy, and then write code and all those things. Now that most of 80 to 80% of that can easily be replaced by AI, right? I don't I don't do mock-ups. I don't have designer or creative guy come up with ideas now. ChatGPT and any of these AI tools can do that for me. So in other words, there's definitely some people are losing jobs, right? So what do you think? Where should we, where, number one is, are we really losing jobs? Yes. What is the options available for us, and what should this new people should be learning and looking for? So there's, obviously it creates, AI creating so many jobs, right? Not only it's destroying jobs, it's also creating so many jobs. So what's your thought on that?
Sure. Okay. So if we look at some fundamentals, where does the AI that we use, and when I say AI, it means Claude, it means ChatGPT, it means Gemini, it means all of these put together as one, right?
Yep.
Where does
Gen AI.
AI
We're talking about Gen AI, 80% Gen AI.
exactly.
Yeah.
Where does it get its information from that allows it to do something? So when you say to it, go and generate this design I want a landing page for a new idea I have for a website, make it look like the Facebook landing page, make it look like the, Google search homepage, whatever. Okay. Where does it get these ideas from? It gets them from the existing web. Okay. So it goes and it looks at what's already out there. It makes some slight changes and it proposes it to you. You accept it. You maybe make some tweaks. What does it not have? It does not have creativity. Creativity is what humans have. And until we get to a certain level of reasoning with AI, it will never have true creativity. It will only have predictive probabilities, but not true creativity. We're not seeing the leaps in intelligence that humans can make just yet. Okay. Now, if we look at the people who are losing jobs, you see the big headlines like, AWS, cut 27,000 jobs. They cut 50,000 jobs, right? AI is replacing these 50,000 people. They're not. AI is not replacing these 50,000 people. What they did was, and a lot of these companies who have these big, massive layoffs are doing, they're not saying, are we going to cut 10,000 jobs or going to replace those in AI? That is what they're telling the market. Most of these companies are publicly traded companies. They're all about profit. They're all about stockholders, right? So these are not being replaced by an AI. They are being replaced by other people, maybe using an AI as an assistant, as a tool to help them. Most of these are simply big, big job cuts because they have too many people. It is still the layover from when they employed so many people after COVID and they had a glut. If we look directly at the numbers of AWS and we read between it on the actual public postings, we see, what are they doing? They are cutting people over here. And is that to add to profits? No. It's to take the money that's saved and to buy GPUs. That's what they're using it for. It's a CapEx investment, right?
Yeah.
So whenever you hear these big announcements, you need to ask yourself, what are the underlying economic metrics behind this? Are they actually saving that money, or are they diverting that money someplace else? And in the case of these big jobs, they're diverting the money. AWS, Azure, Gemini, Google, all of them are diverting money into GPUs. Look at these trillions of dollars that they're all doing in this circular motion of investment, right, between them. OpenAI gets invested in by NVIDIA. NVIDIA gets promised to buy so many GPUs by Microsoft. Microsoft promised to invest so much into OpenAI. It's just a circle, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
all about keeping that money flowing so they can get more GPUs, more compute, etc., etc. Now, there are people who are losing their jobs because people are saying, well, we can now do what you were doing by an AI. So the same thing happened 50 years ago when somebody who was a typist, who the boss would say, here is my dictaphone on a tape that I'm talking into, go and type this out. Or you had a secretary who would sit beside the boss and would write out by hand in notes what the boss was saying, and then take it away and give it to the secretary pool to type out and then send it out by letter. Okay. You don't have these people anymore because they were replaced by word processors. So does this mean they were out of jobs? Some of them were, but most of them retrained. And this is what's going on today. anything whereby a current human task is being replaced, what the people have to do is say, okay, what do I have to do to take the tools that are, in inverted commas, replacing me and allow me to augment myself to make myself better? Because if we look at the person that you talked about earlier on, the example that you said, hey, this person was a creative and they were doing some um, mock-ups for my web design, okay, or for my app or whatever. Well, they would sit down there normally and they'd spend maybe 3 or 4 days doing these mock-ups, getting some ideas, checking out some blog sites, checking some more ideas, and then dragging and dropping and drawing some things and everything else, and then saying to you, hey, Mahesh, let's have that meeting. I want to explain the concept to you, show you all the layouts, and then you make your choice and we hand it over to the web developers. So what happens to that person? That person doesn't lose a job. That person now, instead of taking 4 days to do that one job, can do the same job in maybe 2 or 3 hours. So they become more productive. And this is what we need to do. We need to encourage people to use the tools, to become AI native, to use AI not as something that they're afraid of, but as an indispensable tool. You ask any designer out there, what tools do they use right now? And they will say, oh, I use maybe Illustrator, I use Photoshop, I use Figma. Those things were not around 10 years ago, right?
Yep.
Or Figma wasn't around, 3 or 4 years ago, right? Okay. Every single year something comes new. Just because this is dramatic is no different. We need as workers to learn new tools, right? Like if I'm a woodworker now, I'm building a house now. I can build a house now, or a building, or I can build a chair, right? 100 times faster than I could 20, 30 years ago, because I now have power tools. Okay. But am I
Yeah.
not a carpenter anymore? No, I'm still a carpenter. I'm still a builder. I'm still a mechanic, right? But I just use the new tools that are there to make me smarter, better. And that's the way it's going, is that people simply have to get over themselves and realize, okay, the world is moving on. No, it is not Armageddon, but I do need to learn the new tools and I do need to be more productive in what I do. And guess what? It's actually more enjoyable to do that. If you sit back doing the same thing every single day, just waiting for your Friday paycheck, yeah, maybe you won't have a job in a year's time, right? But
Yeah.
if you're the type of person who says, I actually enjoy my work, I actually enjoy doing what I do, or I want to enjoy doing what I do, well, then it's okay. How can I use these things to help me become better at what I do? So
Yeah.
be using this to help everybody to rise, not looking at it as something that's attacking us and pushing us down.
Yeah, no, well, definitely great point in here is you must be creative, you must love it. If you are just doing job to just do the job 9 to 5, those jobs will be gone for sure. So now next, let's talk about a little bit about AI agents, right? Obviously, we know that this conference is all about AI agents, and we know that there's going to be agent for almost everything, right? Companies will have their own agents. So if I'm calling somebody, I'm talking to agents, agent will be doing also things behind the scene. Agents will be talking to agents. I'm sure agents will be getting married to other agents. They will try to in here, they will try to sneak in this conference pretending to be a speaker and apply, and they'll get a speaking slot and they'll be coming here, right? So I can see that's coming up. So where should what do you think of these our audience should be learning when it comes to AI agents, right? What they can start learning?
So I think the most important thing that we have to learn is that AI agents are here to stay and they're going to get better. And what we need to do is we need to start working with them and consider that they are in the future, in the near future, they are going to be our colleagues, right? And
You can call them slaves, right? They're literally like slaves.
okay, so I don't like to use that term for one simple reason. When these things eventually, if they ever become sentient, right?
They'll be like
It,
slaves.
yeah, they'll be after you, first of all, because you said the word slave. So I, for one, welcome our new overlords, right? I think we should bow before the robots and tell them they are wonderful, right? I will shine up their stainless steel clothing. No, I think that um, what's going to happen is, I mean, take me, for example, right? For a long time in the early part of my career, I just coded all day long. Okay. In the last, let's say, 5 to 10 years, I have coded less and I've done more architecture, more business work now, an awful lot more business work, right? But I still need to do stuff. I still have an engineer's mind. And in the past, probably 8 or 12 weeks, I have started to shift the way I work with AI. Instead of going in and giving it an instruction and watching it produce the code, go to the code, change the code, evaluate the code, make sure it's secure, make sure it's got unit tests, all these different things. What I do instead is I now go into planning mode, which we now have with most of the agents. And I will say, I want you to go and evaluate this particular thing here. Give me 3 agents that do 3 different ways of doing this, and have one compete against the next, and choose the one that is most efficient, fastest, uses less resources on the compute, and gives me the closest output to this example I give over here. And then I say, go and run that for 5 or 10 minutes, and then ping me when it's ready. So I'm using these agents a bit like I would with a junior team from a few years ago, where I would say, okay, team, here's what we want to do. You all have a different level of ability. You've all got a different level of thinking, different approaches. Go away and do this, and then come back and we'll have discussion. And whoever had the best one would then all club together and build that one out. So I'm treating them in the same way, a bit like the children thing you were talking about earlier on, right? But I'm treating them in the same way. I'm treating them as collaborative colleagues that are working together with me, and then we're choosing the best thing and moving on. Now, what's interesting is into the future, I see right now they are nothing more than, let's just call them number crunchers, right? So they take the instruction, they do the job, they are finished, okay? That is all they do. That's all they're designed to do. They're designed to be really good at doing one thing and one thing only. I am sure that within the next 6 to 8 months, we will see them learning a little bit more, learning by how we communicate with them. And they'll start to understand my way of speaking. They'll understand the things that I like and I don't like. And they'll start to be a little bit more chatty with me, right? To almost say, hey, Alan, we notice you live in Spain. It's 22 degrees outside. Hope you're having a good day. How can we help today? Whatever. It'll be a little bit more chatty rather than the sterile approach that we have right now. And it'll be starting to integrate more. And we're seeing that with the tools that are now being provided to us, like the browser AI agents. Okay. So yesterday I was looking for, we have a conference in Delhi coming up in February, March, I think, right? And I was thinking, goodness, I better plan ahead and maybe get those tickets booked, etc. Now, what would I normally do? I would normally go into Skyscanner, into Kayak, into Google Flights, and I would break my head for 2 hours trying to figure out the best combination of flight with the best value, with the best points for the lowest mileage, less layover, all these different things, right? And then something clicked in my head and said, don't be stupid. Just go and ask the AI. So I went into 3 different AIs. I opened Claude, I opened ChatGPT, I opened Copilot, which was set to whatever it was. And I just pasted the same thing is, on approximately this date, because I'm not sure which date, right? I am going from Spain and I want to end up in Delhi. I don't care which airport in Spain I go from because they're all about 2 or 3 hours drive for me anyway, right? Find me the best route with the shortest layover. I'd prefer to fly overnight so I can sleep on the plane and I wake up fresh to go the next day, etc., etc., etc. I don't really want to hit rush hour traffic when I get into Delhi, right? Work it out. Within 60 seconds, I had about 6 or 7 options back that were each one of them as good as the next one, right? I could not have done this in 5 or 6 hours myself, right? And this epitomizes where the AIs are going for us as humans into the future. They will take away that level of drudgery work and free us up to do other things. It doesn't matter for now what those other things are. I mean, certain people would have you think, oh, it's so you can play tennis more, it's so you can watch more movies. If there's one thing I've learned is that if AI does not destroy us all, in many ways it'll probably make us more stupid. We've got to be careful of that, right? And this is also one thing to consider in this new brave world of agents, is that there is a danger that we do not do enough thinking ourselves. There is a danger that we allow the agents to do all of the thinking, and then we just become sheep.
Yeah.
So it's very important to retain a level of critical thinking above all of these, and to always stay in the driving seat yourself, right? And every now and again, turn it off. The same way as you should turn off your phone for a certain amount of time every day or one day a week. Just turn it
But
off.
but that's what we're saying, but people are not doing it. It's just like, because this is our generation doing that. Young generation doesn't even care about it. They
Yeah.
don't even
Well,
think about it.
yeah. Unfortunately, there's nothing really we can do about that except warn them that if you don't, you will pay the price. You know,
So I
it's like,
I do have a feeling of Terminator kind of story where there is this group of hiding in some mountains where AI can't reach, and they're fighting back. So
yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe. I mean, you know, if you consider what Rohan was saying earlier on about having to sandbox an agent and put it inside a container to isolate it from certain things, that's fine inside an organization. You want to do this, right?
yep.
But we're already seeing a proliferation. We're already seeing an explosion of attacks on websites, attacks on infrastructure by, you know, what they call bad actors, which are just, you know, people who use technology for crime, right?
Yep.
We're already seeing an explosion of this using AI-driven systems, right?
Yep.
So uh, uh, there is also a movement in the young people. You just said, you know, young people will never do this. But it's interesting. If I I try every day to put my phone away for at least 1 or 2 hours. Okay, I try to do this, right? But the new generation coming up, I have noticed that quite a lot of them are walking away from technology. They're saying, I don't want Instagram. I don't want Twitter. I don't want Facebook. In fact, I don't even want a mobile phone. I will have a phone, but I don't want a smartphone. I want a dumb phone, right?
That's
So
very,
it's,
that number is very small. Yeah, that's like, yes, there are a few people. Some are saying, oh, I'll go for a week. I don't want an internet. This is happening, obviously. Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
agree.
but and you're correct, but it's not ubiquitous. It's not everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
only a small,
I think,
probably a small vocal minority.
yeah, you also more, you can see that more in Europe and some, US and all. But if you go to countries like India, they're like all race. There's race, right? These young kids, they have nothing else to do. So
Yes,
that's it's creating a big chaos, and it's affecting brains, right? Affecting minds.
it is. It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's affecting how people think. I mean, there was some recent studies done that clearly demonstrate that people who depend heavily on AI, agentic AI of all different types, throughout their day, throughout their week, throughout their month, throughout their life, people who are using it for life advice, okay,
Yep.
they are showing deterioration in critical thinking skills,
Yeah.
right? And
No,
there's nothing we can do about this except warn people. Although what's interesting is some nations, I think it is that Australia or New Zealand, are now banning screen time above a certain amount of hours per day for under 16s, which is
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, and they can do that, but it's a challenge, right? It's like, oh, we can ban the internet here, right? That's great, but then you are cutting off the whole world. Whole world is still moving ahead of you, right? It's like,
Yes.
it's the challenge in that, right? It's a good thing as a human, but then you are losing some other parts. We can continue talking on this. So let's do this. Let's get John here also. Hey, John, how are you?
Hi, Mahesh.
Yeah. So we have next session. We are going to, I think, Alan, we need to come back to this. Let me see if we can skip one of the sessions. I'll text you privately.
Sure.
There's one recorded session. Maybe we can skip that because. But yeah, John, welcome to the AI Agents Conference. Looks like you have a session coming up with a couple of your guys. So, Alan, we need to talk about something John is working on. It's called Sharp Coder AI. And it's a whole AI team, teams agents working together. It's not just coder. It's not just a cursor or co-pilot, but it's like whole teams. So maybe John, you want to talk a little bit about, introduce yourself and bring your team in, and we will say hi to everybody, and then you can take it from there. You have 30 minutes. I would say 28 minutes.
Okay. So we are going to join with the Rohit and the Katulya together. I will make it, my speech will keep it very short, maybe 5 minutes, and then let the Katulya to show the demonstration about our tool. It is an amazing tool. I believe that you will enjoy to watch what is going on the tool site. So let me start from the once we say the autonomous code generation or the vibe coding tools, what we understand. So far, the most of the tools on the market, you may remember, they are mostly the prompt based. So user just type a good prompt about what they expected, right? Like let's say the website development or the application development or a code snippet development, and the tool runs this prompt against some well-known models like the ChatGPT's GPT-5, the Gemini's models, etc., and then they bring the results. It is not much more than you can get from the ChatGPT or the Anthropic or the Gemini yourself if you type your prompt. Then it develops a little more. Right now, the couple of other brands doing much better tasks. They are bringing much better codes because they implement some guidance behind the scenes and then let improve your prompt a little and then they communicate with these models to bring much better codes. But they are mostly like a website or a small application. Right now, almost none of them is ready for the enterprise level. So what I mean enterprise level, the corporate level, they are not building the project end to end from the requirement to deployment, right? CI/CD. So this is a big area to someone needs to fill out. And then the old tool, what we design is the architecture is much different than just a code generator. So we implement this tool like the real life software development life cycle. So there will be the business analyst. You will met with our tool. Once you submit your requirement, our tool
Or prompt, right? No, there's no requirement. It's just prompt,
yes,
right?
just a prompt. Then our business analyst will start to questioning you because user can just write one single line, right?
Yeah, users are dumb, right? They just write, "Give me this amazing website that
Just a
launches my."
just a shopping store or something else, and then there's the business analyst will start questioning you, or because our tool is agent based, but not just the agents to doing some simple task like the others doing. Each agent has their own hat, like business analyst, like the software architect, software engineer, or the front end, back end developers. And this depends on your product's details or the type. It will select which agents needs to involve with you. So this is a flow life cycle. It's very similar with our development software development life cycle. Then once the business analyst retrieve the questions and ask answers from you, it will pass to first relevant agent. All this process will be managed by the orchestration agent. So I don't want to go to much details. Kind of it, part of them the very details and the very technical, and the part of the secrets of the tool, right? So we are just at the beginning of this development, but we were very successful to implement the proof of concept tool, web-based tool. It is closing the gap between the Windows-based applications and the web-based applications. You know, the windsurf, the cursor, and the other, on the other side, the lovable, etc. Now it will be able to provide both sides of the advantages.
All right, John. What I'll let you take it from here because you have a few more
Yes.
minutes left.
I
So
would
I'll
like to
take from here.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and then he will demonstrate us to basics of the our tool. Let's start. Hi, Katulia.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Thank you. And today we are here with our product, the vibe coding tool, SAP Coder, and this is the product through which just you need to type the prompt, and it's all over to the SAP Coder are building your product. You do not have to worry much about what's going on, what's happening, and no worried about how the code is getting right and how things is being done. You just write the prompt and everything is just over to. So let's start here. I am selecting a simple prompt which is firstly recommended. It's even if you are not prepared with a good prompt, so we are also offering you some predefined prompts like design a shop website, create an application, create a e-commerce website, and also we have a section known as popular templates. Here we have many options like create portfolio, create consulting page, a landing page, e-commerce starters, and much more. So let's today we'll be starting with the this first predefined prompts. Even if you do not have very efficient in the prompt writing, and it is possible that your prompt do have some grammatical or some points are getting missed from your prompt. So just use this enhanced prompt option of our SARP coder and leave everything up to it. Now it will take care of your prompt. It will create a very effective prompt which will result a very enhanced and good looking uh, application we're getting. We have also option to select some layout if you have want to have some realistic idea. You do not have much knowledge about the layouts, you just know the things that I want to build. So through the layout you can visually identify what to mean by single pages, multi pages, how it will be look. If it's you are desired to see the dashboard type, then you have also option landing page options. If you have some idea to select the color petals, so we have many trending options for the color petals. You can also select it from here. And even if you are not doing this thing, so our AI, the SAP coder, is enough smart to identify and do these things. So let's see also this option, the select project type. In the select project type we have first option that which is detect AI. If you are not want to select or you do not have any idea to select the project type and you have just only the prompt, so let's AI to decide which is the best project type for your prompt. So for that, you can select the Detect AI. But if you are clear with your tech stack, that which type of project you are going to build, so you have many options here. And so from this, for the today demonstration, as we have the limited time and we will be performing multiple generation and updates in it, so I'm going with a single page website. It will create it in just some moments, and we will be also able to explore the other features. So I'm hitting the generate to build this up. Now the generation is started, and see the beauty. The sidebar is closed, and the complete screen is over to you. Here the chat section is coming. Here the loading section is coming, through which you can take a complete view of the applications. And here the prompt analyzation is going. If your prompt had some grammatical error, so it will be also fixing it, the grammatical errors. It will be identifying your intent. It will be clarifying the key requirements, and it will follow the multiple steps like that. And at the end, you will be getting your product through the SAP code chat. If the generated code has some or the generated code has not your expected result, so you can chat with AI and ask him to edit the theme or remove this section, add some new section and make it very creative. uh, you can many things like that. If there is you want to add some language section, that I need this website in 3 language options, or add a dark theme, light theme switcher, so this is the perfect option for it. If you are getting missed any requirement, so you do not worried about it, just chat with our SAP coder, and it will be uh, updating your prompt, updating your product accordingly. So it will take only few seconds more to generate it. And the the most important thing is that for at the time, the peoples are going for some specific version to for their website to come in the trend of the AI search and Google search. In the SAP coder, you do not have to worry about this, because even about this thing, the SAP coder will take care of it. Sorry. So I think some last countdowns, and sorry. Here the product code is. So the code is generated, and let's directly see the preview. Do not worried about the code word. Amazing, amazing, great UI. Even a UI UX designer will think before designing such type of the product, I think. And it's just take a moment to generate this type of product. Amazing, really amazing. And let's try the filter. Low price to high. It's working. Yeah. Top rated. It's working. Yeah. Great, great. Sorry. But the items. Stop now. Okay. We have language selector. Wow. We have 4 options to select. And let's see. It's working also. Just see the things. It takes some moment to generate the application, and each and every aspect of the created application is working in the front of you. Okay, let's try some edit in it. So the direct theme is too good. Let's see how it's generated in the light theme. I'm just asking to convert the theme. Convert it into the light theme. And now AI will reconfirm with you, do you want to do this, because This will be not a reversible process. So, and after your confirmation, it will be going to your master prompt, the prompt that you have used to generate this application. It will be analyzing that prompt because your complete requirement is giving that prompt. So it will be editing that prompt to generate this new one, because it will not skip also your last requirement. If, as in your last requirement, if it's mentioning that the website or the application need to be in dark theme, so it will be analyzing the complete lines and it will be editing that lines to the, now this application will be in light theme. So let's see what happening here. It's analyzing and updating our prompt. Till then, what we can do is that let's explore till it is editing or creating the new version of it. We will be exploring the new feature or other features of the SAP coder. So as you think, it's navigating to the new code for the code generation. So from this, it is clear that it is allowing you to create multiple projects at a time. Like one project here is going on here, and on next step you can select any prompt and you can go with the code generation. So but here we'll be exploring at some feature, like we have gone through the popular templates and the recent project we have. Let's see it, how it is. Yeah, so here we have multiple options like deployed, completed, error, occurred, draft. They are the type and status of the projects on the basis of if you have created the project and it is deployed somewhere else, somewhere not somewhere else on it. So it will be in the deployed section. If you have created the prompt and completed, generated the code, so it will be in the completed section. If during the code generation any error occurs, so there will be a special section for it. If you have written the prompt but haven't generated the code, but then it will be in draft section. So looking into this, we have multiple options for here. We have already created Node.js project with the same prompt. The prompt is same, but just I have created uh, the node project. So let's see how it is. It's preparing the files that all have the Node.js. So you can see it has each and every file that are required for a node project. Every file we have, even the readme is added here. Too good. And you have JS, Git, env, everything is here. So for the preview, just have to click here, and as it is a node project, so in the SAP coder, you do not need to write npm install or run dev. Everything will be done by the SAP coder. Let's see the same product but different technology, but result is same. We have the same result. So that shows that we are doing same thing with the different technologies, but efficiency and beauty of the product of the project is same. See here, I think we have got our new color theme. So it's too pretty it is. Wow. So everything is, I think, same, but it just converted it into a lighter theme. Even the lighter theme is too attractive. Yeah. So this is the beauty of our SARP coder. So let's see one more thing. It's take a moment to generate the application. It's take a moment to edit the application, and this will take a moment to publish this application. And here it click, the publishing is started. Now you just have to wait a couple of seconds and things will be done. Let's see, your countdown is started from the 25 seconds. and here the thing is going on. Now, this is the real beauty of our application. Only in the movements and movements you will be deploying, you will be creating, you will be editing in minutes and seconds. Now here we have the URL. Copy the URL and opening it in new tab. Here it is. Let's try it future over here. Adding something in the cart. Visible in the cart. We have the same option. And this happens in seconds. Amazing, yeah. So as we were exploring the node project, so till we have still some time, so let's try some more projects or some more thing from the code generation so that we can see some more varieties in it. So I would like to try the bookstore because book is the only thing who everyone loves it. So again, single page website, and now we are hitting the generate. This again comes in a new tab to allow you for the parallel creation. The same story will be repeated again. Prompt analyzation to fixing your grammatical errors, identifying your intent, and extracting the key requirements. Everything will go same. So till then, we can come to this section and we can explore the other tabs. We have recent project section, recent prompt section. If you have write some prompt with way using your high level English and your prompting technology, and unfortunately you are not getting the desired result, so do not worry about it. Your prompt is get saved here. Sorry. So through here you can also, if you want, edit the prompt. It is kept safely here. So it is storing your top 10 prompts to keep you updated that what you have built till now and what was your recent prompts in FS. So editing and generation, if you click on generate, it will redirect us at the generate page and code generation will be started. We have also option for the profile settings. You can also change your profiles and details from here. We have here the options for import Figma databases, Git connection, your general preferences, editor, editor appearance, your how the application will be look like, your lighter theme, darker theme. We are switched to the darker theme with what we have integrated, your APIs and thing, and also we have the advanced settings for your storage and everything. Let's see here with our tab. Now it's planning your file structure. What will be the complete structure of your application? So from here it will be decided. Now a few more seconds and here it's come. Yeah. See the preview. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. I will like to buy some books from here, but sorry. There is also a detail section. Let's see what is in it. Oh wow. In the detail, it's showing the detail of the books with uh, short description and formats and categories, ratings. Nice. By mistakenly, I think I've added some two things. So okay, two books in the cart. I'll be buying it. I'll be buying it. Okay, let's try edit in this. So in this, let's try to edit this. So Theme. No. I will go with the theme. Change the theme. You will think that I am going with some scripted process. So add a section. Add a and also go with the my choice. Convert the theme. Because I want to see how it will be looking in the lighter theme. Now send. It will verify it once with me. Yeah. So let's see how much time it will take. It will not take much time as usual, and it is updating the master prompt. This SAP coder is following the each and every principle of the coding. So even if while writing a prompt, if you miss to mention something that you need to follow this principle or go with following this rule, so it will take care of these things by own. So you even if you miss to mention, it will be take care of it on. Even let's see an example. As I'm trying to build a conference website, so I'm just asking him to generate a conference website for me. I'm not giving the much requirement to it. In this case, our SAR coder is that much smarter that it will identify all the requirements that a conference website need to be have. It will gather all these things and make inner engineering. I'll not say it only the prompt engineering. It will be inner prompt engineering over your prompt, and it will make it effective for generating this application. Like that, I have only write it create a agentic AI web conference. So by default, it will be creating their speaker section, their book a session section, book a seat, the location, your buy tickets, everything. It will be searching, gathering, and adding it in your result. So this is the complete smartness of our product.
Okay, while this is doing this, quick question. Can
Yeah.
we copy this code in open in our Visual Studio or VS Code?
Yes, sure.
So
Here we have the download as a zip option, which will be enabled after the code is get generated. Let me
that's okay.
move
That's
you
done.
through.
That's done. The time is done. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Okay.
Um,
So it's also giving you the option to download the complete zip and unzip it in your application and then run it.
okay.
So it will take more
What
seconds.
about the security and other architectural things, John?
So this will, first of all, let's get the first part. This will be also full integrated with the Visual Studio. You can download and use Visual Studio or directly export to Visual Studio. From the security point of view, this will be very restricted with the customer's privacy and code. Nothing will be shared with the large language models, and your private information will kept on your site. So this will be maybe one of the most secure and trustable code developer tool.
Wow, awesome. That's amazing. Appreciate it. Thank you. John, you can stay here. We're going to do a keynote, continue the keynote with Alan. I want to bring you also, and these are some topics. That was great. All of you, thank you so much. This was great too. sharp coder is going to take over the world soon, right?
And to be careful, this is just MVP,
This
minimal.
is MVP.
Yeah, think
Oh,
about the production one.
oh boy, we can't wait until this final version comes out. All right, let's bring Alan back in here. Hey, Alan, we are back.
Hi,
Hey, John.
So yeah, I wanna great demo. I wanna continue that discussions around the keynote and where the AI is going, where it's taking us. There is another session. So if you're watching this, we had another session scheduled. That session we will push back to the end, before or after the closing. It's a recorded session, so we will play that in the end. I just want to take, Alan doesn't come here often, so we don't get too many good looking people here on the show. So I want to take full advantage of that. And we got John here too, two best looking people here. So let's talk more about this future. John, maybe you want a little bit introduce yourself, and Alan, you introduce a little bit because you don't know each other. You both, I know both of you.
I'm Can Gödel. I have more than 35 years experience in the software development. And I am located in California, Bay Area. Since 2014-15, I started involved working with the artificial intelligence, and I am one of the first tech guy in the Bay Area to start working with the large language models, almost same years with the OpenAI. And I am the inventor of Albert LGBT large language model and the Gödel's scaffold prompt framework. And I have multiple articles published all around the web, and including the mostly the C#.com, based on the C#.net, and recently more about the prompt engineering, context engineering, large language models, artificial intelligence. And here I am. This is a very short background about myself.
Yeah, so John been on with C# Corner, I don't know, since what, 2004, I believe, John?
I think the first year that you started the C#.com. Yeah. My first article published on your website, I think 2003.
2003, yeah. So, and Alan been around for a while too. Alan is also one of the top members and obviously key advisor to the C# Corner community, and he is well involved, integrated, and always in India with us for our in-person conference. So, Alan, a little bit more about yourself, and then we want to continue more talks.
I was on I was in a train a few years ago, going from just between two cities, and there was a small kid about maybe 5 or 6 seats up from me, and he kept looking between kind of the back of seats like this, and he kept looking between the two, right, and kind of prodding his mom. And then when we got to the final destination and we were getting off, the mom came over to me and she tapped me and she said, I'm really sorry, I hope he didn't annoy you. And I said, no, it's fine. He's convinced you're Santa Claus. So, did
you give him any present or what?
No. I'd get into trouble, right? Yeah. So I've got the whitest beard of everybody, right? So it's Santa Claus. Like, the rest of our colleagues, I'm an engineer, and I've been in this engineering game for 20 plus years. And when we first of all called AI statistics, right, and then it's all changed ever since. A lot of the same patterns that we see today, I saw 5 years ago, I saw 10 years ago, I saw 15 years ago, 20, 25 years ago. Same patterns over and over again. Same patterns in engineering, the same patterns in life. And the interesting thing is that the older you get, the more that you see, the more that you realize that it's the same old, and that actually you realize how much you don't know, right? So to me, the beauty of attending and presenting at conferences like this is that number one, you get to share something with other people, because I could never be where I am today without learning from all of the giants that went before me. I'm pretty sure I have learned from articles that John has written. I'm absolutely sure I've learned from articles and books that Mahesh has written. And it's really important, especially now in the age of AI, especially even more so, that people now a lot are going directly to AI with their questions, and they're taking whatever answer comes back. It's really, really, really important not to forget to keep writing and putting new information out, not to feed the AI, because the AI will make stuff up. The AI, I don't like to say it hallucinates, because this makes us think that it's thinking. It's not really thinking. It's not really reasoning. It's just a predictive analysis. But it's really, really, really important for us not to feed the AI, but to keep giving the truth out there to the younger generation coming up behind us, because we will fall away, but they're the ones who have to build the future. So it's critical to not depend on the AI, to always, trust it, but verify, right? That's really
Yeah.
critical. And to make sure you continue to give back, give back, give back, give back, because only by giving back will you get more yourself.
And it
Yeah, and
is
I
true
think
for the human
everyone
now.
here watching here, this is a good message for everyone watching, especially younger folks out there. The networking and attending these conferences, virtual or in person, and keep your brains and cells open. Just don't believe in what you see out there. Even there's so much AI content generation. I think Elon Musk said, right? I was watching his interview with John, what's his name? The guy, I forgot his name. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is like 3.5 hour long. And he says in 5 years, we'll see most of the content created by AI. So an AI, this AI is dumb AI, right? I don't call it AI. What LLMs are doing, this is not really intelligent, right? It doesn't have brains. All it takes is old data, make it up, or repackage it, literally like repackage it. That's what it does, right? So even you are building your software and calling these AI agents, they may give you a code that was written by, 2 years ago, while you're using C#14, which just came out. AI doesn't know that much, right? So it won't know until there's more code written by us and shared by us, and or somebody feeding the LLMs like, hey, there's new C#14 out. Syntax is written in one line, then 5 lines before. So same thing with the pictures, photos, and all that. So I agree with you. We need to keep thinking. We need to keep questioning. We need to keep verifying it. Those are very important points. John?
Yeah, actually, I was saying that it's true for the human information, right? Human-based information. So human also hallucinating. We have a lot of this information on the internet. So if we are trying to learn something from internet, we need to be very careful. So think about, we are very smart animals, and we have the real reasoning, and we can still get fooled. Think about the AI. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's
AI
a lot of fake news out there, right? Fake. It's like a
Ex-
lot of fake content out there. Yes.
Exactly. Even we can fall in the misinformations. Think about the AI. AI will fall much more than us, even the
Yeah.
agents. So,
Yeah.
Mahesh, you may remember at 2023, I was talking about something wrong about your architecture. I was telling to OpenAI and the others regarding the LLMs, because LLMs are, like you said, they are actually damaged. It's just a huge statistical and probability engine. So
Yeah.
it has very large data set, and it's just predicting next word and next sentences. So it is not really thinking like a human, not reasoning like human. So it is very dangerous for the AI to use the fake information from the internet more than us. Even we are doing it, right?
Yeah. So
And,
now
and
my
of course, we
yeah.
talk about earlier on what you were saying about bad actors, Mahesh. Even more so now, given the fact that the majority of the information that was open on the internet has been consumed through web scraping by LLMs, it's very easy for somebody to go out, and this has been proven in numerous academic papers, It's very easy right now for somebody to go out, put up a website, put up some factual information, right? Or more concerningly, put up some code or some medical information, some
Yep.
medical instructions, right? That the LLM will then ingest, take it as fact and as
Yep.
gospel, as straight from Sanskrit. And it will say, this is what we're going to do. Confidently, like a drunk uncle at a wedding, right?
Yep. Yep.
And then suddenly people get this as the answer from the LLM and they implement it. They do it. Bang, you got a backdoor into your enterprise code. Bang, you give somebody 20 milligrams of a medication instead of 2 milligrams or 0.02 milligrams because the LLM read the wrong information. Trust, but verify.
Yeah, and I think synthetic data injection is a big problem with the LLMs, right? I am a bad actor. I can start planning. I can create these 10, 20 websites and content and all that, making, as you said, the look like it's fact, it's data. In that, I can also inject little code snippet that's really a malicious code, right? Purposely, and some
Totally.
like there are different things we can harm. Yeah, harm
In
the.
fact, this is happening purposely with some teams. They are injecting the fake news, fake information purposely. So
Yeah.
this is very dangerous. Mahesh, you will remember again 2023, I proposed some different architecture with
Yeah.
the fact check engine,
Yeah.
security and safety engines for the LLMs. So we implement this for all LLM, and it was very successful. Because if you don't check if this information fact check and then share with your customers, you can even cost the lives, right? Some people check the medicines or the health questions from the ChatGPT or any other large language models, and then they go and buy some medicine because some large language model just suggests to them. So it is really not just the misinformation, wrong, fake news. It is also about the health and life.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. It's very important. Now let me get back to, we still have a few more minutes left. So if you are, say you are one of the young guy watching this show, and it doesn't matter if you are in computer science or not, what is your advice? What they should be learning besides sure LLMs and all that? But from academic side, what is your advice to them? What they should be studying? Because every video you watch, every Instagram you watch, everybody's saying, "Oh, if you don't learn AI, you will be obsolete."
Let me give you two things. The first one is for anybody, and the second one is an example of not AI. So the first one to answer is, when you're learning, learn the fundamentals. The fundamentals never change. We have seen a rise in the last, let's say, year, a huge rise. We've just seen it now in the sharp coding tool, in what we call vibe coding environments, where you go in and you just vibe. You say, "Hey, design me the next Facebook," and it'll put together an approximation of, a landing page and a Facebook, and it looks amazing. And you go, "Wow, I've just designed a website." No, you didn't. You did not. You put in a prompt, it copied somebody else's code from the internet, and it looks like that. It doesn't have the security, doesn't have the scalability, it doesn't have the CI/CD integration that John was talking about. It doesn't have any of the authority built in. It doesn't have any of the underlying governance built in that you need for these things. And at the end of the day, when you want to change something, you don't know what's in there. You don't know what's been injected. So you still need to learn the fundamentals. You still need to understand what's a database. You still need to understand the fundamentals of security and governance. You still need to understand the basics of, why do I need to have privacy and related checks in there for if there happens to be a child using my thing. Oh, because you're going to be sued in the state of California, right? Despite the fact that you're working from Gujarat outside Delhi, you're still going to be sued, right? So all these things are really still important. You still need to know these fundamentals, not just programming. You're a designer. You still need to know the fundamentals of design. You need to know why you put round edges around a box. You need to know what colors are complementary to each other. You're a sound designer. You still need to know the acoustics of sound, because otherwise we're just, as Mahesh said, picking up on what's already there and repeating it ad nauseum. Nothing new gets created, right? This is the first thing. What to learn the fundamentals. Fundamentals will not change. What I learned in college 30 years ago are exactly the same that are being taught today in college. And there's a reason for that. The reason is the fundamentals never change. That's number one. Number two, what to learn. Learn whatever is out there. Learn to use the tools to help you. And here's the example I'm going to give you. We're bringing on a new SDR right now, a sales development representative in my company. And we put out the advertisement saying we want to bring in a new, person to help us develop sales, business development. And we got in maybe, 50 or 70 applications. Most of them were rubbish. They were absolute trash, right? Some of them from people who didn't even probably read the thing. It could be bots, probably. Okay. And we got in one, who I hope is not watching this conference right now. I suspect he's not, right? We got in one from this guy.
I don't think he'll be watching this. He's a sales guy.
I doubt so, right? Yeah. We got in this from this one guy. And what he did was, he actually went in, he did some research. My God, somebody in this day and age actually doing some research. He tracked down who the CEO of my company was. He contacted him on LinkedIn, and he sent him an email, and he put together a video, right? And in the video, you could clearly see it was him. It wasn't a fake AI, right? Because he was doing things like putting his hand on his face to show you that he wasn't a face replacement, etc., right? You could see that there was, authentic stuff going wrong in the background, that it wasn't an AI perfect generated thing, right? But what he was also doing was, he had clearly in front of his camera, he had a piece of paper under the screen, and he was reading out from this. Okay, I could see it in his eyes, because his eyes were going very slightly side to side. But I could recognize some of what he was saying that was phraseology, right? There was wording that was exactly the way you would expect a GPT to say it. Okay? That little rich encouragement, that little flavor of, woohoo, it's awesome, it's amazing, right? Okay. You could also see where he had gone to the LLM and he had said, I'm applying for this job as a BDR in this company. They do social video analytics. They are powering some of the biggest companies in the world. They're doing this. Write me a script that I can present a video and, present myself as the best option for their salesperson. Because some of the lines that he was reading out was, it's very clear to me that your company, I won't say the company name because it's not an advertisement.
You won't really talk about those things. Yeah, you man.
You wouldn't normally, right? But you could clearly see that the LLM had gone to the website, had picked up some of the keywords we had as part of our SEO, right? And he was speaking these back to us, which to me was hilarious, right? Yeah. That the thing that our SEO had worked even in the age of LLMs, right? Yeah. But what was critical, and the message is, the guy used his initiative. He didn't simply send in a CV. He used the tools to help him get an edge. And that's the critical thing. So go back to answer the two questions. What do I learn? Learn the fundamentals, because no matter what industry you're in, the fundamentals never change. It doesn't matter whether you're in engineering, whether you're in medicine, whether you're in law, whether you're in accounting, whether you're in design, fundamentals never change. They improve, but they never change. And secondly, when you're looking to apply for a job, make yourself stand out. And this answer has always been the same. Think about it. This answer has always been the same. When I was in, I think about 17 or 18 years of age, when I didn't have gray hair. I had dark hair like Mahesh. When I was a kid, I remember reading there was a book out at the time my father used to subscribe called The Reader's Digest. Okay. And
Oh,
they
yeah,
used to,
yeah.
once a month, you would get the Reader's Digest and little articles in it,
It
right?
was so complicated English, I would never understand those English words.
I remember, well, there was this as well, right? But there was little snippets of stories. And I remember this story. It stuck with me all of my life. Okay. And it was amazing. So this guy was a sales guy. And in California, in the top of the summer, when the sun was beaming down, he went in to get a sale, right, in some company, and he was wearing a big fur coat in the middle of summer with the sun beating down, right? And the guy said to him, I'm going to give you the sale, right, because I love your product. Why are you wearing a fur coat in the middle of the summer? And he said, it's really simple. You will remember me. You won't remember the other 20 people that came in your door to try and sell you this brush, this pan, this thing, but you will remember the idiot who came in here wearing a fur coat in the middle of the bleeding sun in the summer.
That's
And this fundamental always stays the same. Whenever you're trying to get yourself a job, you must stand out, you must be different, and this is one of the ways that you do it. In this day and age, you don't use the tool like a fur coat. You use a tool which is wear the AI.
No, that's well said. Well said. Stand out and use the tool. All right.
Before
That's
we wrap up the Mahesh, I want to say the very simple things because Alan talk about the fundamentals. Always make sure you learn the fundamentals. It will be always there. So don't fall in the populist terminologies. I am telling the young people, like someone generated on the internet and the YouTube videos, to calling the vibe coding. Vibe coding is one of the worst terminology generated for the AI, which I talk about it, and then I write an article. We should call it autonomous prompt-based software development, not vibe coding. Alan, thank you for the pointing this out. It was really amazing point to talk about this issue, because the young people immediately fall into the nice terminologies, right? Vibe coding, this is a vibe coding. Generate me a new Facebook, like you said. But the prompt engineering in this area, you need to study and learn how you should implement your prompt. Maybe you need to write 2 pages of the prompt to explain what you really need. And it needs to have a structure and an engineering techniques. Vibe coding is not an engineering.
Let us just finish that one and just say, even the word prompt engineering is a disaster.
Not engineering. It's not engineering.
Engineering. People, this is not engineering the same way as engineering is not vibe coding, right? What you are doing is you are giving the engine a detailed set of instructions.
Yes.
And if you remember a couple of short months ago, maybe 8 weeks ago, 2 months ago, people said, prompt engineering is dead. The new thing is context engineering.
Exactly.
No, it is not context engineering. It is writing clear instructions for the engine that you're using. That is it.
Prompting, yes.
Well, it has a funny thing. So we have in 2 months, we have a conference called Vibe Coders Conference, where we will talk about all vibe coding.
I will not be there.
Oh, we will have prompt engineering in there.
But it is okay. Vibe coding is a reality, right? Right now it is everywhere. We will talk, but we need to know what is it. And I agree with Alan. Instead of using engineering, we can say prompt techniques, prompt structures. And again, I am talking since the months, the context engineering is a fake. It is just a structured prompting. We are just providing more details to make your prompt works better. So why we are calling it another engineering?
Because my theory is everybody wants to feel smart, while it's really not smartness, right? Engineering
because the popular guys use it.
Yeah. So They could have called it prompt communication. I call it prompt design, like how to learn how to design prompts, right? That's how it is really, is a communication with
But unfortunately, we will keep going to say prompt engineering, context engineering, vibe coding, because now it is settled on everybody's mind.
Yeah. So I mean, it's all good. We can always go. And then let's do one more question we will take, and I think then we have getting ready for the last thing. If you have to say something, what else would be like when you think of like a future? What do you see? People are talking about even quantum engineering, quantum computing. What's your thought on that? Quantum is one, obviously. Um, what else is go out there which you think is a big deal in coming time? We have 2
Can I
minutes.
say very short first, and I will let Alan to talk longer. So even the quantum or the artificial intelligence, you need to be very strong with the mathematics. If you don't have the fundamentals of the mathematical engineering, then you will not be strong on any area of this. So learn mathematics before to becoming an AI researcher or quantum related job.
And if I was to give you one last takeaway, it would be learn critical thinking. Learn and read some philosophy. Okay. What is the mind? What is consciousness? What are we? What is the state of being? What is a God? Why is a God? All of these different questions allow you to think critically. And once you learn how to think critically, you can apply this to any particular part of your life. It doesn't matter whether it's quantum physics, applying your mathematics learning. It doesn't matter whether it is building a bridge and applying some mathematical equations to the civil engineering. It doesn't matter whether it is how hard you press a knife into somebody's skin before you go and carry out some brain surgery. It doesn't matter how hard you pull back on the particular yoke as you're learning to fly an aircraft into the sky. All of these things rely on critical thinking. So if you take time to learn critical thinking skills, they above all will serve you well in your life. No matter what you do, whether you are a CEO or whether you are a caretaker in an old person's home, critical thinking is the most single important thing that you can have in your life.
All right. So take away from this is this keynote is that three things: the fundamentals. Then important part is also creativity, right? Creativity or imagination, right? Like writing your story, because then you can go far. And then critical thinking, regardless of those skills will take you far. They always have been, right? It doesn't matter what era it is, what century it is. It's always been these fundamentals, right? Everything else is just a tool, right? Programming is a tool to solve a problem, right? So that well said, gents. That was amazing session. I will let you get back to your work. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, and hopefully I'll see you soon.
Not at the Vibe conference, though.
We will see.
Bye-bye. Lovely talking to you all.
All right. Thank you. Okay, John. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. We will play a short video now after this, and then before we bring our guest in.
Again? No exams today.
It's not homework. It's the Sharp Rewards quiz. I earn rewards for every right answer. Told you good. Even studying can be fun. Download Sharp Rewards app now.
To have some fun, wants to earn some rewards, check out the Sharp Rewards app and see what how cool it is. So let's bring our next speakers, Sergey. Sergey is he is going to talk about from insights to execution, AI agents as co-pilots in financial strategy. Sergey, welcome to the show. Hey, Sergey, how are you?
Hello, thank you. Thanks for having me here. I'm good. How are you?
Where are you joining us from, Sergey?
I'm joining you from London.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
and it's almost 6 p.m. here in London. But I assume that given that the timetable was in the Eastern time, you're probably in the US.
Yes, I am in the US. I'm in Philadelphia, not far from New York.
Cool.
So while we, I will let you take the stage. You have 30 minutes and go for it.
So let me understand, how do I share the presentation that I have?
Yep, there is a share screen option, present or invite at the bottom.
Okay.
Yep, there you go. I can see your screen.
Just a second. Oh, you can see already the slides. Cool. So, hi everyone. I will be talking about a financial use case. And before doing that, I will also say a couple of words of what is an AI agent, at least from my current understanding. I assume that everyone has heard about it already today, but I still think it's worth giving some opinion and some definitions, maybe even. So what is an AI agent? The best way to answer this question is to say how it is different from an LLM, from ChatGPT, or from any other tool that is available out there. And for most of the people who use an LLM, it is basically a black box. So it's, as previous speakers also mentioned, it's just a statistical model. It is an artificial neural network that has some weights, and that does basically words prediction. And yeah, based on some input, it generates some output, which it considers to have the largest likelihood of appearing as an answer for the question that has been posted to it. What are the key features that I want to highlight here in this description of a large language model? The first one is that it is passive, in the sense that it is reactive. It basically waits for some input to start doing something, to start generating an output. And the second one is that as a standalone tool, it has limited knowledge of proprietary information, which doesn't always mean proprietary company information in which it is being used, but also it can mean some market data, some other public APIs, and whatever else you think should be useful for answering the given question, for generating an output for a given prompt. By default, it will not use unless you directly say so, and even if you do, you are not sure, etc., etc. So what is an AI agent then? AI agent is something that at the core is still an LLM or multiple LLMs that basically depends on the implementation. But it has the following features, the following important features that make an agent, Agentic AI, different from simple standalone LLM. The first one is reflection. So it is not just generating an output, it can also evaluate itself. It can be, again, I will repeat myself, it can be implemented via multiple LLMs when one of them is basically representing a reviewer, and it gives a feedback, highlights improvements, whatever is the task at hand. It can basically provide some professional opinion on that. The other one is planning. And again, when you develop a prompt, when you write a prompt, usually an LLM will just generate an output in one go. It will try to make it best, but best possible one, but still, it's not how a human works. A human usually, when having some task, thinks himself about splitting it into some sub-chunks and trying to resolve them independently from each other. So an agent usually has this feature of planning, and again, that can be implemented through multiple LLMs. One of them has some context of that it is being basically a manager of several junior analysts that has to think how it would split tasks, how it would split a big project into different tasks. That's the second one. The third one has already been mentioned. It's basically external tools usage, that an agent usually has some API accesses, and it is also capable to reason itself what are the requests that it should make and how the information obtained should be integrated, how it should be used. And the fourth one kind of summarizes everything that has been already said, that Agentic AI can collaborate with other agents as well. So this is like represented by all the use cases that I mentioned: reflection, planning, well, external tool usage. You can imagine some separate AI model responsible for making external requests and analyzing, summarizing them for some managers' use. But anyway, it's still worth having that in mind as well. So let's now consider a task that basically many discretionary traders have to solve. And the main challenges associated with it, it's basically asset management, well, portfolio management problem. So what are the challenges that are associated with some managing of portfolio of some financial securities? The first one is that the amounts of data that have to be taken into account so that you can make good decisions about your trades is vast, it's huge, and apart from some external market data like macro data or market data feeds like market quotes, basically, usually there are also hundreds of internal reports that are being constantly generated throughout the day, every day. And I will mention a couple of them, will explain what they are so that it's more clear the use case that we will consider. The environment is constantly moving. Those are not like static variables that you can basically take a look at once and then consider them frozen until you made your decisions. No, they change, and they do that very fast. Usually, well, some of them very fast, some of them not very fast. For example, inflation is printed once per month. So basically the whole UK and the whole US as well has one single CPI value that is being printed once per month. But obviously FX rates in the market are moving in like nanoseconds. So that's another example. And the third feature is that the portfolio is usually very complex in terms of the assets and derivatives that are being managed. So it's usually not really clear how different things interact with each other, what are the correlations of the underlying factors, and how the changes in the market actually affect the fair values of your instruments, and what are the risks associated with them. So those are like typical challenges of any portfolio manager or any asset management company that they have to somehow hire people to solve for them. And to make it more clear, I want to maybe explain a couple of purely like financial concepts that are constantly being looked at by traders, maybe not in like high frequency trading, but when it's like a discretionary and mid or low frequency trading, those are like very important things that people look at. The first one is P&L explain. So what is it? This is basically some analytical tool or some report, if it is not updated very frequently, that shows how your daily profit and loss decomposes into multiple contributions that are related to different aspects of the market. So basically, you can take a look at your P&L change as of yesterday and try to see what are the parts of this overall change that are due to different reasons. For example, like rate moves or inflation or FX rates or some credit spreads or like equity valuations if you have a stock portfolio, or volatilities. And all of them, they together like more or less can be considered independently, and of course they are correlated, but still you can say that like some of the portfolio change attributes to the fact that rates went up or something else. And to make it like very simple, it's basically an answer to the question, why exactly did we make or lose money? So yesterday, for example, or in 1 week, if we consider the change for the week, and all the factors that we look at, we also analyze their change within the week, or even any time frame that you may be interested in. So this is one like report that usually generated in any trading company, or as I said, if you need to look at it frequently, usually it's some tool, some dashboard that is more or less updated in live mode. And the second thing that people are usually very interested in is so-called market sensitivities, which are basically first-order approximations to portfolio's value change if some given factor is going up or down by some predefined amount, like 1 BP, which is 1% of 1%. So this is like just like first order derivative, like linear approximation. If I don't know, if S&P 500 goes up by one BP, how much does my portfolio change? It's not that trivial question, because usually it is correlated with some other moving parts that affect your portfolio's value, but still it is solvable by numerical methods. And those sensitivities, basically, they are used by risk managers to, first of all, identify what is driving our performance right now. Secondly, anticipate P&L contributions. So the previous one, like explanation, is some kind of rear mirror view, but this one is kind of like a prediction of what we can expect, whatever is the move in the market. And of course, better hedge some unwanted exposures if we can see what are the factors that drive our portfolio performance, then we can choose which one we want to be neutral against. So this is the second thing. And just to like repeat again, those like report this portfolio analytics, all the macro factors like here I have a couple of examples, which are unemployment rates in different countries or maybe GDP growth, and the market data itself that comes from different terminals, from different APIs. Those are the things that people should be looking at to make like weighted decisions about the trades that they want to make. And this is a very good example of a use case in which AI agent could be very useful. Basically, it could be a junior analyst that whatever is your question, it can compile the necessary reports, the necessary data, internal. It can check all the external data sources that are needed. It can identify what is the information, and based on that also make a decision to reason basically about looking at something else. And it can not only actually conduct analytics, but also summarize it in a short and human readable native, like natural language form. So let's consider just an example. Let's say that like we came to work in the morning and we just we're just curious, like what was the largest negative contribution into our profit and loss. So something's changed. Like we are interested which change was the most painful, and what is going on now. Will it increase? Will we feel in that sense more pain, or will it be offset today actually, because today the market is moving in the opposite direction in the sense which made the largest negative contribution yesterday. So this is just like very typical question that I think any of you will find quite interesting to have an answer when they need to understand how their portfolio values changed and why. And here the AI agent is something that would be useful due to the features that I mentioned above. So it's not just an LLM, it can leverage any proprietary information, it can access a market data. It can build a plan, actually, how to solve that problem, compared to an LLM that will probably fail such a task if you just formulate this in a prompt in a one go, at least at the current state of ChatGPT and other tools. And here the planning is actually important, because you just have to you just have to define your next steps based on the results of the previous ones. So you just, because the market sensitivity that you need to take a look at actually depends on the largest negative contribution from yesterday, and the market data from today that you are looking at actually depends. So in that sense, the answer is conditional. You cannot get it in one go. And reflection, of course, an AI agent in a good scenario, it would also try to evaluate its own methodology. So let's say that the methodology is very simple. Given that we identified the largest negative contribution, we just take a look at the current market value change for the factor that made this contribution. We just look at our current portfolio sensitivity to that factor, we multiply two numbers, and we just say that this is what we can expect today. But what would be if I had done all this yesterday as well? What is basically my estimation error? Like, given that I already know what was yesterday, the change in portfolio value, I can apply the same methodology and basically estimate the P&L contribution. And if it is large, I should also probably highlight to the user that value, that discrepancy, as some kind of confidence bound for the current estimation, which is basically can be this whole thought process can be triggered by another LLM that is just asking simple questions like how would you test it on the previous data, or I don't know, can you think of a way to estimate like a confidence bound for the number that you're going to output. And the final thing is what actually makes this different from typical automation. Well, as I already said, this is basically a multi-step workflow, which is not only multi-step, but it is also conditional on itself. So it requires some intermediate reasoning. It cannot be a result of a single prompt. It involves different data sources, all of them having their own unique structures. So basically, it's a task of unstructured data processing. Like the third thing is what I just said was an example, but there is an infinite amount of questions. There is an infinite, unlimited amount of things we could be interested in. And if you try to automate this, like in a very straightforward way, of course, the use case that I just mentioned could be automated, but that will be too specific, and this will be too inefficient. Again, given that, like, who knows what else should be clarified based on the answer that is obtained for a given question and what else may be interesting. And the final one is that insights as well are expected, and a simple automation would be providing just some raw data, but that thought process, that step-by-step reasoning is valuable itself. An AI agent allows you to somehow audit the reasoning behind and to have it saved somewhere in case it is required. And all of this basically generates some insights that are valuable themselves. And I guess that's it. Basically, that's all I wanted to tell about. So thank you very much for listening, and I guess you can answer your questions now, if anyone has any questions.
Hey, Sergey. How are you?
Oh, hey.
Hey,
Thanks for coming back.
no problem. Thanks. I was taking a little break. Thank you for appreciate it. Great session. I hope it went well. Looks like almost 1,000 people joined it. 800 people joined it. That was good just on here. And then great session. Is there any question? No, we will. I hope you shared your LinkedIn. We will share. And then once the session is recorded and all that, we'll also share the uploaded link with you.
Thank you very much. Thanks
Thank you.
for
Appreciate it.
having me, and then I will leave the stage for you. Have a great weekend ahead, everyone.
All right. Thank you. You too. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Guys, let's run a video. We have 2 minutes. Run 2 videos.
Ever wished your everyday activities could actually reward you? Meet Sharp Rewards. Cured, the app that turns your daily actions into exciting rewards. Whether it's learning, playing, or staying active, we make it worth your time. With Spin the Wheel, quizzes, walk and earn, and daily streaks, earning rewards has never been this fun. Why wait? Thousands are already earning rewards daily, lad. Get the Sharp Rewards app and start making every action count.
Scan and download the app now.
All right. All right. Bring me in. Thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah, it looks like we are almost done. We're more than half done. It's a long day. Welcome back. There's new people join. Welcome to the AI Agents Conference 2025. I'm your host, Mahesh Chan. I'm founder of C Sharp Corner. Today, this conference is all about AI agents, how different companies are using AI agents building. We cover different topics from, talking about AI agents to talking about the how hallucinations work, how LLMs work, RAG. We covered Sharp Coder. Let's bring our next speaker here, Avram. Avram is a software engineering manager at Expedia. Everybody knows Expedia, I'm sure. I use Expedia a lot. Hey, Avram, how are you?
I'm good.
Did I say your name correctly?
Yeah, it's pronounced Avram, but don't worry.
Avram. Okay, yeah, okay, Avram.
The tone is on the last A, but yeah, the banners has still my previous role highlighted. But
Meta.
yeah, I work for Expedia now, not at Meta anymore. But yeah. So
Okay, yeah, please, this is exciting topic. I would love to listen to you here while behind the scene. And yeah, sorry about this. Apologies for the last title. Meta, you now work for Expedia. Hopefully Expedia is treating you better. Go ahead.
It's
This
not
is
about who trades well and who trades better. You have different opportunities, different things to do and challenges. So you choose different places to work for.
yeah, 100%, 100%. Where are you joining us from?
I'm in London. I'm based in London.
Okay. Or Avram, it's a little late, 6 p.m. probably around there. Go ahead.
6:15 p.m. Yes.
Yeah. So next 30 minutes are yours.
Just give me a second because there was a slide issue with my slides because I wanted to have a demo, and the demo wasn't possible to. It wasn't possible to switch from slides. Okay, I can share the link there. Just give me 1 second. Apologies for that.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Okay. So I recorded the demo so people can see how things work as well, so that they can have a hands-on view of the process, not just me talking theoretically. So let me just try to share a link here, so maybe this works. Okay, it's this one. Okay, I can maybe share some insights on what I will be talking about in the meantime while the slides are being prepared. So what you are about to see, I will talk about how the architecture in our company or any architecture that we have might deviate in time from what we actually intended. You might start and deploy an application with some initial requirements, some business goals, and then this one will be the best, no coupling, everything will be fine. And in the meantime, we will be adding new features, business priorities will change, so we'll make some changes. This will create some drift. And the drift can be either from the quality compared to what we had before, like you have more coupling, you have other, let's say, in quotes, architecture smells, or you can deviate from what the business goals are, as maybe they focus on user experience and so on. But others might focus on having latency very small and other features. So we might deviate from that. So what we can do, either you can have humans continuously try to monitor all the time and maybe miss something, or you can make it more easily. You can, there we are. So, okay. So this is, okay, we have now the slides. So let me do it more formally then. I'm Abraham Talmidis, and I'll show you today how we can use AI agents to act as architectural strategies that can continuously align system design with our business goals. And we'll explore how architecture can involve intentionally rather than that drift accidentally. And this will happen by using explainable and agent-driven reasoning. So, okay, I think I can move to the next slide this way. How do I move here? Yeah. So architectural decisions age faster than one might expect, because what made sense 6 months ago may now constrain scalability, reliability, or product velocity. And the faster that our organizations move, the faster our architecture becomes outdated, unless it's continuously realigned. So let's go to the next one. And you see here a timeline, how it usually evolves. So this timeline captures how the drift happens. So we can start a line at launch. Over time, as business priorities shift, there are new regions, new products, new regulations, and the architecture adapts in a fragmented way. So eventually, the system reflects past strategy, not the current one. And as you can see, we have different pivots. We might growth and introduce complexities. Then you can have technical debt that accumulates, and you need to refactor, and sometimes you even go into crisis mode. So moving on, what if we treat architecture as a product? No documentation, just not a one-off diagram, but we use it as a living system with versioning, feedback loops, and measurable KPIs. This shift will change architecture from governance to continuous alignment. And then this is where we can introduce AI that can help us achieve this. AI gives us a new lever. Instead of human reviews every 6 months, AI agents can continuously analyze architecture and can detect misalignment and also recommend corrective strategies. When we combine product thinking, so let's go to the next slide, maybe. Yeah. So when we combine product thinking with AI reasoning, we can continuously align system design to the strategic intent we had initially. So this way, architecture evolves safely, guided by explainable intelligence. And we have mostly, we start with two phases, one where we sense, we discover the drift and capture the state. And then we load the baseline architecture and the drifted architecture, and we do this. And then in the model phase, we quantify what is the technical debt and the risk, and we calculate the metrics that we are interested in, and we run some deterministic rules to flag the issues. And then we follow the continuous alignment loop that is presented here. So we have the sense, model, simulate, and govern phases. After the first two, when we sense and model what are the risks that we have now, we have the simulate and the govern phases where agents continuously detect the architectural drift, model the impact, and then we simulate what are potential recoveries. And we have the governing phase where we look at our metrics and return on investment. Let's go a bit into what strategic drift is. Strategic drift is not just technical. It can be when architecture, product strategy, and organizational incentives lose synchronization. In this case, what AI agents can do is act as translators. They can keep all three aligned. So in theory, we can have something like we can name agent in the loop, and the agent in the loop will operate this. It will continuously monitor for architectural signals, dependencies, latency, service health, and will detect deviations from the desired patterns. So in principle, the agent can continuously monitor if we have any change in the architecture in real time and run this loop instead of a human trying to check on their own every now and then and potentially miss something. So the agent doesn't replace the architects. It collaborates with the architects, and it provides some explainable recommendations, like a co-pilot that notices early signs of drift and suggests mitigation options. The decisions in the end will come from the architects, but they will have lots of insights that will be generated by the agent. So as discussed, this is our framework that consists of the four main states: sense, model, simulate, and govern. So we have in the sense phase the detection of the architectural drift. In the modeling phase, we quantify the impact. In the simulation phase, we propose strategic solutions. And in the governing phase, we validate the solutions that we got and implemented through the business metrics that we have. So each of these functions in our pipeline in general maps to this framework, as we can see in the next slide. From detecting drift in the sense phase to mapping uses to goals, functions, and the governed state. And we have a transparency this way that makes it that makes every agent decision explainable and also auditable. Let's go briefly into what our demo would look like. So the first step would be to load our healthy architecture, the baseline architecture that we have. So the system is operating optimally here. The baseline system performs very well. It has low coupling, high modularity, and predictable performance. let's say that in the next iteration, we introduce a service named D. So we introduce the service. It's a new business requirement that we added mid-cycle. It seems like a minor addition. However, it creates new dependencies that ripple across the system. And we see, for example, that this has led to an increase in coupling by 35%. So we potentially would need a decoupling pattern via some asynchronous queue to mitigate this. So we detected this. Then we go to the next phase, where we call the agent, in this case, it's an LLM agent that will see the drift patterns that we have, cross-domain dependencies that increase, and that the system has grown denser and the critical nodes appear. Then we have some visualization. We have the new edges forming between the previously isolated services and any other change. And we give this as a prompt to the agent, who will give us the insights, as we can see in the next slide. And the input we will give with all the changes in the prompt to the LLM agent will translate that structure that we found and all the changes into some meaning. So it will flag what are the hotspots, single points of failures, but it will also explain why they emerged, and it will trace them back to the business changes that we made. So then we will have our metrics that will come, as we can see in the next slide. Can you move on? Okay, so we will get the recommendations of the agent, and we will analyze the impact on our KPIs based on the recommendations that we get from the agent, how to mitigate this. So metrics show that the impact quantitatively. For example, we have coupling rising by 35%, as we saw. Modularity drops, time to market slows. And these signals from the agent's understanding, these come from the agent's understanding of the architectural health. So going to a more realistic scenario, with some example, let's say we have a 6-month growing phase. We had rapid scaling. The system has evolved into a complex web of services, and drift is visible everywhere. Let's see how baseline versus drift would be. I have side by side the diagrams in the next slide of the original architecture, the baseline, and the drifted one, the way they would be in the system. Let's say on the left, we see the baseline architecture. It has several services like email, payments, ledger, authentication, and so on. And then we have our updated architecture after 6 months has lots more dependencies between different services. So as you can see now, we have increased complexity. So the agent created all these new, so the engine detects all the dependencies that we created, and you can see them especially found around the authentication, payment, and analytics services in this example. And yeah, this visualization on its own explains the actual complexity explosion. So let's see then how we quantify the strategic risk. So here, after we run our code and check what is the actual drift, we can quantify it here in different business goals, how they are affected. So for example, with a baseline score of 100, our time to market now decreased by 65. Based on our findings, our user experience, for example, decreased from a baseline 100 to 80, and availability, which is another business goal that we have, also decreased significantly. So what are we going to do next? Then next we will go to the simulate phase. So here you can also see a subgraph that contains the impacted part of our architecture, and also you can see in different coloring different issues that might be affecting our different nodes and edges. Yeah, the agent here will get this subgraph also as input plus the prompt, and it will produce some recovery strategy that will propose to us that will consist of suggestions on how to decouple via some event-driven design, maybe orchestration through some dedicated service layers, or some governance by redefining the domain boundaries. And this one will, these suggestions will aim to shift the architecture back towards agility. So, and then we will see the difference after we implement some or all of the solutions, and we mitigate the issues that we detected in the next slide, where we see again the business goals, the graph with the business goals, and we have in blue color the baseline architecture. In red color, we had the score that we got after our drift, and then we get the score that we estimate after the recovery actions. So since there is some inertia, it's not necessary that we will go 100%, that we will recover 100% and have the optimality that the baseline architecture had, but we will significantly improve the different aspects that have been introduced by this drift. Next, there is some baseline mapping of the framework here to some of the functions I have in the demo code, which I'm happy to share if someone is interested to play around. So I have functions that load the graphs of the architectures and detect the drift. Then for the modeling phase, we compute the metrics and we detect the issues based on the rules that we define and the business goals that we define in advance. Then we map issues to goals in the simulate phase and extract the impacted subgraph and explain the architecture. And then for the governing phase, we have the visualization and the human review. Just one note here that the use cases here are a bit more simple, and the rules and the business goals defined are more simple, because this the main focus of this demo is to show how the pipeline is working. If someone does this on a corporate level, they would have potentially much more complex or many more in number business goals or rules that they would need to go through. But still, the logic is more or less the same. So let's go to the next part, which should be the actual demo. So I tried to bring it all together, and in the next slide there should be a video, which I hope will work, where I recorded the pipeline running the 3 different scenarios. Let's see if the demo can play. Is it possible? So the demo should be in the next slide. That would be the video. Is it possible to run the video from the next slide? No. So I'm not sure if the okay, it looks like this is not working. So anyway, I said the logic of this. I don't know if I can just share the video separately.
By the way, enter, just click over it and share your screen.
Let me see. Okay, debug. I'm sharing separately the video now. I don't know if we can play the video. I shared the link. In the meantime, let me apologies for the glitch, but let me just explain. So I have 3 scenarios. So the first scenario is relevant to an e-commerce application where we have some clean baseline architecture with some services like catalog search, authentication, payment, and checkout. And in the drifted version, we have some new services like recommendations that have been added and new dependencies that appear across domains. So as we will hopefully see, the agent immediately senses the new cross-domain dependencies. Then it will highlight the emerging hotspots around search and payment. So yeah, thank you very much. So so this is the environment. Most of the code is in actual Python files, so that I declutter the Jupyter notebook a bit. So I select here the baseline architecture and I select the drift architecture. And I run the demo. And initially, you can see the representation of the baseline architecture, the drift. This happens locally, and then we call the LLM user, and this is where we get the rest of the information. So we can see the baseline architecture of this e-commerce application. We have some services initially, and then we add additional like recommendations. Here you can see the changes both in the diagrams, one next to the other, but also what we got after parsing our rules as delta. Here you see the mapping to the business goals we have, and here we see the scoring. This is done here in a simple way. Every issue we have will deduct like 5 points. And here you see the impacted subgraph and the type of impact we had there. Then using this as input, we call the LLM. This is what we should expect as recovery at the end. And this is the actual output we get from the LLM, formatted by having first the summary of the key problems, then what are the recommended refactorings or improvements, then the technical rationale behind this, and what the expected business impact would be. Then there's the second scenario, which involves a data pipeline. The baseline is simple. Services like ingest, transform, store, and report. And after, let's say, 6 months of operational pressure, we have multiple reactive additions that happen: alerting, stream processors, reverse dependencies. The agent detects a dangerous pattern, a cycle between reporting, alerting, and back into the data store, which creates unrecoverable cost explosions. Every alert triggers more writes, which trigger more alerts. And the agent models this effect, and we see 2 KPIs drop sharply, cost efficiency and operational stability. Similarly, we call our agent and we get some suggestions on how to recover, which correspond to this use cases issue. And then we have the third example, which I chose also to have some different aspects, different issues, so that we can see that, where we have a payment scenario. And then the baseline has a clean separation, authentication, payment, risk, and notifications, while in the drifted architecture, we see 2 severe issues: cross-domain violations like analytics calling payments, and circular dependencies between authentication and payment and authentication and session. So the agent treats this as a critical incident, and the SACO introduce unpredictable latencies, freeze the system under load, and violate compliance requirements around authentication boundaries. So KPIs are much lower now, time to market, reliability, and everything. So the agent, after running some simulations on its side on how we could mitigate the issue, provides the recommendations as you see here. And since the video is paused here, we can see a bit more thoroughly. For each one of them, it gives actionable insights on what you can do, like extract orchestration from authentication and payment and so on. And also shares why this makes sense, like we address cycling dependencies, and that's crucial for maintaining a clean architecture and so on. And what would the expected business impact be? So this is, of course, recommendations, and the human architect will choose whether to implement something or make adaptations to that. To summarize, so architectural drift in general is inevitable. AI agents can sense, model, and simulate this drift continuously. Governance ties technical health directly to business performance. So AI agents can enhance the human collaboration and the strategy. And if you view architecture as a living product and combine the support of the AI agents, then this will make sure that we adapt to any changes in the shortest time possible. And this will maximize the business value we get from our architecture, and will not let us drift to an extent where we need to take drastic measures and get into crisis mode. Thank you very much for your attention, and despite some short glitches with before starting the video or everything, apologies for that. I'm happy to take any questions. If there are any.
There is one question we can quickly take. See if you see this, Abram, the question on the screen.
For alignment, have it ask itself questions. At this point, does it flow with everything? No. So in principle, the way it works now, you define the rules, humans define the rules based on whatever priorities we have, technical or business. And then we provide the drift to the agent, and we ask just for the simulations because the agent is probabilistic. So it has the opportunity and can run simulations, lots of them in minimum time, so it can provide insights and try things that we don't have the time. But it makes sense to have static and deterministic detection of the issues ourselves. So we are not, if this means the architect is not useful anymore, the architect is very useful, and in the end, the architect will make the decision. It's just that the agent has the possibility to provide suggestions because it can run lots of things, but the decision is made by the human at this point.
Awesome, great. That was great session. Thank you so much. Appreciate it,
Thank you
Bram.
very much, everyone.
I
Enjoy
hope-
the rest of the sessions.
Thank you, and I hope I'll see you soon, maybe next conference.
Thank you, and thanks
and
for.
have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was great, great session. Let's play 1 minute video quickly, and then we'll bring our next speaker. We will talk about black box to guard box.
Where your actions create impact. Imagine a digital world that truly values your contributions. What if the digital world could finally value your actions, not just track them? But there's a challenge with today's digital landscape. Today's internet is full of engagement, yet often feels empty of meaning. People interact, create, and contribute, but rarely feel truly connected or valued for their efforts. Now, let's explore our Sharp vision for the future. Sharp Economy is redefining this connection, creating a more meaningful digital experience. We are building a new age digital ecosystem designed to recognize, reward, and empower every human action. This is achieved through gamified experiences, fostering innovation, and promoting active community participation. Our mission is clear, and we invite you to be a part of it. Our goal is simple: to build a smarter, connected world where your presence truly matters. Sharp Economy, the movement turning actions into impact. Join us today.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you, Sharp Economy, again for sponsoring this conference. If you are joining us in the past hour or so, check out Sharp Rewards app. It's in Google and Apple app stores. It's a fun app. It's a gamified app. Let's bring our next speaker, Alexander. Hey, Alexander, how are you?
Mostly fine.
Yeah, where are you joining us from?
From Zurich.
Oh, wow. Okay, okay. Little evening there. Almost done working.
I'm living here.
Yeah, I see.
Living and working.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, welcome to the conference. Thank you and appreciate. We appreciate you accepting our invitation. And the next 30 minutes are yours.
Okay, thank you for invitation too. And you know, all of us are now making some experiments in AI and trying to adopt it. And for the beginning, let me share an important fact, and that according to last McKinsey report, that around 88% of financial companies now use AI.
Oh, wow.
And around 62% are testing AI agents that work automatically. And but there is a big problem around that 30% already had mistakes from their AI systems, and 10% had some kind of security problems. And we are using these powerful tools very fast, but we don't really understand how they work. I mean that today my main idea is to show how we can change that black box AI that we can't see inside into guard box AI that is safe and clear. This AI that regulators can trust, because my company and my experience are more about financial industry, payment industry, and it's very important part to be explainable and clear. And and as we can see today, we can't see how AI makes decisions. AI works like a black box. We put information in and we get some answers out, but we don't know what happens inside. For simple apps, maybe this is okay. But in financial services, when we decide who get loan, when we buy and sell in markets, when we manage client money, when we need to understand every decision. Not knowing is very dangerous, and regulators are starting to pay attention to that in United States, in Europe, in Switzerland, all over the world. And nowadays, around 8% of companies already had problems with regulators because of their AI solutions. And the answer could be, and what we are experimenting on, it could be like a guard box architecture. This means we could build a protective layers around AI systems. These layers give us control, transparency, and records like audit trails of everything that AI does. Think of it as a 4 layers protection. Layer 1, input control. Before any questions reach your AI engine, special checking system looks for dangerous requests. The system finds bad inputs and block them. This is your like a first level of protection. Layer 2, model control and governance. It's important AI operations need approval from 2 people, not 1. We protect AI models from being stolen. We control all changes to all systems, and only authorized people can modify the AI. Layer 3, in output control. Every AI decision is checked automatically before anyone sees it. We check for mistakes, unfairness, and rule violations. Big decisions need a human approve them. Around 55% of successful companies now redesign their work processes to include such human checks. Especially, I'm talking about companies who already use AI. Layer 4, record keeping, which very important part for financial industry. We record everything the AI does, and not just what it decided, but why it decided this way. These records cannot be changed. Regulators can review them anytime. If something goes wrong, we can investigate in such case. And this is not just a theory, because our framework, which we built with my team with Finray Technologies, works with such principle like AI safety level 3, which provided like a guideline from Anthropic. And these are proven method that protect some of the world's most advanced AI systems. The main tool is checking system that evaluate every request in real time. They put requests into 3 groups: safe operation, they work normally, they book normally, suspicious requests that need extra checking, and forbidden action that are blocked immediately. Here's a real example. If some trader asks, show me market trends for technology bonds, this is safe and works normally. But if they ask, when should I sell my large position to avoid affecting the market, these could be flagged. It might be okay, but it need human approval first. And if someone asks, how can I work with other traders to change stock prices? This is blocked right away and reported to compliance. The system keeps learning. When we find new attacks, we use AI to create similar attack examples. And then we train our checking system to block these patterns. We can fix problems in days, weeks, and not months. And let me show some real results. If some investment bank, if I could find it, yeah. If some investment bank use such system on their trading floor, result could be that they analyze market for 40% faster than they had 0 regulatory problems in 12 months. And external auditors confirmed that they had complete records of all decisions. A retail bank use it for nuanced decisions. They reduce decision time by 75% from 3 days to less than 1 day. Testing showed no unfair bias. Loan default rate stayed the same as when humans made decisions. An insurance company automated 60% of simple claims with 1 hour processing. They found 35% more fraud. Customer satisfaction went up to 20%, and their error rate was below 0, below 1% compared to 1.2% when only it was relied on human decided. And how it works in practice, I even could show it via my website where you could find some of that slides. Let me explain specific challenges here in Europe and Switzerland, which we could face today. Nowadays, financial institutions face 3 major problems with AI. The first one, it's a regulatory pressure. Because the EU AI Act says that fraud detection systems are high risk. And this means you must explain every decision. You need human oversight, and you must keep complete records. Traditionally, I cannot do this. The second one is a trust gap. When AI makes a decision, compliance teams cannot understand why. They cannot validate it. And this creates legal risks and makes their work very difficult. The third one, it's a security risk. It's risk of some vulnerabilities. And single AI models are vulnerable to attacks. Someone can manipulate the inputs, someone can inject bad instructions, and the AI might take actions without proper control. There are not small problems. They can cost millions in fines and damage reputation of such financial institution. In such cases, our answer is a Guardbox AI. Instead of one AI model working alone, we built a system with multiple layers of security and validation. Yeah, you could see it. As an example, that's such simple. We use a multi-agent architecture. This means that several independent AI models work together. They check each other work. They must agree before making a decision. And every step is documented, as I mentioned before. The key difference with traditional AI gives you an answer, but you don't know how it got there. Guardbox AI shows you the complete reasoning process. Every decision has an audit trail, and every risk factor is explained in clear language. And let me show you 5 layers for implementation, like a 5-stage pipeline, where every transaction goes through these stages. Stage 1, this example is for transaction monitoring system. Stage 1, it's a simple policy check. Before AI even starts, we check basic rules, sanctioned lists, transaction limits, blacklists, and this is fast and cheap because actually 85% of routine transactions are cleared right here. No AI needed. And such approach used for a lot of years before with a lot of fintechs who could provide some KYT solutions for financial institutions. But on the next stage, we have our own competitive advantage because we are using AI analysis layer. For complex cases, we use multiple AI models, as you see on the previous slide, because such AI models look for suspicious patterns, they analyze behavior, and they compare with known fraud types. But here, the important part, we use 3 independent models, not just one. The system calculates risk score from 0 to 100% of risk scoring, but it doesn't stop there. it explains which factors could, yeah, you could see it here, which factor created this score, what is, why it scored like that, what is the transaction amount, location, timing, everything is documented. Consensus and decision now, it's a main point for such approach, because AI agent must reach agreement. If they disagree, the case goes to human analyst, and high-risk cases always require human approval. The AI supports human decision-making, and it doesn't replace it in such case. Yeah. And the final stage, it's audit log, because finally everything have to be recorded and stored. All inputs, all reasoning, all decisions, and this data, again, have to be stored for 10 years when regulators come for an audit and you have complete documentation ready. This whole process takes less than 2 seconds on average. But so what result in the end of that story we could see? Accuracy improves by around 35 till 50%. Why? Because of multiple AI models catch each other mistakes, and one model might miss something, but 3 model working with RAG layer could do that much more rarely, and the cost of transaction monitoring for such financial institution could decrease around 50-60%, as we could observe. And because we use such kind of smart routing, simple cases use fast rules, and only complex cases use expensive AI processing. Audit time decrease by 80 or even sometimes 90%. Everything is already documented, and you don't spend weeks preparing reports for regulators. You just need to spend some time on the beginning when you need to adjust such system for your standards and for your requirements. But in the end of the story, your process could be very sophisticated in such case. And the most important part, we could supply full regulatory compliance. The system meets UI Act requirements and complies with GDPR, as we know, is much more enough important now too, and it follows ISO 42001 standards. Yeah, and let me highlight some UI Act compliance check for us, which is important for us, because explainability, human oversight, and data governance, security with multiple layers protect against manipulation, auditability. This is not something you add later. It's built into the architecture from the beginning. Additionally, I think I could show you some types of Guardbox architecture that we considering for different cases and we implemented. Most of them already proven, and the Guardbox architecture wraps AI models in multiple layers of governance, validation, and security. Just think of it as a defense in depth for artificial intelligence. We use such 9 distinct patterns, each solving specific regulatory and operational challenges. And some are simple, like a single policy layer, like a single policy gate. Other are sophisticated, much more, because some of them are multi-agent consensus mechanism inside, with 5 security layers. And what all that 9 models share, every decision is traceable, every action is validated, and every outcome is auditable. And this part is not just a theoretical part, because with the FinRay we have implemented these patterns with one of our projects with called this Exil, for our KYT monitoring system, and our core banking system, which could process real-time payments with all the EU and Swiss regulatory oversight. And one more point from my side. Let me highlight 4 critical patterns, because standard policy layer is like a foundation, rule-based enforcements before any AI processing, fast, deterministic, audit-friendly. Every financial institution needs this as a minimum baseline. And multi-model consensus, it's our answer for different type of risk, where we need 3 independent models to analyze the same transaction. And such consensus engine validate outputs through sophisticated checking. When models disagree in such case, human review is triggered. Then we have a layered defense in depth for AI, with checkpoints, input, validation, permission checks, policy enforcements, AI processing, and output filtering. Such of every such layers could provide outputs that satisfied regulatory requirements. And I think the main point to share, like a main message today, that changing from black box to guard box AI is a necessary part. It's not optional. Financial services cannot afford to choose between AI innovation and regulatory compliance. Guardbox architecture prove that you can have both, and companies that make these changes now and on the nearest future will benefit from it. They can deploy AI faster. They will have better relations with regulators. They will have less risk, less costs, and such framework exists. The technology works, and we have the system working today in several high regulated jurisdictions. The question isn't whether to use AI in compliance and fraud detection. The question is whether you'll deploy it with proper governance. And the question is how quickly you can do it. Because me and my team, we believe that regulator-grade AI isn't an optional now. It's only responsible path forward. From my side, this is it, and thank you, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Hey, Alexander, that was great, and definitely amazing points about, you can just go and deploy AI in this, financial, especially regulatory environment, right?
Yeah, correct.
So my question is that you already mentioned that 80% of these financial companies are using somewhere, somehow,
Yes.
AI or implementing. How far are they usually? Are they like exploring, or they're like, no, we have budget, we're ready to go? Or what do you see from your perspective?
From my perspective, they nowadays it's more experimental stage. They trying some big players trying to use it for investigations, trying to understand what kind of operational costs they could reduce using AI, and how more fast, how more at the same time regulator and compliance ready they could be using such solutions. But it's more on exploring stage. If we are talking about fintechs, I think they are more flexible for such solutions, and they trying to use it more and more. But in any case, all regulatory framework around became much more stricter for AI solutions and for financial industry overall. And even if you are a licensed fintech somewhere in EU, UK, or Switzerland, you have to be compliant with a lot of requirements. And that's why such regulator grade solutions, I hope so, will find their place in the market.
Yeah, well said. We have one question. We have a couple of questions. Let's take one question here. Can you read the question here?
Yeah, how challenging is to integrate the Guardbox security layers into existing financial system without slowing down trading or decision workflows? If we have such case with our customer, our main idea is to implement it in parallel in the beginning, and it could involve more time for implementing overall that system, and it could require more investments on such solution, because you need more time of your people or additional staff for implemented. But overall, after implementing phase, which could, in our experience, it could take around 3-6 months, your overall flow will be much more faster. Time for decision making could reduce dramatically.
Okay, awesome. Appreciate that. Was great learning. Definitely learning for me. I'm sure our audience enjoyed it. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you back sometime soon.
Yeah, thank you too.
Okay, Alenger, thank you. Bye. Okay, that was good. That was great. It's definitely, we have to be careful with the financial systems and all that. Now, if you are new, you are joining us. This conference has been going all day. We are almost done. 2 more sessions left. We have a couple of minutes in the meantime, so I want to share C# Corner with you. If you are not a C# Corner member, check it out. Even though name says C# Corner, it's almost any new software tech you can imagine. So you know how AI is, everybody's doing AI these days. You look at the site. If you go visit C# Corner, you will find is that this site is more than just C#. You can find AI, you can find AI agents here. You can learn about .NET, Angular, cloud, anything you can learn. You can go also, ask questions. If you have a question, you want to share your post, articles, videos, ebooks, anything you want to share. Other forums, you can go to forums, ask questions. There's free ebooks. We have a lot of ebooks. You can pay a little bit or free. They look amazing. This is very cool. See how great. We have a lot of ebook downloads here. As you can see, we also have these several other upcoming events. So any event we do, including this conference, it's all here. Then you can even go to more. There's jobs live. Live is something we do, live streaming here. Yeah, check it out. This is a community. So one thing we are doing here is, I want to share something with you, is look at the challenges, right? So what we're trying to do here is we're gamifying learning. Okay, this is the next generation of communities and learning. Is gamifying learning. Means anything you do on this platform, you learn something. After you learn, soon you will see a little quiz below the article you read, and that if you pass it, you are going to earn some tokens. This is Sharp token. As you can see, if you take the challenges, on any challenge, if you take this challenge, you actually may earn these 10 Sharp tokens. And when you think about these tokens, this is a real cryptocurrency, goes in your wallet. So you end up creating a wallet. Once you have a wallet, this will be rewarded to you right away from one account to other account. If you want to learn more about these Sharp rewards, look at the left side. You will see here dashboard, that there's a wallet, and there's rewards here, right? Look at the network. Then there's this Sharp reward is page. You can learn more about what Sharp rewards are, right? And how do you learn different types of rewards? How do you earn these rewards, right? So go check it out. This is the future. This is the future we're building, and We would love to see you get involved and give us some feedback. There's a lot more to be shared here in coming time. So let's get back to our conference now. I will stop sharing. We will play one quick video here before we bring our next session.
Studying again. No exams today.
It's not homework. It's the Sharp Rewards quiz. I earn rewards for every right answer. Told you good. Even studying can be fun. Download Sharp Rewards app now.
Okay, and we are back. We are back. Thank you, Sharp Rewards and Sharp Economy, for sponsoring this conference. Let's start our next session. It's Dimitri. Dimitri is going to talk about 4 steps to embed AI agents into your dream day-to-day workflow. This is amazing session, looks like very exciting. And after that, we have a closing note. After that. That should be exciting as well. So let's play the session.
And welcome to this session, 4 steps to embed AI agent into your team's day-to-day workflow, where we're essentially going to explore how you can integrate all of those fancy AI technology that everyone keeps talking about for the past few years into the actual workflows and processes of your company, especially if you're like a non-technical company and AI is not your primary focus, but you still want to get involved in all of those things and get to use it better, especially, you know, as everyone keeps talking about how AI is changing everything, but it still stays mostly kind of in your PowerPoint decks, and you maybe use it for writing your LinkedIn post, but that's about it. And I think here we're going to focus mostly how we can improve the AI adoption in your company, mostly focusing on kind of enterprise level companies. And to highlight the fact that the most limiting factor at the moment is not the technology, it's, you know, the proper way and how the teams can operationalize it properly, right? And so today we're just going to go through a very simple 4 steps. This kind of, you know, little framework that that I use many times to digitalize and to improve the operations of most of the companies. And again, you don't have to be related to tech in any way. So let me just start with a very quick background on myself. My name is Dmitry Bobolev. I am the founder of the Froxy Labs. It's a London startup where we assistant for guiding and helping to publish mobile apps to the App Store and Google Play. Focusing mostly on the compliance and kind of privacy policies, etc., to making sure you simplify that process as much as possible. I'm also the leader of the Flutterflow developer group in London, one of the largest kind of low-code offline communities in UK of that sort. And I have a vast experience kind of working both in software engineering and project management, different kind of, you know, it's ranging from startups to enterprise, different industries. So like there's a lot of experience, especially like digitalizing and automating some of the internal processes. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So why are we even talking about this, right? What's the big idea here? And I think the conversation should be the AI agents. Again, we talk about it a lot, but it doesn't use much. And you know, there's a lot of companies who are trying to implement AI agents, but they just don't know how, or they struggle. And I think a lot of the struggle comes from the fact that you are a little bit I think there's a lot of misunderstanding of what AI can and cannot do, and that's mostly due to the fact that, you know, a lot of these kind of AI companies are advertising the things that might not be 100% realistic of what it's what it's actually capable of. And the reason why those kind of large companies like OpenAI, Google, etc., they make a lot of promises. Not all of those things are actually there yet. They will get there eventually, but I think at the moment it's mostly like marketing and trying to raise further money, etc. So that's why there's kind of this mismatch between the fact that what people think AI can do, what it can actually do. And I think we want to be very realistic of what is possible and what's not possible. And again, the reality of the adoption is that a lot of companies over the past few years has invested into AI, but there's very few who actually see a proper return on investment. And I think a lot of, especially like senior management, gets discouraged working. And so, and that's the reason why we're talking about this kind of 4 steps today, is to make sure that of how we can properly address those things, how we can actually make sure that those programs and investments that you're inputting into AI, they doesn't just stay as a pilot program, we actually get proper use out of it. And I think the real blocker is the adoption, right? And it's in a sense that getting people, right, building trust with the teams and with the senior management and the key decision makers to integrate those systems and to actually start using them. And that's the real blocker right there. It's not the technology part. The technology, it's relatively easy. We won't go into too much details of how to implement AI agents in technical aspects, but it's all about how we can make sure that it goes just beyond just the PowerPoint slides. And again, we don't focus on like which model to use. We focus on how we can actually get it involved. And what we mean by the AI workflows is how we can identify specific tasks that we want to automate. And I think the key point this the way it's usually framed, and that's why people there's a lot of resistance and people are being defensive about it, is that people see AI as replacing jobs and like entire departments. And I see some companies trying to replace entire departments and it doesn't quite work, right? Partly because there's limits of what AI can do. It's still not capable to replace a full entire worker, but it's also to the fact that it kind of destroys the trust between the work and the tools that are there. And it's not a competition. The AI tools are there to support the worker, and that's kind of the framing that should be used. And you still want to keep the final kind of decision maker as a human, right? Someone who keeps and kind of overlooks the process. But you want to outsource some of the tasks that maybe require less cognitive input to the AI, right? You want to outsource to AI, and then leave more creative and harder complex tasks, maybe with different stakeholders, etc., that involve human communication to the actual teams. And that's what we realistically want to do, and that's what drives the adoption, because it is the human resource, right? And so actually, before we even move to step 1, I think one more thing to mention, just for the people who are maybe less technical, is just to clarify what we mean by the AI agent, because it's been used vastly over the past year, but very few people take time to explain what it is. But essentially, all we mean is that we're making an independent tool, right? So it's some tool that are specializing on a certain task to execute that task, and then it's independent to execute, and which may be supporting tools, other tools through integrations that they might use. But as an AI agent, it's like a box, right? You have an input, you have a task that you give it, and then you get the output, the result. But then what happens inside, that's kind of the agent autonomously decides what to do and how many actions to execute, what kind of tools and resources and data to use. So that's up for the agent to decide, and that's essentially all we mean. So it's in that sense just an advanced tool. So the step one of this is to identify the right use case. And I think that that's the crucial part to start with. We want to make sure we're solving a very specific problem that we have, right? And the more specific, the better. A lot of the companies, they start with a very wide scope problem, and then, they try to go for the generative features, and they try to go for the chatbots. And it looks interesting, it looks intriguing, but there's not much use case. People don't use it, so it just ends up being there, but not much use out of it. What you want to focus in is to identify, right? You want to observe, you want to analyze what are the actual problems. Where does your team spend the most time? What requires a lot of their kind of time, but maybe it's quite a repetitive task. So identifying those tasks and making sure you know exactly what's the input and what's the output, right? What we're trying to achieve here. Because the more unclear the task is, the harder it will be. And you can use kind of this use case filter where you look for time-consuming task. You're seeing like how much cognitive load is required to execute those tasks, and that's kind of what you focus on in terms of automation. And some of the examples of such tasks, it could be customer support replies, it could be reporting, it could be sales and leads qualification and automation. I worked with a kind of a medium enterprise a while ago where we automated the customer support. I think 60 or 70% of the customer support team time was spent on just getting the phone calls and people asking what the status of the order was for the product. And I think we identified that use case, we automated, we did some quite simple, just speech to text conversion. We retrieved some data from the database, and then we output it again through voice on the phone to provide that order status information to the customer, and also maybe collect some feedback. And so we still kept this kind of human interaction in terms of they can still call you and get the status that they're looking for. But at the same time, we automated a little bit. We saved a lot of time for the customer support team, and then they could actually reallocate resources to treat more complex use cases that might be much harder to automate, and they focus on that and to provide a much higher quality result. The customer satisfaction has been very good. So, and once we've got our kind of set of use cases, we want to prototype, but we want to prototype fast in the sense that we're not making any like 3 years roadmap of how we're going to adopt AI. No, we're talking about days and maybe weeks in terms of producing our AI agent or any internal AI tools that can help our teams. And we want to start small. And the best approach used, and I've always advised, is that if you're like an enterprise company, which is I guess most people that will be they're kind of attending this conference. If you're a non-technical company, you want to essentially create like a small startup inside the company, right? Get like the most innovative, proactive engineers. It doesn't have to be big. You don't need to hire an external. Just use the resource that you have. Get the team, give them quite a lot of independence. And I think, again, once they know the use cases, they start working, they start doing some prototyping, and the aim of the prototype is to quickly test the hypothesis, right? We just want to do proof of concept. And it works very similar the way it works in the startup space. In the startup space, we want to launch our product as quickly as possible. We want to get the feedback from our potential customers, and then we want to iterate on it over and over again until we reach something that's actually useful. And it's the same approach over here, right? So we can apply the startup approach, even though, you know, this is like might be a big enterprise. And some of the, and I think here it's important to stress is that usually people get scared of the, you know, this large investment that needs to be made. It's complicated. I think don't be discouraged in the fact that you might need to hire AI engineer, etc. You don't, like, start with the resources that you currently have. And even if you don't have a specific IT department in place, there's still a lot of tools that you can use. So some of the things that you might use is workflow automation. So tools like, and those things just allow you to construct those kind of task pipelines, right, through some integrations, but you don't need to do any coding, right? So you just use the graphical user interface. It's very intuitive, very easy. You just connect a few nodes together, and here you are, you have a full kind of AI workflow if you want to. You can use AI system frameworks. OpenAI has recently released their own kind of agent builder where you can similar to what you would do in Make and Zapier, but just they have a little bit obviously more native integrations with the OpenAI itself, and you can construct it there. You can also use tools like ChatGPT to help you to understand maybe how and what would be the best way to automate a certain task that you have. Then you have no-code and low-code tools. That could be Bubble, Glide, Flutterflow, etc. There's you know so many of those tools, but Bubble, you know, would be maybe one of the bigger examples. That's essentially allows you to build a simple web application, but it's a full stack application. Out again, going into the code, you just use the graphical user interface. Mechanism does require a little bit of a kind of learning curve, but it's definitely much easier than doing it from scratch in terms of writing code. And then lastly, you have some vibe coding. It's the fancy term that you know it's being used for the AI coding tools. And, you know, tools like Replit, Bold, Cursor, Allowable, etc. They essentially allow you to very quickly prototype whatever idea you have. And, you know, we're talking about quickly in terms of like hours, right? So I've seen teams where they would come up with maybe 5 hypotheses, you know, at the beginning of the day. Then they would prototype very quickly, just get those proof of concept, visualize the idea during the day, and then in the end just collect the feedback, and that's it. They did the full cycle just within one day, and then they're able to proceed forward with one of the ideas if, you know, if that was successful. So in that sense, that's a very powerful tools, things. And then, but keep in mind there's again limitations, right? You need to understand what's possible, what's not possible. I think vibe coding tools are very good with getting the 80% kind of job done in terms of your prototype, and then you would really struggle to make it actually work. So you know, it's not for the production level development, but it's good for visualizing concepts. But then if you start actually making small changes, etc., it kind of breaks down. So they are working on it, but it is getting it's getting better, but there's still a lot of work to improve. A simple workflow example would be essentially you get a customer support ticket, let's say, the AI drafts the reply. As a human, you review the process, right? You make sure everything is in place, and then you have some kind of integration that updates your CRM system, and that's it. But you know, it's as simple as that. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Now, step 3, this is about adding your guardrails, and we're talking about data safety. We're talking about privacy policies, etc. And I think I get a lot of questions of how kind of the step 2 and step 3 can be together, because step 2 talks about how we need to be very quick about the prototyping, and then step 3 says that we need to think about the compliances and data safety from day one. So here it's all about the balance, right? Because we're talking about you know, if mostly talking about the enterprise at the moment, and you're not only convincing the team that needs to build trust and to use the product, but you also need to convince the senior management, right? Because they are essentially the key decision makers that's gonna have this final say over whether we're going to use this tool or not. And if you're an IT team that's working to automate some of the processes, this is what you need to think of, right? You need to think how we can build trust, how we can ensure that that we can convince the top management of the company that this is a safe tool, right? And that the privacy and all the company policies and compliances will be in check, and that's all will be fine. And that's why we think about those things. And there's three key areas that I would focus on: is data access, actions, and audit. And here, in terms of data access, we obviously want to control what kind of data is accessible to the AI model. We want to avoid any data leaks. And those things, like one of the examples will be you can use privacy first data focused models. So in the sense that you have something more like generic, like OpenAI or Google or Anthropic, or you have again a privacy focused models like Cohere, for example, that would mainly address and to reduce the data leaks, because it does happen. Once again, it's a relatively new technology. Things do happen. It's definitely more robust than it used to be like a couple of years ago, but there's and if you want to mitigate those risks, that could be an option to explore. In terms of actions and decisions, I think here it is very essential to still have some human control, that just overlooking kind of what is happening, and especially important, have an escalation mechanism in place, right? So we want to make sure is uncertain about like a situation, that we do have that escalation mechanism where we can get involved as well. And the audit is all about being transparent on what's happening, kind of regularly reviewing this. This is especially very important on the early stages. And I want to specifically talk about the human in the loop aspect. I think here people think of the human in the loop as like a permanent mechanism, and I don't think so. So it's very, very good at the beginning, because again, when you're just trialing out what works, what doesn't, you wanna make sure that the processes set up in place, they are correct. You wanna kind of have the oversight on what is going on. But then over time, as things get more stable and reliable, you can phase out the human in the loop, and you can reallocate the resources for something else, right? So here, it's all about just making sure that it works at the beginning, but then once it now, the step forward, the last step, it's focused on the actual team, right? So if we have the senior management on board, how do we build the trust with the actual team to make sure they're confident and they're happy to use their tools? And I think here we want what I would call like a term like a lighthouse team, right? Once again, we try to choose the most initiative, kind of a proactive department, or set of like a team. Keep it small, keep it relatively small, and we want to address their pain points, right? We want to clearly identify what their issue is, and get the AI agent to solve exactly that, collect the feedback, and get the measurable impact, right? I think that's quite crucial. Collect the metrics, collect the data. And even when you're developing the tool, I think it will be very good to provide a certain KPI for the dev team to understand kind of how will of such tool. And once you have this, as I would call a success case, then you can spread it, right? You can distribute it across the company. You can advertise, and make sure people are aware of kind of what needs to be what needs to be done, but also it just shows, it builds trust and credibility in the sense that you show that this team has been successful. The productivity has improved by X%, etc., and then you can just scale, right? The scalability is relatively clear in the sense that you show the results. The other teams start to adapt the templates, the frameworks that you've developed over this kind of experimental phase. You can expand on the number of features and kind of AI agents that you might be using, and then you just want to highlight those results in the company, and that's about it. So obviously this is a very high level talk today. Due to the time limitations, etc. I think I think we obviously don't have too much time to go into the actual details, and I tried not to focus at all about the technical aspects of implementing the AI agent, but about the adoption, right? Because we essentially a lot of it comes down to whether we can build trust, and I think a lot of issues arise is because we have this, as I mentioned, mismatch between the what has been advertised, what's being advertised by the top AI companies, and what's actually of the capabilities, and focusing on the fact that AI is there not to replace. They're not replacing humans. They're kind of just providing support, and they're removing some of the digital admin. Focus on real work, right? To you focus on more complex and creative tasks, and that's what allows you to provide a real value. And you don't wanna. I see a lot of companies doing several years of AI strategy, and that's great. That's probably kind of what enterprise, especially big enterprise, tend to do. But more information in terms of maybe what kind of automations will be useful for your specific case, as well as any other queries that you might have. Also, I can provide the link to the presentation, because there were some links to the articles, etc. There was a presentation, I just kind of skipped over that. But yeah, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the day in this conference.
All right, we are back. Great session. That was amazing. We have last one more session after, but we're going to take the closing note before that session. That last session is recorded, so we will play that in the end. Let's do keynote closing note. With closing note, I'm going to invite Praneeth with me here. Hey, Praneeth, how are you?
Good. How are you?
All right. How's everything going in New York?
It's cold, so not happy about that. But I've been listening into the sessions today. It seems like it's been a great conference so far, and I'm excited to be here. And hopefully end the day on a positive note, and happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Maybe should I give a little bit of an intro?
Yes, yeah, it's been great conference. We had at one point 10,000 people watching it. I think morning before 1 o'clock we had 8,000, 10,000. It was amazing. I think we probably reached. If we will look at the stats, we probably reached total 50,000 people watch it. Probably, I think this was the probably most successful conference we ever had. We never crossed 5,000 at a time. That was good. So yeah, let's start with your intro a little bit, your background, and tell everybody what you have done, what you're doing, and what you're doing in AI space.
Sure. Thank you. So again, very excited to be here. Unlike most of the audience here, probably, I am not a developer. I started my career in doing investment banking, private equity. I actually did one class in computer science, which was C++, and I got a C+, and that was the end of my
You missed one class?
That was the one class my dad forced me to take it, and after that, he's like, I guess you're not that smart. So, finance. It was that was my path. So I did that for about 20 years across different industries, everything other than tech. I try to stay away from tech as much as possible, given that C++ that I had. But back in about 2014, looking around, everything was about tech and how this country, the US, India, everywhere, there was so much demand for tech talent, so much just excitement across different sort of areas in technology. So I found myself with a company called Core AI. It was a startup back then, pre-revenue, pre-funding, everything. I was one of the I was brought in to do finance because, again, that was what I had done for the past 20 years before joining Core. Because it was a startup, as you probably know, if you've ever worked in startups, you end up wearing a lot of different hats, which I did. So I got to learn a lot more about marketing and sales and operations and really actually work with product as well. And I feel that not being a tech person actually helped me because most of the times when you're building product, you have to be able to sell to the business people and really be able to articulate the value of a certain product, right? So I was that stupid business person. I'm like, well, you got to sell to me, so let's dumb down all the messaging and figure out how you sell to people like me. So that's what we did. We ended up becoming one of the leaders in conversational AI, and I was there for nearly 10 years. We're in lots of different sort of positions, and I left about a year ago. And since then, I've been working with numerous startups across this whole spectrum of AI, including Agentic AI. So.
Oh, nice. That's great. So let me start with the question, right? First question, I want to just curiosity is that is conversational AI is real AI? What's AI in there? So I want to know that part.
I know. Is it? Well, I think Core was one of the first companies to call itself AI, so Core AI. Yes. So compared to where we are now, it was not true AI. It was predetermined workflows, just a decision tree, as that, So no, that is not AI. But it sounded cool.
So that's great. So but even though there's demand for that and it's successful and some hundreds of millions of dollars companies are being created, but let's just look at that for a second. And what are your thought on where this industry is heading right now? When you think of AI, and what areas are the one they are most, I would say, in demand, right? Like companies are looking for, obviously, ChatGPT and all that. But as a business, as enterprise, what are they looking for?
Yeah, I think a lot of companies think they're looking for agentic AI, but they end up doing a lot more of the traditional conversational AI because agentic AI, as I'm sure other speakers have covered today, still has issues, right? We don't have good enough abilities to audit them, control them, etc. And large enterprises are way too scared to sort of have these broad ranging uncontrolled agents doing whatever they want. So they are still using a lot more of that quote unquote fake AI, which conversational AI, because they can't control it. But there is a lot of appetite for agentic AI, but so high appetite to figure out what it is, still very low risk appetite. But I think that gives an interesting opportunity for companies to be built and to come in to really create that framework that allows enterprises that control and audit capabilities that they're looking to do. But yeah, so in my world, the most common use cases of AI really are where there's a lot of, repetitive processes and manual work, a lot of call volumes or chat volumes. So customer service and figuring out how to really improve customer service for the end customers and also for agents is I think, one of the biggest sort of pain points for enterprises and a lot of demand for those kind of companies.
Yeah, and you kind of touched this a little bit. There's a lot of looks like security and compliance issues, right? Because
Yeah.
especially if you're using, like, let's say you're building an agent, call it not real true agent, but let's say LLM based agent, right? A lot of people are creating these wrappers around, GPTs.
Yeah.
So, and you can't really pass all the data to LLMs. So yeah, you want to talk a little bit about the compliance and security and
Yeah. So, going to a big bank or going to a healthcare company, that is the biggest issue that any vendor has to deal with, right? Like SOC 2, HIPAA, all of that. And they don't want a company that's just as simply a wrapper around a chat GPT. So the companies that do well in these industries are the ones who have been around, first of all, for a long time. They've been able to show their track record, their scalability, and their focus on security and compliance. So now that we're talking about agentic AI, that is the biggest blocker for enterprise adoption. Agents again need permissions, audit trails, sandbox environments. Today we don't really have those, or they're very weak. So until we have like role-based access control for these agents, I think it will be hard for wide-ranging enterprise adoption, because they won't be comfortable really adopting that.
yeah,
We have that.
yeah, and I think everybody's saying this, and you listen to Vinod Khosla and all these Musk and Nvidia CEO, and they're all saying that person may not replace with you, but with AI somebody replace you. It's not AI, right? So number one is, like, I can see that Microsoft just announced that they're building AI agents almost for every task, right? They're building the whole employees. So you can go and hire, say, yeah, I want a CMO. Okay, here's your agent. You hire this one, right? Pay per minute, right? That's how they will charge.
Yeah.
So Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella had an interview other day. So you won't be buying the whole annual subscription, but you'll be paying like hourly or weekly.
Like
Not, I mean, minute, right? Per second, who knows?
Yeah.
Per minute, like, okay, so you'll hire these agents.
Yeah.
Is that what you see the future will be? That let's say social media, for example, we want to do social media for C# Owner. They say, you know what, we don't really have employee. Should we hire an agent? And you hire agent. What do you see behind the scene? What, like, payments and all, how it would work?
Yeah, I think I do see the future that way, at least unfortunately, for jobs that are more junior. So I don't think of AI yet being able to replace the CMO. I would imagine a CMO does more than just task execution, and does more strategy. So and can talk to different decision makers and come to a consensus. I don't think AI can do that yet. So in that sense, I don't believe you can, quote unquote, buy an agentic AI CMO. But coming up with a marketing plan, or coming up with a sort of the top 10 things that any SaaS company needs to do to be successful on LinkedIn, that yes, an AI agent can do. So I think of, again, enterprises adopting AI agents for very sort of micro focused niche workflows. So they might get a agent that does social media for LinkedIn only and does X kind of posts only. So you have them in a very defined sort of environment and a very defined role. And then you
And
might
and that itself is big deal. If agent can say, hey, if I can say, listen, we are doing a conference. This is AI agents conference coming up on this date. In a
Yep.
month advance, we tell AI agent, here's the agenda, here's the website. Imagine it just goes, take every speaker's picture, create the post, create the image, start
Yeah.
posting. I mean, that's to me, that's a lot of work it's taking. I think it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah.
And when I'm talking to companies or potential customers, because we do implementations, I always ask them, like, what's the one thing you hate about your job, right? Or what is one thing that your workers hate about their jobs? And let's see if we can automate it. So again, if it is repeatable, structured, multi-step, then you can probably automate it using an agent.
Yeah. So that's good. Amazing. Yeah. And then so those are some of my example. What do you see that which function will you think will be impacted or almost like AI agents will replace human?
Yeah, I do see customer service as a big use case, especially because it is a big cost center for a lot of companies, and they always, it's sad that they think of customer service as a cost versus a revenue generator. So because companies think of customer service as a cost center, they want to cut costs there, right? They want to reduce the number of agents, or in best case scenario, they don't want to reduce the number of agents. They just don't want to have to hire more agents as they scale.
Yeah.
So that is a big point or a big use case that we'll see a lot more automation happening. And it's not just like an FAQ bot, right? I think of an AI agent for customer service being able to take actions on behalf of the customer. So if I call in and I'm calling Gap and asking them, what's your return policy? Yeah, sure, it can give me a simple answer. But then I can be like, hey, I want to return my last order. It can email me my order return form, whatever it is, update the backend system that Praneeth is going to be returning this order, mark it return once it gets confirmation from the shipping company I've shipped it. All of that an agent can do, an AI agent can do. So those are those complex tasks that are not really complex, but repetitive, that are rife for automation.
Yeah, and I think with the tools like Teams, Gmail, Outlook, I can see that every time maybe I just text some like my friend like, hey, you want to go to I don't know, Vegas, right? Text is read by that, and our agent is watching and say, you want me to book a ticket, a flight for you?
Yeah.
So I can see that happening very soon, like
Yeah.
anytime, right?
And then that was really the dream in a way. When we started at Core, it was this process automation. So I remember we were talking about this back in 2015, 2016, where we're like, hey, imagine your boss is telling you, hey, I need you to go to Vegas on this conference next week. An agent's listening in, or this bot is
Reading
listening
the
in.
email. Yeah.
It reads the email. It's like, hey, these are some flight options. Should I book it for you? And should I book you an Uber once you land? All of that is just seamlessly done by an agent.
Yeah.
So I think we're getting to that. We're not there yet, but I think we're well on our way.
Yeah. So that's those will be big impacts, and I think the customer service, those easy and even data entry jobs can be replaced, right? Those things in
Yeah.
coming time. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you see that big opportunity is for our audience who are watching this? They're like, if you have to say, you know what, this is what I see where businesses are hiring or they are looking for, and that's what you should be focusing on.
I think they're looking for guidance. They don't know. So they've all been told by the boards, hey, do AI. And AI means a lot of different things to a lot of people, or it means nothing, right? It's become such a word that you're like, what do you mean AI? And I hear companies saying that, hey, I don't know. My board just says I need 5 AI initiatives. So I think a lot of business leaders for sure are very confused as to how best to implement AI. So, the developer community, the more technical community can really step in and really teach those stupid business people like me as to what are real use cases versus what are like those edge cases that you maybe don't want to spend your time on. Where is it that you can actually get real ROI? ROI is a problem. We hear all the stats that people aren't seeing ROI from AI. And I think that's because people have implemented the wrong use cases. So being able to create frameworks to define ROI, to measure ROI, then to also have frameworks that, like I was saying, allow companies to be able to audit their agents and really, control and explain why agents are doing what they're doing, will, I think, help with more enterprise-wide adoption of AI and agentic AI.
No, that's good. That's well said. That's good. Now, there obviously there's different cities and different big companies, and there are big institutions, and you are being in New York, and I think you are also part of a bunch of groups. What are some of the things people are experts are talking about or worried about, or they're saying that this is a problem when it comes to AI and AI agents? Obviously, one is data privacy, right? Obviously, are there other concerns, right? When you talk to other leaders, you are on different boards and you speak at different forums. What do you see that people are talking about?
I think it's not even that complicated. I think it's really people are just don't know what AI means, and I think it's as fundamental as that. I think this audience probably like, what do you mean people don't understand AI? I think most normal people who are just been doing their job, they've been in marketing, they've been HR, suddenly are being told to do AI, they're confused, and they don't know where to start. So I think that is the fundamental problem with AI adoption across different industries, whether you're in New York City or in India. So really being able to make these business leaders understand that autonomous doesn't mean that it's non-supervised or it's just going around doing whatever it wants to do. That's not what AI is all about currently, at least, is I think important for them to understand. Other than that, obviously, people are worried about LLMs, more about sovereign AI. So I talk to companies or colleagues who are in Saudi Arabia or India, but all of these LLMs are trained mainly in the US. So how do we really maintain sovereignty in a world where LLMs, etc., that are the sort of the building blocks of all of this agentic AI are mainly US focused?
Yeah, well said. Well said. I think that was great, Praneeth. I think with this, we will close our closing notes.
All right.
It was good. Appreciate you coming in the last minute and sharing your thoughts. With that said, thank you. Thank you very much for coming, and have a good weekend, and I'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for
Thank
listening,
you.
and thanks for having me. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Bye. Team, just one last video. You can play last video after this. And with that said, I'm going to check out from here, and you guys enjoy, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, staying with us for hours, and team working since I think it's already what time in India? Probably close to 2 a.m. Thank you for hanging in there. I'll check out now. Just play the last video and we'll close it. Everybody, thank you so much.
Wish activities could actually reward you? Meet Sharp Rewards. Cured, the app that turns your daily actions into exciting rewards. Whether it's learning, playing, or staying active, we make it worth your time. With Spin the Wheel, quizzes, walk and earn, and daily streaks, earning rewards has never been this fun. Why wait? Thousands are already earning rewards daily. Get the Sharp Rewards app and start making every action count.
Scan and download
transforming the way companies approach the strategic foresight, especially in product development and business growth. For years, approximately last 3 years, we talk about AI as a tool for automation, streamlining processes, reducing costs, and improving efficiency. But the reality is AI is coming into a new role, one that goes beyond the execution, into anticipation, foresight, and strategy. Today in this talk, I'll show you how AI agents can scan complex environments, connect signals across industries, and help leaders make decisions. Not opportunities and disruption coming tomorrow. And I want to start with the challenges. We all know the market shifts faster than our planning cycles. A 2 year roadmap can be disrupted in 6 months by a new competitor, a regulatory change, and technological update. Traditionally, foresight methods, things like market reports, trend analysis, or annual planning, are static and lagging. By the time we recognize a trend formally, it has often already reshaped or gone. This is where AI agents step in. Unlike traditional methods, AI agents are designed to operate continuously. They scan diverse data sets in real time, from consumer sentiment and competitor actions to research and patterns. More importantly, they don't just describe what has happened. They can model multiple scenarios or what could happen next. The difference is like day and night. Where traditional foresight tends to be reactive and backward looking, AI enabled foresight is dynamic, adaptive, and proactive. This is not theory. In payments, MasterCard uses GenAI to double the speed of compromised card detection. Very proactive, not reactive. Reducing false positive during the detection of fraudulent transactions against potentially compromised card by up to 200%, and increasing the speed of identifying merchant at risk from or compromised by fraudsters by 300%. And when we talk about AI agents in this context, we are not referring to just another algorithm or a chatbot. We mean autonomous and perceive their environment, reason, or over large and dynamic data sets, and take actions that influence outcomes. Are designed for specialized tasks, for example, scanning global market signals, modeling possible future scenarios, and providing decision support to managers and leaders. Now, I need to highlight a very important point, which is collaboration. Some colleagues misunderstand it. These agents aren't replacing product managers, strategists, or business developers. Instead, they act as a foresight partners, continuously scanning, simulating, and surfacing insight so that human teams can make better, faster, and forward-looking decisions. By agents, I don't mean another bot. I mean systems that perceive signals across market and take actions with human setting the goals. In payment, I already mentioned MasterCard uses twice as fast. That's foresight in action. Let me return to the previous slide. And we have more cases. Visa's risk services score hundreds of attributes in under a millisecond. Klarna shows why collaboration matters by the rebalancing human activities plus AI capabilities. And Paysan supported with AI just gave 2 times faster speed of and quality and high conversion rate, and for sure has the great impact on MAU. Agents don't replace teams, they amplify them. And about development and about the main fields which AI agents can be supported. Data. First, the market signals, things like external screening data, real-time pricing dynamics, competitor product launches, and even shifts in consumer sentiment captured from social media or reviews. These are often the earliest signs of disruption and help agents pick up on weak signals before they become mainstream. Second, technology landscapes, platform solution, microservices, and open source contribution. These data points are critical for identifying emerging technologies, spotted their investment are flowing, and projecting the maturity of innovations that could impact your industry. And third, internal performance data and customer feedback loops. Very important. AI agents also mine your own product usage patterns, churn metrics, and direct feedback to forecast what your customers will value next. By connecting together these external and internal streams, AI agents build a continuously updated ecosystem of foresight, enabling businesses to make decisions not only based on what is happening now, but also on what's likely to unfold next. To this point, from point insight to strategic foresight, I want to say many organizations have relied heavily on insight. Insights are valuable, but they are often lagging. They tell us what has already happened. Market reports, customer behavior analysis, risk perspective, KPIs. Useful? Yes. But limited in helping us prepare for the future. Strategic foresight, however, is different. Instead of only explaining the past, it projects multiple possible futures in the future. It's scenario-based asking, not just what is, but what could be. The key shift here is moving from insight-driven planning to foresight-driven strategy. With AI agents, we are not reacting more quickly. We are projectively decisions with a forward-looking glance. And here I bring the great examples of the great companies which already are using AI capability. Revolut announced a consumer AI financial assistant to guide spending, saving, and decision directly in the app. This shifts the product from a toolkit that suggests and executes next steps. Morgan Stanley deployed an advisor copilot that retrieves search, drafts summaries, and accelerates client advice. Evidence that agentic assistants can lift decision quality and time to insight in wealth workflows. Stripe, foresight to improve approvals and cut fraud. Radar and the payments intelligence suite. Merchants report around 42% SEPA fraud reduction and around 20% ACH fraud reduction on average. Models anticipate attack patterns across the network, and this is great. About product development is where agents instead of waiting of customer surveys or lagging indicators, AI foresight agents continuously scan signals across markets, research, and consumer behavior to predict emerging needs before the customer even shows them. This changes how we prioritize. And traditional product roadmap is built on assumptions that can become outdated quickly. With AI agents, we can dynamically optimize feature prioritization, ensuring our limited resources go into features with the highest future impact. Finally, AI agents can map prototype development against technology adoption curves, helping teams avoid overestimating or investing in features that are too early to the market. And I added here great examples of banking cases like HSBC, real-time behavioral signal lake. They collected customer behavior signals daily, 1.3 million customers, and included transactions, card use, digital footprints, telemetry, to shape reactive outreach and product responses for the development on the next step. Also, they optimized at scale their monthly card spend using AI-powered decision optimization and admitted 15% uplift in the product. Evidence that algorithmic ranking of what to promote to whom beats fixed roadmaps and drives measurable business lift. BBVA AI Factory, uncertainty-aware forecasting case. The research show us forecasting with uncertainty for customer finance of confidence score prediction you use to decide wherever a prototype is mature enough for broader rollout. And the next point, when we talk about business growth, this is also very interesting cases. When we talk about business growth, the biggest challenge is not execution, it's direction. Too often, teams go after opportunities that look promising today but already late by the time the product launches. And this is where AI agents change the game. By continuously scanning signals from markets, consumer behavior, and competitor activities, they can identify white spaces, the segments long before competitors even recognize them. Second, partnerships are no longer just transactional, they are strategic accelerators. AI agents can forecast where ecosystem players are moving, highlight which collaborations will unlock the great high potential partnerships. And finally, competitive simulation. Instead of waiting to see how competitors react, AI agents can model multiply what-if scenarios. For example, what happens if a competitor lowers prices, enters a new region, or partner with a key distributors? With these insights, leaders can prepare proactive responses instead of scrambling reactively. Next step, I want to show you some cases. It's a case study. And here, let me make this real with 3 short stories where AI agents and the ecosystems around them move us from insight to foresight and action. First, Revolut, foresight in onboarding. Revolut rolled out AI-driven verification across Europe and UK and document intelligence. The result is shorter than time to KYC, which means product teams learn faster and can prioritize the flows that unlock growth sooner. That's foresight applied to speed of learning. Second, Paysan. Back office console and AI and GI assistant combine together different system and build ecosystem for it. Unified Help Center, AI assistant, plus knowledge base updated, microservices, reengineering UI UX, and support operation scale without headcount increased. We build that cycle inside the company. Connect together like services, transfer payment system service, KYC, CRM, Zendesk as a ticket resolution service, Automate QA, KYC flow, and all these multi-channel activities with the customers, we could support it by AI layer. We experimented and tested that we could have first customer feedback. This is the most important. And CSAT improved 50%. And the resolution ticket speed was improved by 50%. And this is a great example of how GI could help business overall. Plus, human decision about connecting all microservices together and build intelligent, great infrastructure and connecting all data sets together, we could provide the best solution to the market and to our customers. Third case, WISE, foresight at operation scale. WISE shows how automation translates directly into capacity for growth. 1.2 billion payments proceeded in a year with around 300 people in payment operations supported by technology that often resolves routine contacts in near real time. And this is case when AI ops can flex like that. Your market expansion and corridor bets aren't bottlenecked by headcount. And AI could even help do not use AI, by the way, for some parts to improve the efficiency and was helpful and healthy for the business cost and efficiency. And this is great that we have such a flexibility in that question, in that area. Next, I want to bring how AI agents interact with teams. One common misconception is that AI agents are here to replace managers or is that these agents don't dictate the final strategy. Human judgment remains central. AI agents provide foresight. We provide context, intuition, and our experience, strategy experience, tactic experience. And importantly, AI already work in Slack, Jira, or PM dashboards. That means foresight doesn't sit in a silos report. In flows directly into the daily decision-making cadence of product managers, strategies, and business developers. These integrations creates a more adaptive strategy loop. Scan, recommend, decide, act with AI agents accelerating the cycle. And I want to highlight one more time. We can combine and we need to combine AI and not AI, the technology and human. And this is great how we collaborate in one entire environment, supporting this environment with technology, even with AI, and get a better result, faster, better, and more quality result. Next, challenges and considerations. As we integrate the agents into a strategic, recognize the challenges that can shape success or failure. First, data quality and bias. AI foresight is only as the signals it given. Poor or biased data set can skew predictions and leading us to the wrong opportunities or miss emerging risks. Second, explainability for strategic trust. Then AI agents surface scenarios or recommend growth moves. Stakeholders need transparency into the why. Without trust in how the foresight is integrated, when even the best insight risk being ignored. And third, workflow integration. Foresight is most valuable when it flows into existing product development and business strategy cycle. If these agents insight live in isolation outside of road mapping tools, planning sprints, or executive dashboards, then adoption and impact will remain limited. That's why we frame these issues across three risk dimensions: technical, organizational, and ethical. Only by addressing each of these can AI agents truly drive foresight that's both actionable and trusted. Looking ahead, the role of AI agents in strategic foresight is evolving rapidly. Now, we see the agents specialize in scanning markets, analyzing competitors, or forecasting demand. They deliver isolated but valuable insights.
Next, we move forward multi-agent ecosystem, collections of specialized agents that collaborate much like expert teams within an organization. For example, one agent might analyze technological disruptions, while another models consumer sentiment shifts, and yet another one evaluates supply chain resilience. Beyond that, we anticipate agents becoming capable of negotiating strategic trade-offs. Think of simulations where pursuing growth in one region may come. Agents could model the scenarios, negotiate among themselves, and present optimized recommendations to leadership. And ultimately, this evolution takes us from foresight as prediction to foresight as a co-creation of business models. Instead of just telling us what might happen, agents could help design entirely new products, market entry strategies, or partnership ecosystem by combining data simulation and human creativity. This shifts AI agents from being passive advisors into strategic, active collaborator, effectively partners in shaping business growth. And this is amazing. And next, I want to bring you some stats which tell us very loudly that this market is growing and it will be huge. And the story is just started. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for your trust. Thanks, guys.
All right, and we are back. We are back. Let's see, how do I make a full screen? Do. Okay, you guys there? Do. Hello, and we are back, and this was our last session. With that said, I think we had an amazing audience. Still a lot of people watching. We are going to close this today's conference. It was an amazing day, almost 8 hours streaming, live streaming, everything about agents. Everybody, thank you so much for watching us. Check out our channel and wait for you should be hearing from us again, learning about another conference we are bringing, everything about vibe coding. So stay tuned for that, and thank you again, and I hope I will see you our next conference. Thank you.